All right, the House will come to order. The pledge this morning will be led by Representative Amabile.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Mr. Gregorio, please call the roll.
Representatives Amabile, Arndt, Bacon, Baisley, Benavidez, Burnett, Byrd, Bockenfeld, Bradfield, Caraveo, Carver, Catlin, Cutter, Doherty, Duran, Escar, Exum, Rolick, Geithner, Representative Geithner. Representative Geithner is excused. Gonzalez Gutierrez. Gray. Representative Gray. Representative Gray is excused. Hanks. Herod. Holtorf. Hooten. Representative Hooten. Jackson.
Here.
Judah. Kennedy. Kip. Larson. Montine. Luck. Lynch. McCluskey. McCormick. McKean. McLaughlin.
Present.
Michelson Janae. Representative Michelson Janae is excused. Mullica. Neville. Ortiz. Pelton. Pico. Ransom. Rich. Ricks. Roberts. Sandridge. Sirota. Snyder. Soper. Sullivan. Tipper. Titone. Valdez A. Valdez D. Van Beber. Van Winkle. Weissman. Will. Williams. Woodrow. Woog. Young. And Mr. Speaker.
With 63 present, 2 excused, we have a quorum. Representative Bradfield.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that the Journal of Friday, March 5th, 2021 be approved as corrected by the Chief Clerk.
Thank you, Representative Bradfield. Members, you have heard the motion that the journal be approved as corrected by the Chief Clerk. All those in favor say aye. It's pretty good for a Monday. All those opposed say no. Wow, that was very good for a Monday. Though the ayes have it, the motion's adopted. Announcements and introductions. Representative Neville. Now, I must say this, is this the first time in the well, Representative Neville?
This is, I came in this morning, was pleasantly surprised to find a potato at my desk, and I've realized there's some new members here that maybe didn't get a chance last session to hear about the benefits of potatoes. So just so you guys know, potatoes are a great source of starchy carbs. So they're very low on the glycemic index, so your blood sugar doesn't go up and down as you go along. And they're also a great source of potassium. So to whoever put this on my desk and reminded me, I just wanted to take that opportunity to thank you and thank the chamber. You know, potatoes, great source of nutrition.
Thank you, Representative Neville. Representative Valdez.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and good morning and happy birthday to you.
Thank you, Representative Valdez.
Members, as I went home this weekend, I brought back each one of you a potato. And yes, the majority are red potatoes, botanically classified as Solomon tuberosum, that I picked this last fall from a local farmer, the Jones Farm in Mosca. I bring to you this potato unwashed so that you can see the characteristics, the soil, the other factors that take place in growing, harvesting, and storing a potato. And yes, potatoes are low in fat, but contain a hearty amount of protein, usually 5 grams of serving and tons of vitamins. Potatoes contain vitamin C and B6 and are rich in antioxidants, which can lead to better blood sugar control and can reduce the risk of heart disease and diabetes. So in agriculture, you have risks every day that challenges a farmer and rancher and the gardener. And I ask you to support agriculture because if you eat it, drink it, and wear it, it is agriculture. So enjoy your potato with meat and vegetables at your next meal and thank a farmer and rancher today and every day. So thank you.
Thank you, Representative D. Valdez. Further announcements and introductions. Representative Will.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm going to lighten this up a little bit. It's an honor to serve with you. But about these spuds, my neighbors, I named their kids French fry and tater tot because they're so into potatoes. And they have 2 dogs. One's named Spud, and one's named Russet. And they had a cat, but it got run over in the road, so I named it Mashed.
All right, Representative Pelton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. After a hard day today, you guys might be needing a little bit of battery recharge. The Capitol Commission will be in the basement tomorrow from 7:15 to 8:45. Come and get your soul filled.
Thank you, Representative Pelton. Representative Luck.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Good morning, everyone. I have to apologize to you. Last week, it seems that I violated my own word and did not keep my oath to you to speak an affirmation. On Friday, I was preparing for my first bill in committee and, well, obviously failed to do that. And so I wanted to do it today. Hopefully you all will forgive me for breaking my word. Once again, just starting this week with a reminder on your birthday, Mr. Speaker, with the reminder that you all are amazing and loved, you're worthy and adored, and I get to see you all week. So I just continue to see you soon. So thank you.
Thank you, Representative Luck. I actually did notice on Friday, and so thanks for jumping in on Monday. Representative Sandridge.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I did notice as well. I always like to wind down my weekend with some positive words. Maybe this Friday we won't forget. Back to the potatoes. I think a lot of times our rural people get forgotten, and when they put food on the table and they work, I was out enjoying the nice weather yesterday with a lot of leisure, but I've talked to some of our rural people. They were out working, making sure these potatoes get grown and other things get grown. So I want to thank all of our rural people for all they do, for putting food on the table, and we often take them for granted, but we shouldn't today. We should remind them or appreciate them. Also, I want to thank our great speaker. It's his birthday, and I want to wish him a happy birthday, and thank him for doing a fair job, and we appreciate him. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Sandridge. I appreciate your words. Representative Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, as you know, I don't normally come down and make announcements, but I figured that this is a good opportunity for me to share a little bit about my own personal life. My wife is pregnant. Thank you. It probably had something to do with the lockdowns and the stay-at-home orders. In any event, members, this particular child is. They're all special, as all the parents know. But this one is actually our rainbow baby, and if those of you who aren't familiar with that term, it's the baby that comes after another child that was unfortunately lost due to miscarriage. And back in, I want to say it was 2019 or 18, I can't quite remember when, my wife and I were pregnant with our second child. And unfortunately, we lost that child due to miscarriage. And it was certainly a tough time, but we got through it with a lot of love and support from people we know. And what I would encourage all of you to do is if you know any couples that are in that type of circumstance, just be there for them. Listen to them. They're not necessarily looking for any advice or help to fix the problem. They're more so looking for love and a listening ear. But this is good news, so please don't worry about standing for this. I just want to let you know that we're having our third child. It's on the way. It's going to be due in first week of June. So thank you very much, and congratulations to everyone else who's also having a baby in this chamber.
On behalf of everyone, congratulations, Representative Williams. That's fantastic news. Representative Herod.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Williams, I'm just wondering if you're going to name the baby Jared after our good governor and those restrictions that kept you inside with your wife.
Representative Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. While I will thank the governor for helping to facilitate this wonderful occasion, we will be having a daughter, and so I won't be naming our daughter Jared. The name of our child is going to be Vivian.
Congratulations. Representative Gonzalez Gutierrez, Madam Assistant Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Speaking of births, today is a special day. We need the Capitol Choir to come down here and sing a special birthday for Mr. Speaker. Come on down, come on down. No? Nobody's that excited? Okay, ready? Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, Mr. Speaker. Happy birthday to you.
Thank you. Thank you all very much. It's always super special to spend it with all of you, so thank you very much. I know Representative Jackson has an announcement.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Happy birthday!
Thank you, Representative Jackson.
Having spoken to the majority leader, I request permission to be excused the 10th and the 11th. Thanks.
Thank you, Representative Jackson. That is approved. Representative Hooten.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I know that we're recognizing International Women's Day today, and because so many of us are already at the well, can we move out of order to have that recognition take place now?
Sure. I was going to do that as the last announcement and introduction, but whatever you guys want is totally fine with me. Well, how about this? Let's let Representative Bockenfeld, who just came down, let's let him and then Representative Van Beber make their announcement. Okay, wonderful. We'll just go Bockenfeld and then we'll go right into recognition of International Women's Day. Representative Bockenfeld.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's an honor to serve with you.
Honor to serve with you too, Representative Bockenfeld.
Folks, I'm here to tell you that my wife is not pregnant. But the love of my life has been married to me in 2 days for 36 years, and she's in the balcony today. Thank you very much.
Congratulations to both of you. Thanks so much for being here. With that, Representative Ricks.
Thank you. Yeah, can you guys come in? Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is an honor to serve with you. Okay, so everyone, thanks for being here today. We are dressed because today is International Women's Day. Every year on March 8th, we celebrate International Women's Day and recognize the social, economic, cultural, and political achievements of women across history and to this day. The day has been celebrated for well over a century now. The first International Women's Day gathering was held in 1911 in Western Europe. While we recognize how far we've come in these 110 years, it's just as important to set our sights on the future and continue to advocate for true equality, not just here at home, but all over the world. So many of the great strides we have made toward gender parity have come because women have fought and won seats at the table. Women belong wherever decisions are being made, whether that be in the corporate headquarters or on a nonprofit board or in a legislative chamber. Colorado has always been in the forefront. Colorado elected the first female legislator in 1895, Carrie Clyde. Shirley Chisholm was the first Black elected to a Congress and the first woman to seek the presidential nomination for a major party. She used to say, if they don't offer you a seat at the table, bring a folding chair. Here in Colorado legislature, where our House Democratic Caucus is the majority of women, we've seen the results of representation paying off in policy. Colorado's equal pay for equal work law goes into effect this year. And as a part of our pandemic response, we have and will continue to focus on reversing the tide of working women being forced to leave the workforce while their children learn from home. In addition to being majority women, the House Democratic Caucus also benefits immensely from the presence of women who represent important firsts in the legislature history. The first trans lawmaker, the first African immigrant, the first Muslim lawmaker elected to the General Assembly. Of course, this year, for the first time in our nation's history, we also have the first ever woman serving as our vice president. This year on International Women's Day, we celebrate how far we've come and then recommit ourselves to the work ahead. We still have a great deal left to do, but before we achieve true gender equity and parity in Colorado and across the globe, let's harness the power of our representation to create bold, lasting change for the generations that will follow us. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Representative Ricks. Representative Benavides.
Hi.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. You heard those great remarks from Representative Ricks, and I wanted to talk about a woman who was one of the unsung heroes in our community, because I know all of you know that the things that women do every day in their household and their communities are the kinds of things that make a difference in all of our lives. I want to talk to you about Josephine Pettis. Josephine lived in the west side of Denver from 1953 until her passing in 2009. Mrs. Pettis was a champion for her community, especially for the children. Mrs. Pettis was self-taught, as she never attended school beyond 4th grade, as she had to go home to help care for her youngest siblings while her parents worked in the fields. but she valued education, and all of her 6 children graduated from high school, and most obtained college degrees. I knew her for roughly 30 years, but it wasn't until her funeral that it was mentioned in her eulogy that Mrs. Pettis had been the only Latina or Latino who was a named plaintiff in the landmark Keyes case. It was the desegregation case here in Denver. And for those of you who don't know, I'll tell you a little background. In 1969, Mr. Wilfred Keyes and the other plaintiffs, including Mrs. Pettis, sued the Denver School District to demand that the schools be integrated so all students could receive an equal education. Initially, the lawsuit was about 3 resolutions that were passed by the school board to integrate the Northeast Denver schools in Park Hill. That was led by the first black female board member, Rachel Knoll. But when the elections happened, the board changed, and then those were rescinded by a newly elected board. So it was important to bring this suit, because one of the arguments against the suit was that, well, in Park Hill, those schools are already integrated. You have Mexican-American students and you have blacks. They're not all of the same race. So they were integrated. But that argument, as you can imagine, didn't go far. But Mrs. Pettis's testimony in the district court level made it clear that the schools where minority students attended were inadequate. Schools in West Denver, like Baker Junior High and West High School, were fully inadequate. Ultimately, in 1973, the U.S. Supreme Court agreed and ordered busing to achieve integration throughout the Denver public schools, not just in Park Hill. This was an important national case because, unlike Brown versus Board of Education, which that decision was in 1954, it was based on Jim Crow laws and constitutional requirements that authorized segregated schools. But we didn't have those kinds of laws here in Colorado. So the court, for the first time, said the policies of the Denver School Board were in effect de facto discrimination and were as unconstitutional as laws that cause discrimination. So the Keyes case was relied on in cities and towns across this nation where it wasn't laws that segregated their schools, it was policies put in effect by elected officials like ourselves. Keyes was also the case in which the Congress of Hispanic Educators later intervened to require bilingual education. So to understand, to put in context for you, Mrs. Pettis and the other plaintiffs, their courage in taking this action, you have to understand that she and most of the plaintiffs were subject to threats, taunts, and harassment. In fact, Mr. Keyes' home was bombed, and so was a parking area where many school buses were set afire. So the fear that these individuals faced was real. But Mrs. Pettis didn't back down, and she showed particularly that when your fight is for the betterment of your children, nothing will stop you. As Senator Bennett said in his statement in the Congressional Record in September 29, 2009, he said that Mrs. Pettis surmounted the daunting challenges life brought her to become an exemplary voice for minority students in Denver. Her courage and conviction created a better future for Denver students and countless kids across the country. Josie's legacy will continue to inspire Americans for generations to come. One of her children, Sheila Pettis Kendall, and her husband Daniel are here joining us today. And so I hope you join me in celebrating her life. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you all very much.
Raise your hand.
Representative Bacon.
Sorry, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Representative Benavidez, for sharing that story, and thank you so much for the family members here today. I just asked to speak on behalf of the Black Legislative Caucus, as well as Denver Public Schools, to honor the work done to be sure that we could provide an equitable and equal education to all children. The highlights from this story are not only about Ms. Perez, but all of, as we celebrate women's history and the excellence that women bring to the spaces. I also wanted to highlight quickly one of my predecessors in my seat, Rachel B. Knoll. And so sometimes it takes the work of women and their experience in fighting for their children, in fighting for their communities, that come with a particular lens that needs to be honored on behalf of everyone in community. And so today, as we talk about the hero you just mentioned, as well as we look across this room, we just want to remember the value that all of us bring in our experience and the impact that it has had on shaping policies, not only for our own families, our communities, but the state and nation. So thank you so much for sharing that, and thank you for giving me a little bit of a space to say thank you as well to all of my colleagues.
Thank you all very much. Well, I think we have one more announcement and introduction, but if we're trying to get a quick photo, let's just make it quick. Okay, all right, we still have one more announcement and introduction. Representative Van Beber.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On International Women's Day, I'd like to recognize the essential roles that women play as leaders in their community. When I look out into this chamber, I see women who day after day are showing other women how to thrive. And by your very actions, you are showing others how to honor the talents and abilities that they see in them.
Representative Van Beber, hold on one second. Members, we still have an announcement and introduction. Please give your attention to the well. Go ahead, Representative Van Beber.
Thank you. When I look out into this chamber, I see women who day after day are showing other women how to thrive. And by your very actions, you are showing others how to honor their talents and abilities, the things that they see in themselves and others that help all women rise to greatness. And as I honor women today, I can only reflect upon how I've had the honor and the privilege to learn from the unknown as well as the known. Like the self-sacrificing mothers and neighbors, grandmothers, aunts, sisters, friends, mentors, volunteers, and even strangers who are compassionate enough to not only share their wisdom, experiences, and accomplishments, but then had the bravery to act upon them. These are my heroines. And it is to them that I would like to dedicate today to, and it is in remembrance of all women throughout history who have had great fears, personal flaws, emotional and physical scars, and who faced insurmountable odds, but chose day in and day out to persevere with courage, with selflessness, and with strength. Today is to honor those heroines that came before us, the ones who stand beside me, and the ones who chose to get involved today. And it's for those who will go on to do even more in the future. Everything that we women have gained has been hard-won by women who were willing to fight for what was right, for equality, and for what will make the world around us an even better place for all. Which means today we stand on the shoulders of greatness from across the ages. Women you may have never heard of, but whose impact made it possible for so many of us to pursue our dreams and passions, because those women have faced torture, ostracism, imprisonment, violence, and death. But still, they looked forward and they worked harder. They were the heroines of their time. From women such as Joan of Arc to Cleopatra, Queen Elizabeth, Harriet Beecher Stowe, Sojourner Truth, Amelia Earhart, Prime Minister Margaret Thatcher, Laura Ingalls Wilder, to Krista McAuliffe. Their commonality was like the women you see here today. They chose to stand up and they got involved. And then here close to my home, my very favorite, Millicent Young, a singularly inspirational World War II female fighter pilot from our very own Colorado. A Congressional Gold Medal recipient was yet another woman who opened the door for all of us to be who we want to be. Both the infamous and the unknown displayed strength, patience, intelligence, perseverance, and love as the qualities that other women could embrace with dignity and honor. As a result of being on the receiving end of love from women in my life, Their patience helped me witness the strength all around me that they gave, and because of that, I'm a deeply changed woman who can scarcely believe that I, a 22-week-old, 2-pound, 12-ounce infant adoptee that could fit in the palm of your hand, would go on to be one of the first people in my family to not only graduate from high school, but college and graduate school as well, who would be elected to public office by her peers, who would speak to leaders, who would speak to young leaders, educators, and business people from around the world about leadership, personal potential, and how we can all best help the youth of today tap into their passions and their talents. And most importantly, I have the opportunity to share with others how to embrace freedom and liberty. The story of my life, like many women out there today, will continue to grow because I've learned to love what I do and do what I love. So hat tip to Representative Luck. I'll still continue to do what love inspires us all to do. Love guides us to stand up in what our best qualities are, take ownership of them, and grow them. Women of Colorado, thank you for fighting for more, for doing more for others, for pushing on when you're exhausted, for following your dreams and pursuing opportunities, because it's in all of those actions that we celebrate women today. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Van Beber. All right, thank you to everybody in recognition of International Women's Day. With that, we are going to go to reports of committees of reference. Mr. Gregorio.
Committee on Appropriations, after consideration on the merits, the committee recommends the following. House Bill 211161 be amended as follows and be so amended, be referred to the committee of the whole with favorable recommendation. Committee on Public Health and Behavioral Health and Human Services, after consideration on the merits, the committee recommends the following. House Bill 211030 be amended as follows and be so amended, be referred to the Committee on Appropriations with favorable recommendation. House Bill 1032 be postponed indefinitely. House Bill 1036 be postponed indefinitely.
Thank you, Mr. Gregorio. Printing report.
The Chief Clerk
Printing
reports.
report will be printed in the Journal. Message from the Senate.
Mr. Speaker.
Message from the Senate will definitely be printed in the Journal. Madam Majority Leader Escar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move the following bills be made special orders on Monday, March 8th at 10:33 a.m. Members, before I read this off, just know it's the same order that's already on your calendar. We're just adding House Bill 1161 on top, then House Bill 1015, House Bill 1107, House Bill 1106, House Bill 1103, House Bill 1008, Senate Bill 65, House Bill 1047, House Bill 1137.
Seeing no objection, the bills listed will be made special orders on Monday, March 8th at 10:33 a.m. Representative Roberts. You have heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The motion passes. Representative Roberts will take the chair. The committee will come to order. With your unanimous consent, the bills will be read by title unless there is a request for reading a bill at length. Committee reports are printed and in your bill folders. Floor amendments will be shown on the screen and on your iPads. Bills will be laid over upon motion of the majority leader, and the coat rule is relaxed. Mr. Gregorio, please read the title of House Bill 1161.
House Bill 1161 by Representatives Sirota and McLaughlin. Also Senators Zenzinger and Quorum, concerning suspending required statewide assessments for selected grade levels for the 2020-21 school year.
Representative Sirota.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move House Bill 1161 and the committee report from Appropriations.
To the Appropriations Committee report. Representative Sirota.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The Appropriations Committee report represents a possible savings of $750,000 to the state ed fund, and I ask for your support.
Is there any further discussion on the Appropriations Committee report? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of the Appropriations Committee report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. I think the ayes still have it, and the Appropriations Committee report passes. To the bill, Representative Sirota.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. House Bill 1161 represents the adoption of items from the COVID-19 policy implications working group that met over the summer, which suggests that the Colorado Department of Education will submit a waiver to the Federal Department of Education to suspend CMAS assessments in science. We do not need a waiver for social studies, but we will be suspending social studies in the current school year, and we will be limiting the assessments for English and language arts to only grades 3, 5, and 7, and math only to grades 4, 6, and 8. Also, the scores from assessments given will not be tied to teacher and principal evaluations or to accountability and accreditation measures. All of those represent consensus from the work group except for the math and English components, but those we reached consensus, I think, through negotiations with almost everyone I think we heard from in committee on Friday who participated in those stakeholder negotiations on how we can both limit the strain and stress on our students and our teachers right now while we are still in the midst of a pandemic, moving back and forth between in-person, hybrid, and online learning, and while we can still meet the guidance that the federal government delivered that some statewide assessment must be done in this school year. And I ask for your support.
Yes, Representative McLaughlin.
Thank you. This bill is the result of a lot of negotiation and hard work where everybody came out. We're all working together. We're working for students and we're working for educators. We're working for parents, schools. I think we came out with some really great suggestions and a good direction to go. We want teachers to teach and we want students to learn. And I think this bill does exactly that. So I urge your support. Thank you.
Is there any further discussion on House Bill 1161? Representative Baisley.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I'm on the Education Committee, and so of course, we heard it in committee. What I like about this bill is that it kind of holds the teachers harmless. Not their fault that this pandemic has hit like it has and has interrupted instruction like it did. But there were a lot of, I'll say a lot, there were a few very big and improper, I believe, decisions that have been made over this last year regarding the pandemic and shutting things down, closing down our schools, forcing a lot of, here's one, for instance, that the district where I live in, Douglas County School District, talked to the president of the school district there who said, boy, there's a rule that if one child gets the sniffles, then that entire class is quarantined for 2 weeks, including the teacher. So the impacts were phenomenal and way overboard. I understand that we did not know what the pandemic was going to be like at the beginning. We needed to flatten the curve. That curve got flattened right away, and then a lot of overreach happened. So we need to have a measurement on what that impact was. 1125, the predecessor to this bill, was to just do away with measurements altogether, which I thought was a real shame. This bill, it was a replacement bill because the Biden administration put out guidance of what waivers would be allowed, because this is a federal requirement. And so this bill, 1161, just meets the minimum. It still is not giving us a good apples to apples to apples to apples comparison over time, for us to see as parents, as citizens, as taxpayers, what was the impact of the decisions that were made from the government and from local health agencies on the education for our students. So I don't like the bill in that it is trying to do the minimum. I understand the arguments that, hey, let's just get back to teaching and not do the measurements because we know they're all going to come out poor. Well, we do all know they're going to come out poor. Not the fault of the teachers, but we need to see what was the impact of all those decisions made from governor all the way down to local health agency, and we need to be able to respond to that with intelligence. And this is a half-hearted attempt to measure that, so that's why I oppose the bill. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Any further discussion on House Bill? Representative Pico.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I rise in opposition of this bill. One of the fundamental issues of education and any other industry, commercial business, government, anywhere, is to measure your results, measure your performance, and only when you measure it can you figure out where your deficiencies are and come up with something that makes sense. We should not waive any testing requirements, hold harmless the schools perhaps, but I think we need to understand just how devastating this has been to our children and grandchildren, and you do that by testing, not by skipping the test. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Representative Holtorf.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, esteemed colleagues. I've made a mess up here. 1 minute. That stuff went everywhere. Ooh. So I went back to my school and talked to my superintendent in my hometown. And I talked to members of the school board. We have had such a disruption. We've had such a disruption this year in the educational model. And the students have been impacted in so many ways. And one of the things I heard was this year is the wrong year to be doing standardized testing. This year is just not the right year because of the stress on the faculty in the reimagined learning model that we have, virtual, in-person, hybrid, whatever that was and still is. Some schools have opened up again. Other schools are still doing hybrid variants. And then some schools, I believe, are still not open. So my good friend, Brian Christensen, said, I need you to go back and ask that we don't do standardized testing. We need a waiver for standardized testing because of the disruption, because it's not fair to the students this year. Now, I don't want to get in the merits of, and I know there's been discussion about this, and I don't want to get in the merits of the importance of testing. I get it. But this year of all years, particularly when the students have been under so much stress, and the real issue for me is how many of us, by a raise of hands, have had our youth suicide rates go up in our communities? I've got students that have come to me from the school that my daughter went to school in, wrote a letter to the governor, were even featured on the state news about their plea to please listen to the students and the plight of the students and the stress and all the things that are happening to our students and our youth population. So if there's never a year to not do standardized testing, I really think it's this year. So I'm asking, and I believe I'm offering an amendment, still not here yet. I'm offering an amendment, and I do appreciate what the bill sponsors are doing. It's commendable because we're trying to soften the landing for our youth. The subjects that we're still testing, one of them is probably one of the hardest. Well, it depends. Reading or math. Depends on your affinity for numbers or your affinity for language arts, and everybody's different. But I really think this is the year, as a state, we say, let's suspend it. Or at a minimum, make it the least impactful to our student population. Because I will tell you, think about the demographic of our student population. Many students aren't even in the school place anymore. Student enrollment is down because a lot of kids have spun off for a lot of reasons. And the learning is significantly degraded because we know that virtual learning and the intention of some of the youth, depending on the age especially, is really hard to maintain. The younger the student, the harder it is to maintain that attention span. And we can't deny that. I have nieces and nephews that are very small. And I've been in their home when they're supposedly doing the virtual learning they're supposed to do. How many of you know that there's a computer right here with their video game on it and the computer right here that the teacher's watching? I caught my little nephew playing that game. 8, 9 years old, little clever fella. And he's got the little thing in there and this thing's on and he's doing his thing over here. Now, I guess that's a lesson in multitasking, I presume. But I will, at this time, I guess, I have an amendment I'd like to bring forward for the consideration of the bill sponsors. Representative Sirota, I'll give you a copy of the amendment as soon as I get it.
I will recognize, if you want to come back up when you have the amendment, Representative Holtorf, you can. Representative Arndt.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And members, most of you know me because down here I do a lot of natural resources and water work. Until I was 50 years old, I was a public educator, a professor and an expert in assessment. I was on the National Board of Accreditors for Colleges of Education. Fundamentally, you need to understand what the CMAS test is designed to do. It is not for the individual student. The CMAS test uses our students to collect data on our schools. That's what this test does. An SAT provides a student feedback on their individual performance. So let's just be clear what we're doing to our students. We're using them to check on schools. This is fundamentally not the year to use our students for anything else but student learning and student assessment on an individual level by the teachers and the schools who want to find out what their level is. I fundamentally have always disagreed with the CMAS test because I feel like anything we do in education should be only for the student and their education. I feel very strongly about this. And I lose a molar every time I'm on a school board. That's why I've only been on 2 school boards. As a special education teacher, I've had parents call me and tell me that this creates anxiety. One student picked up his computer, threw it across the room. I said, then don't let your kids go to school on the CMAS day. And she said, Representative Arndt, I can't do that. And I said, yes, you can. My children never went. They got to stay home and study for the test that pertained to their future, which was the SAT and the ACT, which directly relates to their success in their future. So I know I'm a little extreme on this, and I'm not really in the mainstream. I'm a little bit of an education radical because I believe that schools exist to serve the students and not us, our data harvesting from the students. So I'm a strong yes on this bill. And before we think about this bill, let's be sure that we technically know what the purpose of each test is. Absolutely, teachers are in there evaluating their students. They are going to need to know what they learned and didn't know by the end of this when we pull out of the pandemic. That's absolutely critical. That helps the kid. CMAS does not.
Representative Holtorf. Sandridge, Representative Holtorf.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So before we post the bill on, or the amendment rather, on the moniker up here, or the overhead projector, I just want to stress that also the teachers, I have friends that are teachers in my community, and they have also said how disrupted and how difficult the educational learning model has been in this past pandemic year. In the fall, and now it continues in the spring. Now, under ideal conditions and normal learning conditions, I would say absolutely we should test. We should do the meet the intent of testing, not only to measure the school and the school's delivery on education, but also the students and the students' achievements in that educational model. So, I would say that this is a very straightforward amendment. And at this time, I'd like to display the Holtorf amendment and move L002 to House Bill 1161 and have it displayed.
All right, Amendment L002 has been moved and is displayed. To the amendment, Representative Holtorf.
And I really think this does what the faculty and staff that, and it's not just from one county, it's multiple counties. If you look at my 9 counties, many of those counties have 3, 4, or 5 school districts in them. I represent many school districts. I may represent the most school districts of any legislator in this body when you just run the numbers. And I've had many of them say this is not the right time for this. Why, when so many other things have been disrupted and disturbed? And I understand that we're trying to soften the landing, but this takes it away, in my opinion. I'm going to ask the bill sponsors to interpret it before they argue their position. I'd just like for them to interpret it to see if it really does what I say, and if it really meets the needs and the pleas that I'm presenting to this body at this time. Because here we are talking to this microphone through masks. We've had our own disruption in the legislative process, but I would argue that the schools and our school districts and our students have had a disruption much greater than we have had in the past year. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Representative Sirota. To the amendment, yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I thank my colleague from Southeast Colorado. I do believe that your amendment does represent the needs of our students and our teachers in Colorado in the fact that we should be focused on learning and instructional times, meeting kids' social and emotional needs right now. However, the need that it doesn't meet is the federal guidelines. And so, Representative McLaughlin and I had introduced House Bill 1125, which would have done just this. And then federal guidance came out about what kind of waivers would be entertained. And what was stated was that there should be some statewide assessment. So, in fact, I believe that the bill that you have before you today, 1161, represents the best that we can do for our students, for our teachers, for our districts right now, because it represents minimizing as much as possible the testing burden on our kids and our teachers and our districts while still meeting the federal guidelines of having some statewide data. And so I very much appreciate the sentiment, but we want a waiver that will be approved. And I think telling CDE to write a waiver that will not be approved will in the end harm our children and our students because we won't get them any measure of relief. So I regretfully have to ask you to vote no on this amendment.
Mr. Minority Leader.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and I don't regretfully ask you to vote no on this amendment. This is the product of, not this amendment, but this conversation has been the product of a lot of talk this year about how do we figure this year out. In the end, what I keep coming back to and what I want us to remember is that we keep coming back to the kids. We keep coming back to how is it that we figure out the best possible way to understand the impact of this year, and then how do we guide ourselves moving forward. So the remarkable thing, I don't lose molars when I'm on a school board. I lose a lot of sleep, and sometimes I help develop curriculum, and sometimes I help develop standards for assessments. Whatever system we have is the system we have. And so CMAS this year is critically important to understand where kids are and what we as a culture, as an education culture, need to do. Someday, we probably need to move to much more adaptive assessments, like NWA MAP, that actually takes kids past their current educational level and back and forth. But to say that we don't need assessments this year will fail the very kids that we want to figure out how to go about this process and how to figure out how do we go forward from the worst year ever to making sure that kids are back on grade, back at level, making sure we have reading and math and science, all of the things that we keep stressing on track, and we have the data to know what to do.
Representative Larson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's an honor to serve with you. No honors. No honors. Anyway, members, I also rise in strong opposition to this amendment. This amendment essentially turns this bill into 1125, which was a bill that I was vehemently against had that bill gone out of committee. You likely would have heard me talking on the House floor for 12 hours contiguous because it is an issue that I think is that important to our state and important to the future of our children. But this didn't happen for a good reason. First of all, it didn't happen because the Biden administration's education secretary said they would not issue waivers to this effect. So were this amendment to pass, it would essentially just waste time and money. Second of all, our own administration here recognizes the importance of accountability and having publicly released tests. And a vote for this amendment would essentially let us fly blind for the last 2 years as to what we've done to our children. The first publicly available data we would have under this wouldn't arrive until next summer. And that's way too long. I mean, frankly, I was disgusted that we didn't administer the test last year. It frankly wasn't possible given how new the pandemic was. This year, we do have that capability. And the amendment, the underlying bill here is by no means a perfect bill, but it is absolutely the epitome of a compromise, which is why I was happy to vote for it in committee. This amendment backwalks that. So I ask all of you to oppose this amendment and let the underlying bill go forward as currently written.
Representative Holtorf to the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm sorry that I'm unable to persuade members of my colleagues and perhaps others. But I want you to put it in one perspective. And that is, what is really important here? What is really important to our children as they grow, as they develop, and as they move in their young lives to become adults? Now, we as adults, we might have our own perspective. But I will argue, unless we really look at it from the people, in this particular case, that have been the most impacted, which are the youth. Now, I know most kids will say, I don't want to take a test. They wouldn't want to take any test if they had a choice. It could all be just subjective based on participation or maybe on just attendance. I don't know. And nobody more than me wants to measure success. But I will tell you, this isn't the right time. This isn't the right time. We didn't do it last year, and now we say, well, we have to do it this year. We have to force this. Do we have to rush to failure, knowing that the results are going to be depressed, lower than they should be? Will they even be accurate results? Can they even be accurate? I would argue that probably not. Do we need to make that measurement? Does that need to happen right now? Well, maybe the federal government says so, but maybe the state of Colorado says no. Maybe we lead in this regard and say, it's not the right time. Maybe you say we'll do them next fall or next winter or the following spring. In the big picture of life and the future, does that really matter? And if you think about it from the perspective of the kids and the faculty, and those pleas that say, hey, it's not the right time to be doing this, if you want to listen, I'm not concerned with what a lot of the bean counters are saying, a lot of the statisticians are saying, a lot of the testing gurus are saying, a lot of the standardization wizards, what they're saying. I'm listening to my people. I'm listening to the youth, and I'm listening to the faculty and the administrators that I have spoken to. And they're telling me it's just not the right time to do this. Do we have to do this? Well, I'm bringing that message to all of you from real people in real places in rural Colorado. And that's what they've asked me to do. I will be quite honest. I've had people in my caucus say, don't run that amendment. You can't do that. We had a long compromise, and that's okay, and I appreciate their input because that's what we're here to do. We're here to do what we do. We talk, we listen, we discuss, and we consider what do the people want. But it's the people. It's the people that we are beholden to, not some special interest, not even the federal government in this case. When you have representation for the people, of the people, by the people. Truly, it comes down to that for me. And so I stand behind this amendment. I ask you to understand where we're coming from with this amendment. And I would like an aye vote so we can take care of the people that are most impacted and say, we're going to do this at a later time. We don't need to do this right now. We absolutely don't need to do it. People might want to do it. People might say we have to do it. But I would argue we don't need to do this testing right now.
Is there any further discussion on Amendment L002? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of L002. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. No. The noes have it, and the amendment is lost. To the bill, Representative Sandridge.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This bill wasn't really on my radar until, I guess, a week from last Saturday at a district lunch. Some constituents came up to me. I was on a board, school board, and expressed his concern with this bill. And I'll just relay the concern that we all know that the pandemic and the restrictions associated with the pandemic has really hurt our kids. A lot of them haven't been in a schoolroom very much in the last year. But there is a need for information to know as we try to move forward where we're starting, to know where the damage has been done. And I think that's why I stand in opposition to this bill. Information is key of knowing how to move forward, knowing what areas that school districts need to focus on, schools and teachers. But I think that there's this misconception that we all need to stress that, we all know this test is going to be pretty rough. We'll know that the results probably won't be what we want. I mean, I have a 7-year-old in second grade, and everybody that I know is struggling. But we need to know what aspects and what data, this data, to know how to craft policy and how to move forward. But this misconception that if a child does poorly, it's their fault or it's a teacher's fault. We need to make sure and let the teachers know, that the kids know that, hey, this is for information purposes, and we know it's been rough the last year, and we're not going to come down on you. So I think I definitely agree with Representative Pico about some type of hold harmless, and just say, hey, this is for information purposes. I don't know if we even hold back on releasing the data to some people, to even the kids or whomever. But to be worried about the results is understandable, but we need to know what the truth is and craft policy to address that truth. But I want to stand up here and say that, and then something else too is, there is an opt-out. If we have kids that are stressful, obviously we have a mental illness issue with our teens. You see anything wrong with that associated with this test, there's an opt-out feature, and that should be used. But just to conclude, I think we should stress to our kids, stress to our teachers, that we understand this was a rough year, and that the results won't dictate their performance, that the results won't dictate their intelligence, the results won't show, the results are just for information purposes. So with that said, I'm relaying information from my district lunch, and I stand in opposition at this time. Thank you.
Representative McCluskey.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It is an honor to serve with you.
It's an honor to serve with you, Representative McCluskey.
I want to, first of all, acknowledge the bill sponsors who have worked so diligently to bring forward policy that really does make sense for Colorado. I am particularly grateful to Representative Sirota and Representative McLaughlin for their consideration and incorporation of the feedback from the Department of Education, Commissioner Anthus, around the accountability pause. I believe that the policy that is before you today is a very accurate and thoughtful reflection of what the working group was able to accomplish this last fall, as they really did some intensive work around what it means to pause our accountability system in this moment at this time, and I'm just so pleased to see it represented in this bill. I also, as an individual who's worked in a school district, want to lift up the value of the information that we get from these statewide assessments. It helped inform my district in how to better deliver classroom instruction to make sure that the needs of every child was met. It is absolutely clear that now is not the time for CMAS to be conducted as it has been in the past few years. It would not work in our school buildings or in our school rooms or to the benefit of our kids. Flexibility was something that I believe everyone who was at the table was after. And I really want to lift up the bill that you see before you today, because I believe it delivers what we need most importantly. And Representative Pico, thank you for using the word measurement. Now more than ever, we need to understand where learning loss has happened for our kids across this state. there will be value in using a tool that is reliable, valid, that helps us understand what's happened in the San Luis Valley, in the high mountain rural resorts that I represent, and urban Denver. It is important that we examine that learning loss because I think, as many of us know, the children who have experienced the greatest barriers and challenges to learning during this time are those children from poverty, our kids who are at risk, kids who have special education and ability needs, children who are still in the early stages of learning English as a new language. And it's those kids we want to make sure that we capture in this moment, understand what their needs are, and invest in a way that helps us ensure we get them back on track as quickly as possible. Now more than ever, the information we get from the assessments that will be conducted will help us drive funding, resources, and investments into public education in a way that we have failed to do before. Now more than ever, equity has to drive our discussions around where our dollars go when we have such limited resources for the K-12 system. I, again, lift up our bill sponsors, the many stakeholders who have stood at the table to try and craft a policy that makes sense for Colorado, that is compliant with Fed guidelines, but ultimately will do what's best for kids. And I'm excited to see what we are able to do once we get this information to make sure that we are responsive, that we direct funding in the right way, and that we're able to bring our kids along. I urge an aye vote on the bill. Thank you.
Representative Rich.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think accountability is really important, whether it's just our schools or our students. And I recognize that this government-imposed shutdown is not the fault of our teachers or our students. But our government, the state of Colorado, should know the damage it has done to our educators and our students. And we should not be afraid of the accountability. We should not be afraid of finding out what this has done when we're teaching our children. So with that, I ask for a no vote on 1161.
Representative Larson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's an honor to serve with you.
It's an honor to serve with you.
I just wanted that one from the first time. Anyway, members, I couldn't agree with my colleague, Representative Rich more, which is why I'm asking for you to come and support this bill, 1161. As I alluded to before, had this been 1125, it would have been a very different story. I've been very clear, as have many advocates, many parent groups across the state, that we need publicly released data so that we can understand what learning has been lost, what is happening to our children this year. And that was the line in the sand that I and many like me drew from the beginning. And I didn't think we were going to get that. I was fully expecting 1125. I was expecting a bill driven by special interest that was going to hide what we did to our children and hide from accountability. And indeed, that bill was read over. But then our federal administration stepped in and said that no, we're not even going to entertain that. And then our state level administration stepped in and said, this isn't the right call. So what we ended up with was 1161. Now, this isn't a perfect bill, but for someone like me, and I trust many of my colleagues and our constituents, parents, children who are suffering from what we have inflicted on them in their school year this last year, what they want is a measurement of where we are at, this snapshot in time. And 1161 gets us that. We have publicly available data on reading and mathematics that will be released and collected. Now, yes, it will be pared back. And in a perfect world, I wouldn't want that to happen. But we live in a world where compromise is necessary.
And I'm recognizing that this was an enormous compromise from where things originally were. And I'm not going to be someone who comes down here and stamps my feet because I got 95% of what I wanted and I didn't get the last 5%. This bill, in my 2.5 years being down here, is probably the only legitimate compromise that I have ever seen where both sides have given so much and truly met in the middle. And we need to recognize that. And again, if this bill didn't have publicly recognized accountability, I wouldn't be up here supporting it. I'd probably be up here reading from a stack of papers that I'd printed off, trying to force us all to capitulate. But that's not what happened. What we have is a bill that, in spite of the special interest attempts, is still going to have a publicly released set of data where we will know where our children are. And we can use that as a baseline to compare that next year when we have new data. And we can start to rebuild and recognize where we were and what interventions are necessary in order to get our kids back on track. Another thing that I do want to point out, because it doesn't get the top line in this, but there's a lot of stuff in this bill that if we don't pass is going to destroy our education system. Right now, status quo law, were we not to make the changes to student accountability and to school accountability that is outlined in here, the consensus recommendations for those of you that are a little more in the weeds with it, what would happen is the vast majority of our school districts and teachers would, by our own accountability standards, be put into turnaround status, be put into accountability status, have that negatively reflect on their records, which is not only unfair, but it's not an accurate representation of what happened. I don't think anybody's going to look at a teacher who was a rock star, top performing teacher for their entire career, go back in 2020 and say, oh, all your students lost learning. You must be a bad teacher. We need to start accountability and intervention. That's not an effective use of our resources, because that teacher is still that great teacher they've always been, most likely. What happened is that their students' education was totally disrupted. And rather than spending hundreds of millions of dollars putting districts, schools, teachers into accountability and turnaround status, giving them interventions that frankly most of them likely don't need, this bill recognizes that reality and puts a pause on those things. Now, that's not the top line, because the top line is the accountability. But that stuff that's not the top line billing is tremendously important. And if it doesn't pass, our state is going to be in far worse shape. So members, I get that nobody loves this bill, but for me, that means it's probably something that we should consider voting for, because that's a good compromise. So please support this bill.
Representative Pico.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to respond to a couple of things and emphasize my opposition to 1161. First off, I want to address the point, a number of people said how many school districts they've been working in or how many they represent. My wife and I put 9 kids through schools in districts around the world and across this country. I think we have been resident in more school districts than anyone here currently represents or has ever been in. That's built a lot of experience on seeing what does and does not work. And we've been very deeply involved in education of our kids and now working on our grandkids, again, in countries around the world. We are spread thin. But the CMAS bill here proposed to eliminate the testing for a year and put a pause on some of the specific items. I was on a video conference that talked about the schools. I think many of you all was here, and I see the recommendations and results of that video conference in this bill. And I'm not sure how they figured out what those impacts were, but they had already identified an awful lot of shortfalls. But now to come back and say, well, we're going to skip testing for a year, misses a key function. Testing measures the schools and not the individuals. I get that. But you have to understand what the impact was across those schools and what the impact to our kids were before you can come up with a way to fix it. The results of that other survey was terrifying, but the fact is, we need to know what this impact has been on our kids and on the school systems that take care of them and all the other services that are tied to it. We need to know. And you don't find out by skipping the testing. You test, and that's how you figure out where you need to move forward and what the best results are. So I urge a no vote.
Representative Holtorf.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, thanks, God. I appreciate the comments of my colleagues, and I will not deny any of their positions in any regard, with one exception. This is a COVID-19 era. It is not business as usual in our education departments, and we know oftentimes that poor CMAS results aren't going to affect the kids. They'll get through it. They're resilient. Whether they get a low score or not, which most probably many of them will, that will not truly represent their educational potential or their ability at this moment in time. But who will be most impacted will be the teachers. The teachers will get graded. Well, you didn't teach your students. You didn't meet the objectives. You didn't meet the standards. And that's not fair to those teachers this month of this year in light of what has happened over the past 12 months. I will already predict the results will be low. I will already predict that there will be huge bias in those results because of the hybrid and/or virtual learning models that we have had to implement over the last 8 or 10 or 12 months. Those statistical results will be an anomaly. They will be an abrogation of reality. They will not measure anything that is useful at this time. I'm not going to argue the merits or the importance of how useful testing is. It is just now in this time, in this situation. Now, with respect to my bill sponsors, I'm glad we have this bill before us. I wish a previous bill would be before us now. And the amendment I offered was to try to help remedy that for the people and for the children and for the educators. Ladies and gentlemen, here is why I deviate from many people in this building. Because for me, the Colorado Department of Education shouldn't be driving the train. What, you say? They shouldn't. They're the Department of Education for the entire state. Yes, they are. But they are a department that should be listening to and working to support and helping all of the school districts and the schools that they have the responsibility to oversee. And what you ask is why? Why do I say this? Well, I'm going to tell you why. Because I truly believe in my heart of hearts, many of the best outcomes in this country and in what is our United States come from the bottom up. And I know there are people sitting here just this morning during announcements that made testimony to that. For some of the great women that have walked before us, the bottom up. But are we truly listening? Is the governor listening? Is the Colorado Department of Education listening to the people? Are we listening to the school boards? Are we listening to the teachers? I'm not talking about the teachers' union. I'm talking about the teachers, the students. Are we listening to staff and faculty? Are we listening to superintendents at this time? I'm not talking about the past or the future. This has been one of the most challenging years, probably in many, particularly for education. So I'm in support of this bill at this time. If this is our compromise, then I am an aye. But I don't think this goes far enough, and I want to ask, who do we listen to in this building? Because this is a larger message. And this is what really frustrates me, ladies and gentlemen, colleagues, and members. Who do we really listen to? We listen to the special interests? We listen to the departments on high? Or do we listen to the people? Because we in this chamber are supposed to be most connected to the people. That is our job. And that should be first and foremost in everything we do and say in this chamber. Everything and everybody else aside, the people are counting on us for them to be heard. And in this state right now, there's much question about whether the people are being heard. So with that, I ask for an aye vote on this bill and support the bill sponsors wholeheartedly.
Representative Van Winkle.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I don't think this should be the only test under review, and so I move L003, ask for it to be displayed, and ask for a yes vote so that we can also include the Healthy Kids Survey and take a year off from that. Thank you.
All right, Amendment L003 has been moved and is displayed. Is there any discussion on the amendment? Seeing none, Representative. Madam Assistant Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Can we just stand in a brief recess?
The committee will be in a brief recess. The committee will come back to order. Representative Sirota.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I ask for a title ruling on this amendment. I do not believe that L003 fits under the title of the bill.
All right. Let me make sure I say this correctly. The committee will stand in a brief recess to discuss whether the amendment fits under the title. The committee will come back to order. The chair rules that the amendment does not fit under the title. Is there any further discussion on House Bill 1161? Representative Bradfield.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Chairman, I appreciate this opportunity. I am not here to speak for or against this bill. I am just coming as a former teacher just to remind you that the paragraph on page 2 about allowing the parent to have their child take a test for a grade level of which this bill would not cover, that they can opt their student in. State statute also says that a parent can opt out of any testing. And so I just want to remind you that there is always the opt-in, opt-out for any grade level and any test. Thank you.
Representative Van Beber.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chair. In the vein of what Representative Bradfield had to say about this bill, I would also like to remind everybody that this is a year where there is no comparing anything. The presumption of a standardized test is that something is standardized. In this last year, very little to nothing in education has been standardized. When we talk about assessment, there is formative and there is summative. The test we're talking about today is summative. And again, summative information, trying to compare things that are incomparable. When someone says that this test will hold people harmless, I can guarantee you, after 20 years in education, someone, some group, somewhere will hold someone harmful. There will be blame, and what we are measuring is what we are measuring going to find the right blame. Students, parents, school districts, school boards, I've heard from all of the above. Dozens after dozens after dozens of individuals and groups have reached out to me to remind us all that the information provided from any kind of testing such as this will most likely not be valid. I agree with Representative Holtorf in that we work for the people. The driver of this should ensure that we work for students. Again, I'd like to remind you, as Representative Bradfield has, a parent and a student may opt out.
Representative Holtorf.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, esteemed colleagues. So Representative Van Beber just touched something that I know to be true with respect to education and how oftentimes these results can impact. And I just want to point out that many times a teacher is in fact judged by their scores. And many times a young teacher, old teacher, middle-aged teacher can be at jeopardy in their employment because of how school boards and school administrations judge performance. Now, I would like to think that every school across the state would understand that this year is an anomaly and that the standards have all been damaged. But here's where I worry. I worry about the teacher that doesn't get their contract renewed. I worry about that person's livelihood, and then where do they go from there? So I have a lot of concerns. I support the bill, but I think we need to really listen and take heed because those measures, and I wish there was additional language that made comment to what I speak of, that people need to be, students need to be held harmless, teachers need to be held harmless, schools need to be held harmless, school districts need to be held harmless. And I don't agree with another bill sponsor that said this is how we're going to allocate money and funds based on these results for the future. I would tell you these results need to be thrown out because they are not going to represent in any way, in any level of accuracy, our education systems, our teachers' competence, and our students' ability to learn over the last 12 months and maybe into the next 3 or 4 months until we get COVID behind us, which is coming very soon. But right now, we are in a tenuous time. If this is the compromise that our bill sponsors bring, then we need to move forward with this compromise. But the plea for holding everybody and anybody harmless does not extend beyond this year. I understand the merits of testing. I understand the merits of measure. And the quantitative analysis that is key to improving academic standards. But I go back to say the same thing. This is not the year. So I will support this amendment. I wish the amendment went farther. In talking to one bill sponsor, she wishes the other bill was before us today and not this compromise. And I'm disappointed that those on high weigh in so heavy and push down and suppress the will that has brought to us by the people we represent. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, esteemed colleagues.
Representative Larson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to come down and reiterate, because I've heard a couple of comments here. Just want to make sure that people are making a decision based on what's actually in this bill. If you want testing and publicly released accountability, that is in this bill, and you will get that. I think there might be some people that are conflating this with 1125. It's been fast moving. But I do want to make sure that we understand that 1161 has testing and accountability in math and in reading, which are the two benchmarks that are most often used for summative assessments and publicly released data. So I just want to make sure if that's what matters to you, that you understand that that is in this bill, and that a vote for this bill is a vote for public testing and that data to be released. I'm for that, and that's why I'm supporting this bill.
Is there any further discussion on House Bill 1161? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of House Bill 1161. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. House Bill 1161 passes. Mr. Gregorio, please read the title of House Bill 1015.
House Bill 1015 by Representatives Carver and Tipper, also Senators Lundin and Janal, concerning security protections for certain criminal justice system personnel.
Representative Carver.
Thank you, Ms. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move House Bill 21-1015 and the Judiciary Committee report.
To the committee report, Representative Carver.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In the committee, we took several amendments really as a cleanup since now we're adding additional categories of people to receive this protection. And this and the follow-on bill, we did an amendment that showed that these protections are now available equally to various types of government officials who are receiving threats as part of their official duties. We also added a substantive provision so that those working as public defenders would be receiving the benefit of these protections along with judges, prosecutors, law enforcement, and Department of Corrections. And I ask for an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion on the committee report? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of the Judiciary Committee report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee report passes. To the bill, Representative Carver.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members, this bill and the next bill should be familiar.
We did a bill a couple of years ago that did the exact same thing for DHS caseworkers and those that work in adult protective services that had received threats as part of their official duties. This bill does two things, the same thing that we already did for DHS workers. First, it takes an existing provision in the law that says if you post the private residence, personal information on the internet with the intent, and that's very important for the Class 1 misdemeanor, with the intent that that is going to put that person or their family at risk of serious and imminent harm. So it extends that provision to those in the criminal justice system. It also, very importantly, gives those individuals who have received these threats the ability to hide their home address in state and local government databases that are available on the internet. Again, exactly what we did for the DHS caseworkers and others that had received threats. And I ask for your aye vote.
Any further discussion on House Bill 1015? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of House Bill 1015. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. House Bill 1015 passes. Mr. Gregorio, please read the title of House Bill 1107.
House Bill 1107 by Representatives Caraveo and Carver, also Senators Bridges and Lundin, concerning protections for certain public health care workers.
Representative Carver.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move House Bill 21-1107 and the Judiciary Committee report.
To the committee report. Representative Carver.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The amendment was simply a technical amendment to align the language of 1107 for public health workers with the exact same verbiage that we were using in the criminal justice bill that we just voted on. And I ask for an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion on the Judiciary Committee report? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of the Judiciary Committee report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The Judiciary Committee report is adopted. Representative Caraveo.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to Representative Carver for carrying this bill with me. Members, this extends similar protections as were discussed on the last bill to public health officials who have been receiving an increasing number of threats since the start of the pandemic, and this is leading to about 80% of them about 80% of them have received threats, and about a third of public health directors have considered leaving their post or have left their post because of this.
Representative Carver.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. When I was approached by the county health workers and their association with the threats they were receiving, again, very similar to what we had seen before with DHS, but obviously in this challenging context, colleagues, the principle is the same. Whatever agreements or disagreements we have on policy or authority, or any other issue worthy of lively and passionate public debate. Thank God for that. But where we must draw the line and apply in a consistent way is when threats of violence are made, that we act appropriately, as we did with caseworkers, as we just did with those in the criminal justice system, that if it is done in a way with specific intent to put that individual or their family at risk of serious or imminent bodily harm, that will be prohibited in Colorado, and we give those individuals a mechanism to protect themselves and their families by masking their personal information in the government databases that are available on the internet. I am glad to join Representative Caraveo on this bill, and I ask for an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion on House Bill 1107? Seeing none. You do need to be in the well, members. I'm going to let this one slide, but for the rest of today, if you want to speak, you cannot signal from your desk. You need to be in the well. Representative Holtorf.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I appreciate your leadership very much. I'm in support of this bill. I want everybody to know that. But you ask, how did we get to this place? When we have non-elected public officials that are put in the highest position of public authority within a context of a specific problem in society like this pandemic, these people who are non-elected officials, typically appointed or hired to work in these positions, and then forced to have this level of authority, it puts them in a very difficult place. And I know of people in eastern Colorado who have had these jobs and have stepped down from these jobs because the enormous amount, and these are very qualified people, but because of the public policies that we promulgated, we put them in a very tenable situation. A situation that many of them did not ask for. So remember that. Elected officials answer to the people, and they're hired and fired every time we have an election. But this is different. Now I'm going to rise in support of this, but I just want us to understand that these individuals, and many of them across this state, have been put in this position and received based on the environment, the outrage, and the outcry. They've received many threats, threatening their lives, threatening their families, threatening their future, threatening their careers, that they did not ask for. I would say that this still will not remedy the problem. It is a partial solution to a complex problem. And thank goodness we get through many academic institutions on partial credit. But this isn't going to solve it, ladies and gentlemen.
Is there any further discussion on House Bill 1107? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of House Bill 1107. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. House Bill 1107 passes. Mr. Gregorio, please read the title of House Bill 1106.
House Bill 1106 by Representatives Duran and Mullica, also Senators Bridges and Hansen, concerning measures to secure firearms to prevent use by persons not lawfully permitted to possess firearms.
Representative Mullica.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move House Bill 1106. There is no committee report.
To the bill, Representative Mullica.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. First off, I would like to recognize that this is a passionate topic for all sides, and my hope is that we can have that robust debate while still keeping it respectful. I will get to the specifics of the bill, but I want to start off with a piece of testimony we heard in committee. It was from Dr. Sudan Gunta. She is an emergency medicine fellow at Children's Hospital and shared a story of a patient she recently cared for. And the story went as follows. Last month, a 13-year-old boy, we'll call him James. James was brought to my ER after a suicide attempt with his father's handgun. He had dark brown hair and brown eyes that looked straight ahead, glassed over, and weren't blinking. The EMS team was holding a blood-soaked gauze over his right temple. His heart was still beating when he came to me, slowly and unassuredly, but still beating. Our ER team responded quickly, and I had to place a tube in his mouth to help him breathe, while my nurse hung up a blood transfusion to counter the blood he was losing on our ER floor. Eventually, I had to assess the damage and peeled back the gauze from his scalp. I'll spare you the details on what I had to witness, but I knew that at that moment that this 13-year-old boy would not be walking out of the hospital. I talked to his father in the ER that night to help him understand the devastating extent of this injury. He explained to me that he and James had gotten into an argument about grades and that online school had been hard on him. He ran up the stairs and his dad heard the door slam. When James didn't come down for dinner, his dad went upstairs looking for him. Unfortunately, he found James in the master bedroom, the dresser drawer open, a handgun on the floor, and his son just a few feet away and not responding. She went on to speak about the lethality of firearms and that if a child swallows a bottle of Tylenol, she can give them medicine to undo that harm. But that the bullet sitting in her 13-year-old patient's brain is not something she can undo. I share her testimony because it's raw and it's real. As an ER nurse, I felt the pain and the guilt. As a father, I was terrified and I was heartbroken, but that's why I'm bringing House Bill 1106 to you today, because we can do something about this. We should do something about this. For the first time ever in Colorado, the death rate for guns has surpassed that of automobile accidents for kids. Members, we have a problem. We have kids that are being hurt and that are dying. And I'm not saying that in a dramatic way. I'm trying to say that in the most sincere way. Children are dying because we're not properly storing our firearms. And I've heard the argument that education is the answer, that all we have to do is teach our kids about guns and how to handle them, about safe storage. I want to be clear that this bill doesn't stop that. It doesn't stop parents from being able to teach your kids about firearms. It doesn't stop you from teaching your kids about safe storage. It doesn't stop you from taking your kids hunting. What this bill does do, though, is it makes sure that if you're not around, that gun is going to be properly stored. We have a youth suicide problem in this state. We're ranked 8th worst in the country. We know that when a gun is used in suicide, that it's successful 9 out of 10 times, compared to a 2% success rate with overdose. We also know that 93% of the time when someone survives a suicide attempt, they never go on to die by suicide. We know that suicide is something that happens in the moment, and that 85% of suicides are decided that same day, with a quarter of them being decided within 5 minutes. That's why we're bringing this bill, is we don't need to make it easier for our kids to access a tool that we know is extremely successful when it comes to suicide. Now, we consistently hear, we heard in testimony from both sides, that responsible and safe gun ownership is the key. Yes, please. Members, this is the opportunity. House Bill 1106 defines what safe storage is. That definition is that making sure that your gun is either locked up with a cable lock, a trigger lock, or in a safe. And yes, House Bill 1106 will ensure that you do safely store your firearm. It also makes sure that every firearm sold in Colorado comes with a locking device. And it makes sure that we have an education campaign on what safe storage is. Now, I want to address a misconception that we've heard about this bill, that this bill somehow is going to delay someone's ability to protect themselves or slow them down from accessing their firearm. Members, if you have the bill in front of you, go to page 3, line 24 through 27. We've been explicitly clear that this bill does not apply if the firearm's on person or within reach. We've also done extensive stakeholding. We have affirmative defense if a youth accesses a firearm to protect themselves or to protect livestock. Members, we've been careful. We have worked and worked to bring you a carefully crafted bill that not only respects our Second Amendment and protects it, but also does everything we can to prevent accidents and suicides and deaths from happening. I ask for your yes vote today. Let's do something. Let's make sure that we're doing everything we can to prevent another tragedy from happening.
Representative Duran.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. 837. That's how many Coloradans have died by firearms in 2019. That's more deaths from opioid overdoses or from motor vehicle accidents. 74. That's how many children and teens were killed by a firearm in 2019 alone. Every day, 8 children are unintentionally shot by a gun. Since 2015, there have been at least 21 unintentional shootings by children in Colorado, resulting in 9 deaths and 13 injuries. This bill promotes child safety through responsible firearm storage by creating an education campaign through the Colorado Department of Health. Education is crucial to shifting the culture and encouraging all firearm owners to store their firearms safely. This education campaign will educate firearm owners by providing resources to licensed firearm dealers, shooting ranges, healthcare providers, local law enforcement, and safety instructors. Resources will include developing a notice about the unlawful storage offense to be displayed by licensed firearm dealers. Due to budget constraints in the current fiscal year, the bill does not direct any general funds to be spent on the program, but rather directs the materials to be available digitally online by CDPHEs and on their website. Additional public messaging such as television, radio, print, or digital strategies can be used if funding is available through gifts, grants, and donations. In a recent statewide survey of registered voters, 71% said they support safe storage laws. Federal law already requires firearm dealers to provide a secure storage device with the sale of every handgun. However, the law does not require that gun owners actually use the device or any other best practices to secure their firearms. Under this bill, licensed firearms dealers would be required to provide a locking device at the time of sale or transfer of all firearms, including rifles and shotguns. Encouraging a culture of safe storage education is crucial to shift the culture and encourage all firearm dealers to store their firearms safely. Safe gun storage will save lives. It will prevent tragic accidents. Let me say for the record that the vast majority of gun owners are responsible and already store their guns safely. But like these tragedies have shown, some still do not, and it costs lives. States with laws regulating the storage of firearms in households with minors had a 13% reduction in firearm fatalities in children under 15 compared to states with no such laws. This bill will help prevent firearm suicides, which is a rapidly increasing problem in our state. In Colorado alone, 636 people died by suicide with a firearm in 2018. Colorado has one of the highest suicide rates in the country, and suicide attempts with a firearm are by far the deadliest. 90% of suicide attempts involving a gun end in death, compared to just 4% of those not involving a gun. When someone is contemplating suicide, there is roughly 4 seconds between the thought and the action. There are over 14 states with similar laws, and they have seen an 8% decrease in overall suicide rates and 11% decrease in gun suicide rates among adolescents. Preventing teenagers from accessing a firearm when they are at risk of suicide could hold off action long enough to save their life. You know, I've been gifted with this platform to be a voice for our most vulnerable, and it's our responsibility and our obligation to protect our children. I stand here to say that this bill is not an anti-gun bill. It's not a pro-gun bill. It's a life-saving bill, and I ask for a yes vote.
Representative Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members, I rise in opposition to this bill. We heard this in committee, And we had a very robust debate, and we had plenty of witnesses on both sides of this issue come forward and discuss the merits of this. I first want to acknowledge the bill sponsors that I think their intent is admirable. No one wants to see anyone commit suicide. No one wants to see any sort of accidents happen where someone ultimately ends up losing a loved one. However, I do think, though, that this bill kind of strikes at a core fundamental value that we should all hold dear as Americans. And I'm going to read it because this is ultimately, I think, where we need to talk about and view this debate. And this is the Second Amendment. It says, a well-regulated militia being necessary to the security of a free state, comma, the right of the people to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed. What this amendment talks about is simply, it acknowledges every human being's right to self-defense. This is, in essence, not granting us anything that we didn't know we already possessed, but it merely codified our God-given right to self-defense. And that shall not be infringed part, I think, is absolutely necessary as we debate, this particular issue. Mid-February, there was a story out of North Carolina, and it was, I think, something that's very important as we listen to what goes on here today. But the headline here is 12-year-old North Carolina boy shoots, kills home intruder at his grandma's house. I'm going to read this article because I think it's important. On Saturday morning, a 12-year-old boy courageously protected his 73-year-old grandmother, Linda Ellis, during a violent home invasion. He shot and killed one of two masked men who had forced their way into his grandmother's apartment demanding money. One of the suspects, 19-year-old, can't pronounce this person's name, but Mr. Herring, was armed and allegedly shot. The 12-year-old then shot at the men, hitting Herring, who was found nearby and later died of his injuries. Quote, she's been here for so many years, who would have thought someone would come in here and do that, said Ellis's great niece. Members, if this bill were to pass, situations like that could very well go a different direction. And I don't know if we should be in this chamber, if we should be in the position of dictating, who gets to manage and operate their firearms in whatever way we think is best. Mainly because we have a right to self-defense. And whatever we do here could very well mean the difference between living and dying. Now, the proponents of this bill will argue it from a different angle, and the minority will argue it from another angle. But ultimately, I think the responsibility and the right to decide how we operate our firearms in the sanctity of our home is ultimately a decision that is best left with those gun owners in their homes. Here's another article that I found. This was also mid-February. This happened in Florida. Or excuse me, not Florida, South Carolina. An elderly couple in South Carolina fought back when an armed suspect attacked them in their home. Herbert Parrish, 82, and his wife, 79-year-old Lois, were inside their home around 2 p.m. Monday when they heard a knock at their back door. Quote, I opened the door, and he said he was looking for his little white Chihuahua and wanted to know if I saw it. Lois recalled. I told him no, I hadn't. But as she closed the door, police said the man, later identified as 61-year-old Harold Runnels, forced his way inside the house. That's when investigators said Runnels pulled out a large knife and began attacking her. I felt we're gone. Quote, I felt we're gone. He's going to kill us and take what he can take, Herbert said. He was not going to go out the door and leave us alive. That's the way I felt. The Vietnam War veteran decided he wasn't going to go down without a fight. Quote, I said I've got to do something quick and get the edge on him. Get the advantage on him, Herbert said. He quickly grabbed a hold of a shotgun he had hanging on his wall by the door. Herbert then proceeded to beat Runnels with the handle of the gun until the intruder was unconscious. Quote, I started hitting him in the head with the barrel, and I know I must have hit him at least 10 times right in the face, just as hard as I could hit him, Herbert said. Ronald was taken into a nearby hospital, but then later died that night from his injuries. And then both Herbert and Lois were injured during the attack, but are expected to make a full recovery. Members, my point in bringing these stories to you, and there's many more, and I'm sure we'll get into more stories as the debate goes on, is the point that the people in the sanctity of their homes have the right to protect themselves, especially from criminals and home intruders. It's one of the bedrock principles of our country. It's enshrined in the Second Amendment. And if we were to look at, I think, important court cases, such as Heller, then you'll quickly discover that this is something that we shouldn't take lightly. This is something that we shouldn't be putting any sort of onerous regulations on our citizens. Because if we do, then situations that I just read to you could very well end up turning out differently. And rest assured, I do have the Heller decision printed out. I will, refer to it as we move forward on this debate. But I wanted to make it a point to all of you to recognize what we're essentially asking in this bill. We're asking the people of Colorado to be handcuffed in the defense that they may offer in these terrible situations. I don't view this as a safe storage bill. I view it as a denied defense bill, pure and simple. And while, again, I appreciate what the proponents are trying to accomplish here, I think it's the wrong way to go. Obviously, as a gun owner myself, and I'm sure you'll hear from many others in the minority here, they'll tell you that the best way to handle these situations are to get to the root cause of the problem. If we're talking about suicide, then let's go ahead and attack the issue of mental health. If we're talking about responsible gun ownership, then let's promote responsible gun ownership through meaningful educational programs that don't necessarily have to do anything with the government. We can leave that in the capable hands of many wonderful firearms organizations that teach and promote gun safety. What this bill does is it allows home intruders, criminals, a greater chance of success in whatever it is they're trying to succeed at. That's all it's really going to do in practice, despite the intentions that the bill sponsors have put forward. I hope today can be a productive debate, and I look forward to this debate. And while the outcome of this vote may not be in question, I will promise you this. We will, in the minority, have a thorough discussion with the majority, and we will certainly make our objections known, because at the end of the day, we want to ensure that every law-abiding homeowner who owns a firearm has the ability to defend their property, themselves, and their loved ones. And we will certainly not give up that fight in any way, shape, or form. Thank you.
Representative Bacon.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thank you for your words. I wanted to quickly come up and either caution or ask my colleagues to be mindful of the lanes in which we will be having discussion today. I sit on State Affairs, and while in committee, I heard this bill and what we're asking to do in it be likened to a violation of the 13th Amendment. The 13th Amendment was the amendment that abolished slavery in this country. And I don't want us to forget what the purpose of that amendment was in eliminating the calling and use of human beings as chattel. And so, again, just want to say, likening having to pay for something that you're not interested in or take an extra step that you're not interested in is not the same of having your family assaulted, sold, or moved away from you. I also heard someone compare what is asked for in this bill as a violation of the 14th Amendment as an equal protection issue. Now, what he didn't say, which was correctly litigated on the equal amendments part of the 14th, equal protection part of the 14th Amendment, is that it is true that all states have to equally acknowledge gun ownership, and that the patent ban of being able to own guns is in violation of the equal protection statute. But what he did compare it to was to the levying of poll taxes. And so if you are aware of what poll taxes are, it was a law rooted completely in discrimination and racism to prevent people, you all heard me talk about my mother earlier this year, from being able to vote. So the equal protection standards assessed for poll taxes required that one be discriminated against and that they are harmed, and that the harm is somehow justified, but through the strictest of scrutinies. So I just wanted to be clear and to share with everyone that the Supreme Court has refused to equivocate gun regulation issues to the same level of scrutiny as poll taxes. And that is because there's a particular set of people who are harmed and discriminated against in circumstances in which they cannot change. So frankly said, one can choose to be a gun owner. One cannot choose their blackness. So I ask today, as we argue, that we make the correct uses of the argument and the statutes and the constitutional language, but that we also do not use and tokenize the hundreds of years of struggle in civil rights to make this case. That's my request and ask for today.
Representative Neville.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and members. May surprise you, but I'm actually not against gun locks. I think they have a time and place, and I brought some here from my house. What I am against is mandating those in specific situations because I believe it will lead to denied defense. So I brought in some things, and I did get permission. Thank you, Madam Majority Leader. This is the most, kind of easy thing that we could find. Thank you, Rep. Van Winkle, for bringing this in. I've got 3 daughters, so I couldn't find any Nerf guns in my house that would be effective for this. But I did bring in some different locks that we use in my house. Not all of them, but different types of locks. And you're going to probably hear more about these throughout the day. One common lock that you hear about is the cable lock. These typically come standard with most, especially semi-automatic handguns that you buy. This is kind of the standard. And the reason they're the standard is because you can kind of take this lock, as you can see, and then what you do is you kind of run it through the magazine well, and then you run it through the magazine well and you kind of open the chamber up at the same time, so you keep the chamber up, and then you bring that lock back down, and then what you do is you lock it back into place. So, right here on the warning of this particular locking mechanism, it says, "Do not use on loaded firearms." Well, that's because you don't want a bullet in the chamber, and if you have the chamber open, that could be a major issue. That could be a safety hazard when the chamber goes flying forward, especially if you have a bullet already racked in there behind it. It could lead to a jam as well. So you can't have this loaded and this in place at the same time. So we're into a bit of a quandary here. So middle of the night, you've got to get up, something happens quickly. It could not even be in the middle of the day. You got to run upstairs. Something happens, someone comes into your house. Well, first thing is, where do you keep this? Because if you're truly trying to keep it away from children, where do you keep the keys? You can't leave the keys next to it, right? That makes it pretty easy. You can't leave the keys in a specific hiding spot, because then that also, obviously, even separate from the gun, because then that kind of makes it pretty easy to know that, oh, this is the one that unlocks the gun. So that already creates a problem right there with the keys itself. Slows you down. But so then once you find the key, and hopefully, like I've got several different keys for several different trigger locks, hopefully you can find the quick one right off the bat. But once you find it, then you've got to take the trigger lock, put the key in, open it up, take it out. Well, then the gun's unloaded, so it's still rendered useless. How much precious seconds, minutes have we wasted already? Then you got to rack the magazine in, and then you got to chamber the weapon, which can be noisy. So you've also given up your location during all this. You're fumbling around. Now the intruder knows where you're at. They probably have theirs ready. You don't. It's denied defense. Also, take a look at this, and if you guys want, I'll have these on my desk. You can come take a look. You can snip through this pretty darn easy with a cable cutter, a bandsaw. I mean, it wouldn't be that difficult for any child, you know, above probably even the age of 6 or 7 to cut through something like this. Well, so they have different solutions. I'll be fair here. Here's another different kind of one that you have, and this actually just goes around the trigger well itself. So, as we talked about the use of the cable locks, those work really well for semi-automatic weapons. But if you have, say, a revolver that's not semi-automatic and you want to keep the revolver closed, but you can't, that has to run through it. So there's no magazine well in a revolver. So there's no way to use the cable lock. So some nifty people have come up with this. And what this does is you essentially put it through the trigger well, and then you clip it into place. And the idea is now your trigger well is protected. Well, here's the dangerous part about these. Same thing, you got the same issue with the key. You got to find the key. Where's the key at? And then once you find the key, you got to open it up. Well, trust me, and I want to say this as a recommendation more than anything, if you do own a firearm, please, for heaven's sake, do not use this loaded in a firearm either. Everyone knows the first weapon, or the first rule of weapon safety is never put your finger on the trigger until you are ready to fire. The issue with these are you've got this piece, this metal piece right here. It's basically going into the trigger well right here. So if a lot of weapons, you can't get this behind the trigger. So now you've got it in front of the trigger. So if you go to take this off while you're fumbling around and you twist the key, especially in a tight area, you can easily set the trigger off using one of these very easily. So again, length of time concern, so you've got to get this off, take it off, and then after you've done that and loaded your weapon, now you're ready to defense. You've denied them defense for precious minutes that could lead to the end of their lives. So there's obviously this, the big, the kind of standard safe, right? So you could use this. Not a bad idea. You can actually keep this loaded right in here. Lock it up. Okay, we have the same problem with the key, don't we? Where do I put this key? Do I keep it on my normal keys with my car keys, but then my kids know? What does that key go to? That seems special, looks different than the other keys. Where do I keep it? Where do I put it? So I go fumble for the key, and obviously this guy's not as easy to hide, is it? So if you get broken into your house and you're not there, and man, a criminal sees something like this. This is easy to take with them. They're going to take it with it. They're going to fumble around with it later and get into it pretty easy. So it's not really stopping anyone. Again, probably a good use for certain situations. But then once you get it open, you can actually, boom, get in there, and then your weapon's ready to fire. But this is also bulkier, so you can't hide it in a discrete location wherever, closely where you might think you need it. They do have some that kind of bolt to the wall. So this, again, is now not discrete, has its downsides. And we are mandating, basically, people use, these are essentially the kind of types. You could also have your big old gun safe. Obviously, most people probably don't have those in readily accessible locations. But they do make, I want to be honest, so we talked about the problem with the key. Well, they do make different safes that are keypads. So you type in a combination. That can be an issue. Dark of night, right? You don't know what's going on. What do you hit the keypad? So most people that I know that actually use those, typically there'll be like 4 buttons right here. What they'll do is make it really easy so that in the middle of the night they can kind of come by and click the first 3 buttons. Well, what's the problem with that? You made it pretty easy. Pretty easy to guess. Oh, and then most of those too, so that if you can't guess which one it is, what they'll do is if you get it wrong, you've got to hit a certain set of buttons to reset it. So someone's in your house, dog's barking, whatever's going on, you're nervous as being, you're fumbling around with this thing. You're talking precious minutes. Okay, let's be fair. There's some new technology out there, right? There's some new technology. Some make it a fingerprint. You can put a fingerprint and open it up. That sounds easy, right? Not here in Colorado, ladies and gentlemen. And you talk to a lot of those manufacturers, and they'll actually make some recommendations against it. Talk to a lot of gun owners, they'll make recommendations against using those types of fingerprint devices in Colorado because I don't know if you've noticed, but we're a pretty dry state. We're high altitude. A lot of times those don't work. They also operate on batteries. What if the battery died when you need the weapon the most? Also, with the keypad ones, you've also usually have sound. Maybe if you can't see them in the dark at night, they'll have ones that light up, but then they light up, you've given up your location. And then you've got the fingerprint ones that are completely unreliable. So I want to be very cautious here. Again, I think these have a time and a place. I've used them in the past in certain circumstances in my house, but that decision is best left to the individual. When we mandate this, we are denying their defense at a crucial time when they need it most. Criminals are going to love this law. I urge you to vote no on this. We are going to waste precious minutes and deny people defense of their loved ones when they can make these decisions and decide appropriately when they need to use these devices themselves. Thank you. I urge a no vote.
Representative Sandridge.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And obviously, I have respect for the two sponsors. I do feel that they generally have good intentions of this bill and want to save lives. But I look at this bill in the manner of a lot of bills that I wish it was this easy, that you can make a law and just cure gun violence. I wish the things in this bill were that easy, that we know a new law equals less deaths. But we find that in high gun control areas, the deaths skyrocket. That's just a fact. But we keep on doubling down on these bills. I'm afraid that this bill will cost lives. If you know about weapons, and you know about hazard situations, you know you need quick access, easy access. When you're in a hazardous situation, you need to be able to get your weapon as soon as possible. And just to use a far-fetched example, I don't know if Representative Geithner, when he was in Iraq or Afghanistan, if they would put their guns in storage areas when they went to bed. Probably didn't. Probably had easy access just in case of a hazard would come up. So I'm afraid that you have a young female that has an order of protection against someone. Maybe her ex-husband, maybe her boyfriend. She wants to use concealment instead of locking her weapon in. Meaning, let's just say she has a young child in a playpen, in a crib, in another room. She is a violent person, ex-boyfriend, threatening to come after her. So she locks up the weapon to follow this law at night. Now, she could have it close to her. She could have it close to her, as the bill says, and she'd be fine. But when she gets up in the middle of the night to go to the restroom, is she a criminal now? Or does she take that weapon with her? Or does she lock it up? What's even worse? To follow this law, she goes in to check on her baby. Does she now bring the weapon with her to follow this law? She can't leave it behind, hidden, because she'd be a criminal now. Now she's taking this weapon to check on her baby. Does she have the weapon right there while she changes the diapers? Because she doesn't want to violate this law? Access is important during critical times. When I was a police officer years ago, I lived in a really rough area. They didn't pay us very much. And I got threats all the time. Shouldn't I have easy access? Through people threatening to kick in my door? Sometimes I would get home late at night and drop my belt with my gun and lay it by my bed and sleep. So if my young cousin spends the night in another room, if I walk down the hall and not carry that belt with me or take it out and lock it in an area, I'm breaking this law. But even more so, you're telling me you don't trust me, or you're telling me you know better than me about how to protect myself in my own home. See, I go back to the bill that I wish it was this easy to just write a bill and everything would be cured. I wish there was an easy button you could hit and there'd be no more deaths. But the sad thing about weapons, it's very complex and it's huge responsibility. It's different for different people. People live in big homes, people live in small homes, people have no threats in their life, people have big threats in their life. People live on farms. People live in apartments in downtown cities. So their threats are different. The landscape is different. And the person that knows their security situation, the landscape, the weapon they use, knows best. And I have to agree with something that was said earlier. I think most of the people do lock up their weapons. Concealment. And are responsible. But what this bill takes away is the security of concealment, hiding. If you have a child that's crawling and the mother puts it on top of her high TV stand in her bedroom, they're breaking the law now. So I ask everybody just to look at the unintended consequences of this law and how things can actually backfire, and how you're telling people who are under threat that you're telling them how to secure their weapon. And in many ways, that is trying to push us square into a circle hole. And it's not that easy just to say everybody needs to lock it up, because it could be seconds. And when there is an ex-boyfriend that kicks in your door and has a gun or has a knife, and you locked up your weapon because you had to go use the restroom in the middle of the night, or if the ex-boyfriend has a key to your place, we don't need to be making people criminals that have a hard enough time. But I do commend the issue with suicide. And I'm more than willing to have a conversation on what causes suicide, how our restrictive policies cause suicide. But we don't want to discuss that here, and that's not what this bill's about. You know, you look at the stats in Europe who have all these laws, and their suicide rate went up too. So with that said, I just want people to think about the ramifications of this and basic knowledge of weapons or people who are in hazards, that they need easy access to their threats. If they're a victim of a crime, if they have orders of protection, if they're a police officer, if they are in the health department getting threatened by some mentally unstable people, we don't need to be going into them and saying, we know what's best, and restricting them. Just something I want everybody to think about as we discuss this. Thank you.
Representative Hanks.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I was on the committee that heard this bill as well, and I do remember very clearly the testimony from the medical doctor in the emergency room. Poignant story, absolutely. There was also testimony from a father whose son committed suicide, and he choked on it as he told the story. He overdosed. This man was a gun owner. He knew that his son was suicidal, so he secured his weapons. And the son found other ways to complete the mission, if you'll pardon the vernacular on that. There was another man that came forward, testified, and said, we've got to look at the fundamental causes of suicide. Let's crank this up to 11 here. We've got to figure out the fundamental causes of suicide rather than chasing them with if only we had done something more type of bill. Maybe we get in front of it rather than try to find a way to fix it on the back end. A couple of comments here with regard to Representative Neville's little box that he brought out. I gave those to my kids. You know, it's kind of a neat little lock box, and house got broken into, and that box took a little trip down the road, and then got busted open, and no gun in it. I mean, my kid was 8 years old, but the point is that didn't really secure much. I have a lot of lock boxes for things in various locations, but I'm pretty dedicated to this. There's a couple things you have to keep in mind. Most people who use firearms responsibly are fairly well practiced. You don't just own one and pull it out of a drawer. You're running at least 50 rounds a month through your weapon to get a sense of your own muscle memory. You're checking the weapon system for functionality. There's a problem with locking these things up with the little gumbo locks that Representative Neville was kind enough to bring in. We train most people who are serious about self-defense, train for a lot of different scenarios. Well, one thing you try to train for as well is one-handed capability, left hand, right hand. And I know it happens to me a lot, but when I sleep at night, one side goes dead until I roll over and the other side goes dead. My point being, try to undo a lock, especially one of those little garbage locks by usually they have the names of the firearm company stamped on it. I'll bet none of them would take responsibility for building them, but try to open one of those with one dead hand. Same thing with loading a magazine. The thing better be ready to operate, better be ready to rock when you need it. And I think we've come to a real crossroads here, I think, for people who are a little bit tired of backpedaling on their Second Amendment. And with all due respect to the sponsors, There is a definite sense here of my constituency that we are about to be pushed backwards. There's a tipping point. I will advise there is a tipping point. Most people are responsible gun owners that I know. I do not think that more education is a bad idea. The Eddie the Eagle program from the NRA worked for a lot of years. I frankly don't know if the NRA works anymore, to be honest with you. I'm a little bit torqued at them. I'm not in their pocket, let me tell you. They're like the invisible man as far as I'm concerned, and that starts all the way from back in Virginia. We ought to be cranking up a little bit harder. If I could offer a little bit of advice to my friends at the NRA.
Representative Hanks, to the bill, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to finish then with a comment about what we heard in committee. You know, nobody wants anybody to die by accident, by any kind of accident, whether it's by gun or by knife or by vehicle. We don't want to see suicides, whether by gun or overdose. We all recognize tragedy. Nobody in here has a monopoly on tragedy on one side of the aisle or the other. We have to educate our kids. We have to keep an eye on our kids. We have to know what's going on with them, their mental state. But I do not believe we can legislate common sense. And I do not believe we are making households safer by putting Cheesemo, Hasbro locks on these firearms. Thank you.
Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I apologize for interrupting the debate for just a moment. You all got the same notification I did, and I just want to explain quickly what it means. There has been a shooting at Civic Center Park across the street here. We are safe for right now. We are in a shelter in place by the CSP right now, and that just simply means we need to stay away from the windows, stay within our buildings. If you have aides in the building for some reason, they need to stay in your office with the door shut, stay away from windows. So if they're planning to go get you all lunch, maybe wait. Have them stay in your office for now, but I just wanted to make sure that we are all clear on what the text message was and what that's asking us to do. So we're going to continue our work here. I ask that you all stay away from these windows, stay in this room if you can, and please keep your aides safe and keep them in your offices until further notice. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you to the CSP. Mr. Minority Leader.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Take just a moment to think about what you just heard. We do not need a law to tell us to stay away from the windows. We do not need a law to tell us where we need to be right now. We all know that what we just heard is information to our benefit to make sure that we are as safe as possible. I would ask for a show of hands in this room, but I don't think I would get many. If I were to say, how many people in here are firearms instructors? The reason I ask that is because there are laws of gun safety, and actually my favorite is the third. So the first thing is you don't load a gun until you're ready to shoot it. However, there are times when we maintain ourselves at the ready. And that does mean that when we are in a location where we intend to protect our families, where we intend to encounter game on the trail, where we intend to use that firearm, that tool. Number two, kind of an important one. Know your target and what's beyond. Common sense, right? If I'm going to shoot a firearm, I need to know what I'm shooting at. Often at the range, that means that I'm shooting at a target. If I'm hunting, that means the game I have a license to harvest. If it's in the context of keeping my family safe, then it means determining what that risk is, what that situation I'm about to encounter is, and what happens after that. And only then do we get to the keep your booger picker off the bang switch. That's when we keep our finger off the trigger until you're ready to take that shot. Now, I mention these because every single class that I've taught, every single class I've attended, every single moment I've been around any organization that deals with firearms starts right here. Do you know why? Because safety is the very first ethic that you learn when you learn about a gun. Safety is the very first ethic that you take that responsibility on yourself. What we are here today to discuss is whether or not we want government to insert itself and tell us what is safe, and whether or not we want a law to say this is how you must act within your own home. This is how you must act when individuals in your home who apparently some think have never been instructed in this encounter one of your tools. And this is kind of where I think the conversation needs to end up. We're talking about tools. We're talking about the ability to use a tool that you have for the exact use it's intended. I gave testimony in committee the other day. I'm a contractor and I do work, and sometimes I take one kind of hammer, sometimes I take a different kind of hammer. But it's up to me to determine what that hammer is. It's up to me to determine when is the time to use it. One of the things that I think is so important in this discussion that we seem to lose continually is a discussion about where is government's place in this conversation. And often I think we get things a little wrong when we determine that an incident or an emotional story guides us to say that government must do this job because no one else will. I would ask for another show of hands, but I don't think I will. I had a phone call this morning, a Zoom call with Senator Lundberg. Senator Lundberg lives about 12 miles south of my house. And we were talking about this bill. And one of the things that came up was between my house and his, I can easily identify 4 different individuals who keep firearms in a location where they need to be so they can do a job. One of them uses them to keep coyotes away from his dairy cows. And by keep away, I mean he harvests coyotes so that they don't kill his calves. And that 30-30 stays out at the barn. And guess what? In the middle of a morning when you're checking on the dairy cows and you're getting ready to milk, you don't have time to go back to the house to get the key for the gun safe, to unlock the gun safe, to take the trigger lock off the gun, to shoot the coyote that's about to kill your calf. I don't know if you guys remember this, but we had some very, very enlightening testimony in this room from Representative Kimmy Lewis. And what did Kimmy tell us? Kimmy said she keeps a gun in the barn because her product is valuable enough to defend. Her cattle were valuable enough to make sure that the predators had a reckoning with her rifle. What we seem to get caught up in are the urban solutions that would be pushed onto a larger Colorado. I live in suburban Colorado, but I really spend most of my time in rural Colorado. And that's where I don't assume that anyone knows everything that I know. So if I have a firearm in the car because we're going to go shoot clay pigeons or we're going to go goose hunting, people know about it and they know don't touch that. My children who grew up in my house know absolutely for certain that you do not touch a gun. And if you see one out, you come tell dad or you tell another adult. These are the common sense solutions that families have really presented to their own loved ones for generations. And only now do I think that we start to see bills like this, where we insert government instead of parents and aunts and uncles and grandparents. I brought up a piece of paper today because I've been curious about this. Because we've really had an issue with vilifying a tool for probably about the last 25 or 30 years. And we hear the saying that guns don't kill people, people kill people. And we all want a solution to that end of things, where we take care of the people, as Representative Sandridge said. Let's have a talk about mental health. Let's have a talk about how to intersect these issues. But because of that, because of this time period, we have a host of grandparents who are raising their grandchildren. We have a host of people who are on limited incomes who are now going to be told that you have to have a safe, secure storage for firearms that you've owned your entire life. So my kid's granddad had a gun rack in the lobby. My dad grew up between Bucks County, Pennsylvania and Isabel, South Dakota. My great-grandfather homesteaded in Isabel, and he would go out there and spend his summers cowboying and moving cattle. And so he got to be pretty handy with a rifle. And that rifle, among all the other rifles and shotguns we had, was on a gun rack in the lobby of our house. There was no lock on those guns. There was the absolute understanding that you did not pick up a rifle until you needed to use it. And guess what? On the farm, when you needed to use it, was just about every time you went into the woods. Because we did live on rabbits and quail and squirrels. Because that was partly what our parents wanted us to do, was to have a subsistence living. We didn't have locks on those guns. The lock was the education that we had and the sense of responsibility when we carried that weapon. And that's where this conversation, I'm afraid, gets derailed constantly, because if my father were alive today, my children under this law would now actually represent a concern to him if he didn't have those guns locked up. And so my father, who would by now be on a fixed income, would have to, I don't know, look at Home Depot to purchase himself a stack-on 14-gun safe to the tune of $498. Or he could decide that, you know what, we'll keep the handgun in a tracker safe to the tune of $130. When we get into the cost of dealing with a new law that foists a responsibility to go and purchase a product, we get dangerously into the world of government telling you what you need to own. Nothing should come between us and the constitutional rights that we hold. And nothing should allow us to exercise those rights irresponsibly. And that is actually what you're going to hear a lot of from this side of the aisle today, is, first of all, what this issue actually looks like and how to frame it. But the second is what it means to exercise this responsibility responsibly. And I think we lose sight of the fact that by and large, vast majorities of the people who own firearms are absolutely certain and absolutely responsible in how they own them, how they control access to them, and how they do it. They don't need government telling them how to do that job. And in fact, I think when we get down to it, what we really do, and after seeing my colleague Representative Neville's demonstration here, what we do is we say, we want you to have things that don't represent safety. Because in requiring the things, you're taking safety away from someone. In requiring the things, you are creating an illusion that no child will ever find that key. You're creating the illusion that somehow, because it's locked up, it's now safe. I think that's a really dangerous illusion to create. And I think that the challenge that we're going to have is finding the strength to say that government cannot control all of these things. and to avoid the unintended consequences. I would ask the sponsors to consider truly what those unintended consequences are. Because as many times as we come up against the thing that we didn't want to have happen, I think that you also have to take as balance the understanding that so many, and again, the vast majority of those own firearms, instruct their children, their grandchildren, their nephews, literally kids who come to their house, and that actually to lock them up, to create some sort of a vilification of the tool, is not only not making it safer, but it's actually removing us from the idea of how to use these tools responsibly. And when we get down to the education side of this, I would encourage you, anytime you want to, come across the aisle. Find out what Rocky Mountain Gun Owners does in educating people, what the NRA does, what the National Shooting Sports Foundation. You know, we've heard people talking about gun locks. National Shooting Sports Foundation delivers millions of gun locks a year. They do because they know that that is one way people can maintain that safety of those firearms. They didn't ask government to create a requirement to do it. They want to be a partner in what it takes to make sure that people exercise this constitutional right safely.
Representative Baisley.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to kind of build on that general theme that Minority Leader McKean just described on law of unintended consequences, because I believe that we are here and having this conversation because of unintended consequences of decisions made decades ago. Now, the bill sponsors, whom I deeply respect and love as friends, engaged the motion of this bill with the motivation of preventing youth suicides. Obviously, a worthy motivation, one that we can all share in enthusiastically. However, I believe that 1106 is a misplaced solution to the tragic societal concern of suicides in youth. And I would be very happy to engage, as has been stated here by multiple folks at this mic, in trying to solve and find solutions for that. The element that makes the United States such a uniquely free place is the distributed trust in the citizens by a creator who takes delight in our happiness and our liberty. And in this proper worldview, government's role is primarily to ensure those rights. But among the very few individual rights that are enumerated in the United States Constitution is the right of the people to keep and bear arms. The Second Amendment ends with the requirement that this right, quote, shall not be infringed, unquote. Now, my dictionary defines infringe as to act so as to limit or undermine something, or to encroach on. To act so as to limit or undermine something, to encroach on. Now, of course, this formula works very well and quite naturally when the prevailing worldview is the one that recognizes the laws of nature and of nature's God, as our founding document begins. Or as John Adams, signer of the Declaration and second President of the United States, put it, our Constitution was made only for a moral and religious people. It's wholly inadequate to the government of any other. Very challenging words, obviously, to us a couple hundred years later, but a government that teaches our youth that life came about spontaneously without purpose or meaning should not be surprised when the frequency of violence escalates. And a government that insists that life is disposable all the way up to the point of birth should not be surprised at the frequent choice of suicide as a solution to personal difficulties. The value of life has been terrifically demeaned. House Bill 1106, very detailed infringement on the Second Amendment of the United States Constitution. It's reflective of a worldview that places Judeo-Christian values with statism, a view that holds no trust in citizens to exercise sound judgment while maintaining the right to defend themselves. The legislative declaration in House Bill 1106 states that, quote, responsibly and securely storing firearms reduces firearm fatalities among youth and decreases the likelihood of incidents resulting in harm to children, including school shootings, youth suicides, and other violent tragedies. Well, I don't think it's any coincidence that the violence increased with the rejection of the Creator from our public education. So those of us legislators who sincerely hold concerns for youth violence and suicide, I believe it would do well to address the disease rather than the symptoms, and the cause rather than merely the effect. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Representative Pico.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to address a couple of things. One is safe storage and firearm safety. This is taught tremendously by all of the various firearms organizations that I'm aware of. I am a firearms instructor certified by the NRA, though I have not been active for many, many years. But fundamental to that course of instruction, both as an instructor and as a student first, was firearm safety and storage of safe storage of weapons. That is not something that we necessarily have to involve the government in doing, but that portion of the bill that focuses on education is probably a good idea, other than the fact that that's already being done. Every organization that I know of is already teaching safe storage and safe firearms. The limitation comes in as to just how far you take that when we start criminalizing whether or not you actually do that according to how you have outlined in the bill. I want to focus a little bit now on the locking mechanisms that the bill requires to be sold. This is already done in quite a number of, this is already the case. And to that point, Mr. Chair, let's see if I do this right. I move Amendment L030 and ask that it be displayed.
Amendment L030 has been moved and is displayed to the amendment. Representative Pico.
What this amendment does is addresses the issue of whether or not firearms safety locks mechanisms introduced by or delivered by every retailer should be required in the bill. And this amendment strikes that, not because we disagree with the idea, but because it's already done. This is every firearm that I have purchased for decades comes with such a locking device. These are already part and parcel of selling and distributing firearms. It is already part and parcel of training and education of how to do that. Thank you.
Is there any further discussion on this amendment? Representative Duran.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, it is required and it does come with all handguns, but it isn't required to be used. So we are asking in this bill for not only for them to be used on handguns, but to be used on long guns, period. So I would say no to this amendment.
Is there any further discussion on L030? Representative Pico.
Federal law already requires this to be introduced on most firearms, and every firearm that I've purchased over decades already includes this. This is standard practice, and we do not need to have the government order us to do so.
To the amendment, Representative Will. On the amendment? All right. Representative Will.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And that is a federal law on handguns, and most long guns come with the locks, but it's not a federal law on the long guns. But any of them you purchase have them pretty much, but it is a federal law on all handguns that they do come with a locking device.
Is there any further discussion on amendment L030? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of L030. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. No. The noes have it. That amendment fails. To the bill, Representative Will.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I want to thank the bill sponsors. I think it's admirable what you're trying to do. And, you know, you mentioned the suicide and all that. I have to tell you, I've probably received more emails on this, particularly this bill, than I did probably with the vaccine last year. So thank you, Representative Molokai. But anyway, I don't like the term safe storage. It's just personal responsibility. When you're a firearm owner, it's your personal responsibility. And you know, I don't need the government to tell me how to store my firearms. I really don't. And you know, we talked a lot about, you know, it's a denied defense. It's been spoke about quite a bit before, and I agree with that. You know, it was demonstrated the time to take the lock off and do all those things. It just doesn't make sense. It definitely doesn't make sense in the rural and frontier areas of Colorado, I can tell you. But and one thing I want to mention is a law like this, when it goes into effect, I'll use my 93-year-old neighbor, okay? One of the nicest men on the planet, okay? Nicest guy, law-abiding citizen, has a gun at every door in his house. He has a gun at every door in his garage, the barn. We talked about having them in the barn. Everybody I know has firearms in the barn for obvious reasons, and I think Minority Leader McKean spoke to some of those with the depredation and those type of things. My point being is my 93-year-old neighbor, the day this law goes into effect, we're going to make a criminal out of that man. And he's the nicest guy in the world. Now, does he shoot his firearm? You bet he does. He protects his ducks. He protects everything. And, you know, if there's a coyote there, it's going to get shot at. It's just, he ranched his whole life. That's what he does. And the consequence of doing a law like this and making a criminal out of that old fella is just not right. I could go over hundreds and hundreds of people the same situation. I also have to say that I taught hunter education, firearm safety for over 40 years in my career. I couldn't tell you the number of kids. I probably could have. I looked it up. The number of kids I taught firearm safety to. And I can tell you over those 40 years, I ended up teaching those kids. And then after, you know, I went so long in my career, I ended up teaching those kids' kids. So 2 generations of kids with firearm safety. And I can tell you that not one of those had had an incident with a firearm. And I used to ask those kids all the time, we talked about safeties on the guns, we talked about all this stuff, watch the muzzle, you know, make sure your muzzle's always pointed in a safe direction, not towards someone or downrange at all times, you know. We talked about, Representative McKean talked a little bit about some of the 10 commandments of gun safety there, but you hound over that, you hound on it. And I used to ask the kids all the time, I said, what's the best safety on a gun? What's the best safety? And they'll tell you every little thing about this safety or that safety, you know, if it's a bolt action, if it's a lever action, whatever. I'd always point like this. Right here's the best safety on a gun, right here. Your own head. It's how you think, how you handle things. You know, you treat every gun that is loaded. Someone hands you a firearm, you know, you treat it as loaded, you ask them how to operate it, those type of things. Never had an issue with one of those kids. So I always used to play the John Wayne, This Little Bullet movie. I don't know how many in this house floor have seen that movie, but that's probably the best movie teaching young people, doesn't have to be young people, but teaching people about what a bullet does. And it always impressed upon them. And I just, you know, it's this particular law, I have an issue with it. I really do. And I think it's a punitive law. It's an after-the-fact law. I think it's unenforceable. In the areas that I represent, virtually everyone I know, if this became law, would be a criminal the day it went into effect. Almost virtually everyone I know. And trust me, they're not criminals. So I think the education part is huge. I really do. I think if we get to our youth especially and get to them at the right age and the right time, we can teach them about firearm safety and we don't have these type of accidents. They're happening. I know those accidents are not happening with those that are firearm educated. So with that, Mr. Chair, I would like to move Amendment L02 and ask that it be displayed.
Thank you, Representative Wilt. While we're getting that amendment displayed, the Majority Leader wanted me to note for everybody, if you haven't seen, that the shelter in place has been lifted. So we are no longer in shelter in place. Our continued thanks to the CSP. L032 has been moved. It's not yet displayed. And now is displayed. Representative Wilt to the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So what this amendment does is this section, it removes the section about this not applying to post-certified officers, active duty members of the United States Armed Forces, honorably discharged veterans, person who holds a valid unexpired permit to carry a concealed weapon, and also what I've been speaking about is a person who's completed a hunter education course certified by Division of Parks and Wildlife. And also and obviously what you know what a post-certified in, but thanks to Representative Liston over the years, we know what post-certified is, but peace officer standard training. So
I don't think we can get Rep. Liston back in here, or Senator Liston, but any further discussion on L032? Representative Mullica.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to Representative Will, and not only for bringing this amendment, but for your service to the state of Colorado for so many years. Members, I'm going to ask for a no vote on this amendment. It doesn't, I'm extremely grateful for all the professions that are listed in this amendment, but that doesn't mean that just because there's a member in the household that has done one of these things or has served our country, doesn't mean that the firearm shouldn't still safely be stored in that house. And so I would ask for a no vote, please.
Representative Soper. No. Mr. Minority Leader.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Focus on the words. So what you just heard was a long list of people who are quite effectively trained in not only how to handle firearm safely themselves, but also quite effectively trained in the entirety of firearm safety and why that's important. And the words that you heard after that was, don't support this amendment because just because they have this training doesn't mean that firearms are safely stored in the home. Yes, it does. Here's the thing. Can I guarantee that every single firearm is stored in a lockbox or in a way that you would have the government dictate? No. Can I guarantee you that they're stored safely? Yes. And the reason why I say that is because when Representative Will says that the best safety on a gun is up here, those are also the best safeties for your family. Those are the best safeties for the people who walk into your house. The best safety you have is to tell folks how to be safe about them. The best safety you have is dinner with your kids. The best safety you have is sitting down and imbuing those you love with the responsibility to handle safely the tools that you have at hand. So let's stop just saying, oh my gosh, yeah, just because these people have this certification, that doesn't mean that, because government hasn't told them how to. That is an incredibly short-sighted view. If what we say is government can only tell you, the training that is represented there is training that will help any individual maintain a safe relationship with these tools.
Representative Mullica.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to the Minority Leader. Members, I'll be the first to stand up here and appreciate everything that the members or the people that are listed on this amendment have stood for and have been for, but that doesn't mean that those households are not immune from accidents happening. I have a list right here. I have July of 2016, Steamboat Springs. A 3-year-old boy shot himself. Guess what that boy's father did? He was a police officer. So just because you're post-certified, just because you're a police officer, just because you have training, does not mean that these houses aren't exempt from accidents happening. It does not mean that those houses are exempt from children hurting themselves. So while I appreciate this amendment, I ask for a no vote.
Representative Sandridge.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And this amendment, I stand in support of this amendment because what it does is it pushes away from the bill this I know better than thou aspect of the bill. In any time in society, you're going to have accidents. That's just part of it. I know we're all trying to decrease accidents. But whether a death is take place from an accident or a purposeful behavior by an assailant, you're still dead. These police officers deal with so much each day, and I'm not just talking about the ones on the streets. I'm talking about the undercovers. I'm talking about the ones in the narcotics unit. I'm talking about the tactical ones. They're not a lot of times they don't make very many friends at work. I hate to tell everybody, but usually criminals don't like being arrested. And officers get threatened. And I think we should be able to trust them on how it is best to provide a safe environment within their home. They need easy access. They need easy access because they're doing a job that most people in here don't want to do. They're doing a job that's putting their families on the line, and that's putting their families in danger. But we want to restrict access to a weapon in case somebody barrels through their door, in case somebody goes by and shoots at their house. And we're saying that we know better than them. So an example of this amendment would be somebody that's a police officer for 30 years, retires, but we're stepping in saying we know better. I mean, it's unbelievable that we're going to use a bill's definition of safe compared to their own definition of safe that they've have 30 years of experience. And if one of these officers gets hurt, gets attacked, isn't able to protect their families, it's on this bill. If they're not able, some of these officers have post-traumatic stress disorder. Do you think not having quick access to their weapon is going to help that? Making them feel unsafe, making them feel that they can't protect their family at a moment's notice. Do you think that's going to help that? It's going to exacerbate it. So look at the unintended consequences of reality. Again, I wish we could just pass this bill and everything would go away and life would be great. And no one would ever get shot, and no one would ever. But reality has to set in. And experience kind of tells what reality is. So just consider the unintended consequences, please. Thank you.
I'd represent Pelton next.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, bill sponsors, for the bill. I do not like this bill. I like this amendment. These are the people that have dedicated their lives to learn about weapons, how to use them, how to be trained. And I agree with my colleague that was just up here. If we can't trust these people to do it, we for sure can't trust a bill coming out of this chamber to do it. I have a hard time imagining how a bill has more weight than the people that have done it their whole lives. I'm in full support of this amendment, and I'd ask for a yes vote.
Representative Holtorf.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, esteemed colleagues. I'm in favor of amendments like this to the bill. And I do thank the bill sponsors for bringing this forth and understanding that their intentions are noble. They want to save children from harm at the hands of firearms. Now, earlier today, a statistic was brought up that between 8 and 11% across other states that have passed this legislation, that the suicide prevention, or the reduction rather, is between 8 and 11% across these states. So, my point is, with respect to these amendments, ladies and gentlemen, it doesn't matter what legislation you pass. Legislation does not solve all of the problems of society. It does not. I think it's still illegal to bring heroin across international borders into the United States. I know, to the bill. I'm going to get to my point.
To the amendment, actually, but yes.
Well, it was that voice in the back of my mind, but it was the wrong one. So
That's it. You're getting a good instinct. It's
Thank
good.
you for your, I could feel it coming. The karma was there. The chi was there. It was coming. I just missed it. To the amendment. So truly, as we talk about this amendment in the bill, there are people, particularly in this amendment specifically, post-certified peace officers. I will tell you that they probably have as much, if not more, firearms safety training than the military. Year after year after year as they serve. They understand that. My colleague that sits before me here, as one of the only post-certified, there's very few peace officer in the General Assembly, knows year after year after year. I would also tell you, when you do serve in the military, you get a considerable amount of, now I'm going to change the word because it's different, and I'm going to explain the difference here in a minute, of weapons training and weapons safety training. Because domestically, when you handle a gun, it's a firearm. In the military, when you handle a gun, it's a weapon. Because when you serve in the military to defend the Constitution of the United States, which is paramount and important in the discussion today, in the discussion about this bill, your weapons training is what you take forward in that defense of our Constitution. But firearms in this country under the Second Amendment are legal. And I don't need to go through our Second Amendment rights because the Constitution is larger than any of us. That doesn't take away from the noble cause of the bill. But in this amendment, I want to go down further here. Most veterans have had a considerable amount of military weapons training. And that needs to be considered. Now, you're not going to stop all accidents and incidents, just as I mentioned. In an earlier testimony, you had about a 10% reduction. It's not 100%, it's not 50%, it's not 90%. You're not getting that from this legislation, I will tell you right now. Yes, there will be a reduction, but it's not going to solve the problem. But this amendment does offer a consideration for those rights of those who are highly trained. And that should not be overlooked. And how they handle their firearms and/or weapons, specifically their firearms, in the state of Colorado. Now, I don't know how many people have a concealed carry permit. By a show of hands, if you'd like to admit it, you can. I'm not afraid to raise my hand. But I will tell you, to get that concealed carry permit, you have to go through some very impactful and good training before you're allowed to have that. These seminars can go 2 to 3 days, intensive training up to a week, or maybe longer, a month of seminar training at different times. And one of the first things they talk about is safety and firearm safety. That never gets overlooked. Now I want to go to line 16. I'm going to raise my hand again. How many people have their hunter safety certificate or got one in their life? Well, guess what we talked about in class? Because I've gone and I have mine and I've sent my kids through it. Not all of them did it. The ones that wanted to, I made sure they went. And all we did for 90% of those classes was talk about the proper use of firearms and firearm safety and how important it is. And I tell you what, that's a good program. And I think it needs to be recognized. And this amendment does that. And I don't need to read the definition of a peace officer. I have a brother that's one, and I will tell you he is constantly working with firearms and doing training with firearms. And when I ask somebody in my family to take one of my kids, my nieces, my nephews, my relatives, even extended family and friends, when they come to our ranch and they say, I'd like to learn about firearms, I'd like to learn how to hunt, I'd like to learn this, the person I go to first is my brother, a law enforcement officer, a post-certified officer, and an exceptionally responsible individual and an excellent trainer. And I will tell you, the first thing he talks about is firearm safety. You don't even start until you've had that class. Now, this is a good amendment that talks about those qualifications. And getting back to the point of the bill, you're not solving the problem, despite the best of your intentions. You may take away or may reduce it to a statistic, but government is not going to solve it. If you think that's the solution, I say you're misguided. What is going to solve it, particularly in the case of my bill sponsor here and the story that he spoke of. See, 90% of our loss is a mental health issue. Let's be honest. If you want to solve the problem, let's do it. Let's get after mental health at a level we've never talked about it before in this state. And we are working that way, but I'll tell you, we're not there. We're so far from being there, it's not even funny.
Representative Holtorf, if you're getting that instinct to the amendment, you'd be correct.
Thank you. Appreciate that. My horse started running a little left. I'll get back on the trail. Thank you, Mr. Chair. But right here, look at what this says and look at what this embodies. There's meaning in this amendment, and I don't think it should be overlooked. And I will tell you, you want to know the safety on my gun? It's right here. It's right here. And I can control fire anywhere I want, when I want, and how I want. And it all comes from right here. Okay, we're taking pictures, I see. Taking pictures? You want me to do it again? I thought we weren't doing that, but I guess we are. Okay, did you video it? Okay. I'd appreciate if you put that down. I'm talking to the body, not trying to have a photographic moment, Mr. Chair.
To the amendment, please.
All right, here we go. Here we go. I'll wait. Okay. I'm trying to make a point about the training. Okay? I'm trying to make a point about what these folks do with respect to this amendment and what this means. A lot of people don't understand it. If you've had this job or done this job, you do understand it. So as we move forward, ladies and gentlemen, I want you to think about what this amendment means and what it represents. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Representative Ransom.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We've all heard that when seconds count, law enforcement is just a few minutes away. When seconds count and you need to go unlock your firearm, it just takes a couple of minutes. But in that time, the episode can be over. Bad guys that show up at your home with a loaded firearm, ready to use it, and if they know that it's locked up, guess what? Guess who has the advantage? This is not what we should be looking for. This amendment actually points out what we've been saying all along. One size does not fit all. If it doesn't fit a certain group of people, the folks in this amendment in L032 are the ones that we should definitely be looking at as the ones that should be exempt from any type of requirement of the one-size-fits-all locking mechanism on the firearms that are in the safety of your home, where you should be able to exercise the castle doctrine that we've heard about, we've learned about, we've taught about. The whole idea of one-size-fits-all is so important for us to be looking at right now. Do you realize that by voting against this amendment, we're saying that the veterans' training and their sacrifice for our country mean nothing? That we will let criminals show up in their home because we think that it's more important for us to have that mechanism on their firearms that they've spent often years training on? Folks, I can't emphasize strongly enough that it's so important that people be able to reach, in a moment of crisis, that they can reach their defensive weapons. And the folks that are listed in this amendment are the ones that have had extensive training, and believe me, they're able to determine what works in their own home. I can tell you of veterans that use every locking mechanism you could come up with that you would think about. If they have small children and they know the layout of their home and they know the way things work in their house, guess what? They probably are using these types of locking mechanisms. There are also people, and we've heard plenty of examples of them from my colleagues, that don't need to have the locks that you have chosen as being what works for them, whether or not it does work for them, because they're smart enough to know what works in their home. And these folks on Amendment L032 are the ones that have trained extensively and truly do understand and know and have experience with every one of these tools that we've been talking about this afternoon here in this chamber. I want to thank my colleague for proposing this bill. I think that folks that have, especially the veterans and the law enforcement officers, especially those are the ones, but all of these do fall into this category, the folks with extensive training. And I really do want to encourage people that, that this is a good amendment. Again, I'm like you've been hearing from my colleagues, I don't really like the bill, but I do like this amendment. I do think that it tempers and it removes the accusation of the one-size-fits-all that we've been hearing about for ever since this bill was read. And I feel like it's so important for us to recognize that some people really have had training, and you might be afraid of firearms, but you know what? These folks on the amendment aren't, and they know how to use them. They know the way the locks work. They know the way the locks don't work. They know what their home has or doesn't have. They know what they need or don't need in their home. They know their kids. They know their family members. And I think that we need to respect especially the veterans and the law enforcement officers in our state. We need to respect their judgment. We need to respect who they are, their training, what they've done, and what they know. Again, one size doesn't fit all, and Amendment L032 does carve some of what we need to recognize that one size does not fit all. And I urge an aye vote on this amendment.
Representative Will.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's an honor to serve with you.
It's an honor to serve with you, Representative Will.
So back to the amendment and talking about the education and those people that have that training, I just wanted to reiterate, I've said it many times, but I spent 40 years out there, and everyone in my old job capacity, everyone I contacted had a loaded firearm. Every one of them. So that's just the nature of the business. Everyone I contacted in my old job had a firearm, had a gun. Typically long guns, but everyone also carried handguns on their side usually. But in Colorado, the requirement to hunt is you have to have, if you were born after January 1st, 1949, you have to have a hunter education. Now, we're getting that January 1st of 49, we're starting to get, around my age and stuff. But so most of the young people have that. And I know that works, and I know education works. Before we had hunter safety requirements in this state, we'd have 10, 12 fatalities a year during hunting season. Now we typically have 0 or maybe 1. It's usually an odd thing, but sometimes we'll have 1. And that's due to the education and the hunter safety training that we provide. And I can tell you, when I was riding my horse and mules out through the woods, I had trust in the people that are right here on this amendment. The hunters and the post-certified people and everyone's listed in this amendment. Otherwise, I'd have been scared to go anywhere through the woods. But because of education and training, be sure of your target, those type of things that have been said, I felt comfortable, and I think this amendment really fits the bill. So, thank you.
Representative Sandridge. Any further discussion on Amendment L032? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment L032. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. No. The noes have it. That amendment fails. To the bill, I have Representative Woog.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I think my esteemed colleague summed it up when he said that accidents can and do happen, because they will. And unfortunately, the intent of the bill may very well and is good, but I don't feel it's going to prevent accidents. It's been mentioned over and over that you can only do so much trying to hide a key. You can only do so much trying to use these locks that aren't completely foolproof. And it's just, I think the intent of the bill is not going to get the desired outcome. I just want to say, my licensed gun dealer, and I think many more, they truly don't want to lose their license. They truly, even more so, don't want anyone getting injured or worse. And he provides a locking mechanism with everything he sells. And as was mentioned, and I'll just read a quick summary on what the current federal law is, and as was mentioned, it's only for handguns, but I'll just read a quick sentence here. In October 2005, as part of the Protection of Lawful Commerce in Arms Act, Congress passed and the President signed into law legislation making it unlawful for any licensed importer, manufacturer, or dealer to sell or transfer any handgun unless the transferee is provided with a secure gun storage or safety device. I had a couple more, and I hope these can be addressed today. I want to hear a little more about the annual report that will document those with charges that will be reported to this General Assembly. And it was mentioned lines 24 through 27 on page 3. My question is, I'm wondering what if the person is sleeping? Because I see a real life situation here in which, let's say we have a single mother and she lives in a neighborhood riddled with crime. And after she tucks her young daughter in at night, she removes her firearm from a safe and puts it near her. Now, she falls asleep. This is the only way she falls asleep. She hears gunfire at night more times than she wants to count. She has a neighbor. The neighbor has been robbed and raped at gunpoint. And this is her security. This is how she can sleep. This is how she can protect her child. So I would love to hear response to that if we could on, does it cover someone sleeping? Does that, if it's within our arm's reach, I truly don't understand. To me, this young woman who uses this to allow her the security to sleep, she's a 100-pound lady. Can she defend herself against a criminal that's 250 pounds? No. It's truly, this gun is the great equalizer. It allows her to protect herself. It allows those that can't otherwise protect themselves to protect themselves. This legislation is crossing a line, and it's truly among many of my constituents. This is certainly not creating unity. We talk about unity here a lot, and it's unfortunately because it's unconstitutional, it's creating a divide. And I will say to Representative Holtorf, and you might know this, 1 in 8 Coloradans do have their concealed carry permit. Many more certainly have guns, and I truly think we have to rethink this bill. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Wu. And I believe that that has been covered by the sponsors in the bill. Thank you very much. Next, I can't. Representative Carver? I'm sorry, Representative Luck.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just have one question for the bill sponsors, if you wouldn't mind providing a degree of clarification. So in my district, 4-H is very big, and 4-H programs, they have youth gun sports, right? There's an aspect of 4-H wherein the program allows for the students to learn how to use the rifle, the shotgun, the muzzleloader, the pistol. And there are 2 categories. There's the junior category, which runs from age 8 to 13, and then there's the senior category, which goes from 14 to 18. And so I'm just wondering if you can provide clarification as to what, if any, impact this bill will have on their ability to continue to participate in that program. Thank you.
Representative Mullica.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Representative Luck, for the question. It shouldn't have any impact on them being able to participate in the program. This bill doesn't prevent any education. Like I said in my opening comments, it doesn't stop parents from taking their kids hunting, doesn't stop kids from being able to handle a gun with adult supervision, doesn't stop any of that. And so long as they are not alone, it shouldn't stop any type of training from happening on how to safely handle a firearm or learn about firearms or anything like that.
Thank you, Representative Mullica. Representative Luck for follow-up.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Representative Mullica. That really is helpful. So then I guess we'll just have a follow-up question. So if a student were to be unable to get their parent to take them to those activities, they rely on another adult or they rely on some other system in order to participate, they would be then precluded from doing that because the parent has to be the one to unlock those weapons?
Representative Mullica.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Representative Luck, for the clarifying question. So what our bill specifically deals with is premises. safe storage on premises. And so we're not talking about, for example, vehicles or any other setting. We're talking specifically what this bill focuses on is that storage on the premises. We don't go beyond that. We feel like that's really what we're trying to address here, is to make sure that firearms are safely stored in the home, so there's not that easy access or inappropriate access. So I don't know if that answers your question or not.
Thank you, Representative Mulligan. Representative Carver.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. First, I want to acknowledge that I know this is a good faith effort, that this is a sincere and good faith effort, and I know Rep. Duran has worked on this issue a number of years to deal with some of the instances that we've had with guns in the home. So I know where your heart is. But I will tell you, colleagues, as I have read through this bill numerous times and then read through the case law, that unfortunately I think it fails in two fundamental ways. First, I believe it is clearly contrary to current case law on Second Amendment, and I will go into more detail on that. But as importantly, as I walk through the provisions of Section 4 of this bill, I believe it will put most lawful owners of guns who have guns in the home in an almost impossible position to avoid being subject to the criminal sanction. Despite the best efforts of the sponsors to create some provisions to meet the definition of secure storage, I don't believe, and I will go through in some detail, why I believe that those in fact are illusory, and that this bill will inadvertently, certainly not the intent of the sponsor, will inadvertently end up criminalizing the actual behavior of lawful owners of guns in the homes despite their best efforts to comply. First, members, where does the case law currently stand on Second Amendment? The key decision in this case is the Heller decision, which came out in 2008. In that case, the court was looking at a Washington, D.C. ordinance that did two things. It barred handguns, but it also imposed a requirement that the gun, when stored in the home, be rendered inoperable or have a mandatory trigger lock. Now, I will freely admit that unlike 1106, which our sponsors have worked diligently on, it did not have some of the other mechanisms trying to create the space to exercise the right of self-defense. But moving back to Heller, Heller said a couple of things. First of all, it clearly and unequivocally established, going through the history behind the Second Amendment, the following points. First, that the right to preserve and defend your life and that of your family members is a right that existed before the U.S. Constitution and before the Bill of Rights. It was a pre-existing natural right. And that the Second Amendment, and they went all the way back, if you're looking for a history lesson, into the history in continental Europe prior to U.S. colonization, during the period prior to our independence, tracing the why this was established as a pre-existing natural right: the ability to defend your life and that of your family through keeping and bearing arms. Based upon that historical analysis, it also said, look, keeping arms is just the possession in the home, but bearing arms has another meaning. It means the actual ability to utilize that weapon in a real-life situation in a way that is meaningful to defend your life and that of your family. And that, unfortunately, I think is where this bill is not there. The other thing that the justices said in Heller is they said, what is core Second Amendment? Core Second Amendment is having the gun in the home with the ability to defend yourself and your family. And it talked about when you would bear arms in public, that there might be more government restrictions that would be allowed. But they said when you are talking about core Second Amendment, it is part of your historical natural right to defend yourself and your family in the home. That is core. And that is directly what this bill is about. The other thing they said is when you have a substantial burden on core elements, it is at the highest level of review, the strict scrutiny, which I think is still being sorted out by some of the lower courts, but I think the Heller decision is quite strong on that. And then, most interestingly, it talked about how it went to the specific provisions in the DC ordinance that said, in the home, when the weapon is not in use, the weapon must be rendered inoperable, or you must have a trigger lock. The court struck that down as violating core Second Amendment because they said the part of the Second Amendment, not just keeping the weapon, which is the possession, but the bearing of arms, the meaningful ability to utilize the weapon in self-defense, had been violated by this DC ordinance. So now we look at how does 1106 fit under that? Members, we are still talking about keeping and bearing arms in the home for the defense of yourself and your family, the highest level of Second Amendment core principles. And how does this differ in any meaningful way based on the court's analysis? What is being proposed here versus the DC ordinance? I submit to you it does not. And this is where I want to walk through Section 4 and why I think it does not provide any real and meaningful opportunity for defense, much like the court found for the DC ordinance. Section 4 is on page 3 and 4. And it starts out by saying this legal obligation that we are going to create in this bill for safe storage is whenever that is not in use. Now, granted, the language at the bottom of page 3 talks about when you actually have the gun on your person or in such close proximity that the person can readily retrieve the firearm as if the person carried the firearm on his or her person. Well, what does that mean when you are talking about going about your daily activity in fixing meals and doing laundry, and you're not carrying your gun with you, probably, while you're about those types of duties, or helping your child with their homework. So now you have a situation where this bill says, okay, if you don't have it on your person and you don't have it within reach, now you have this legal obligation for safe storage, which if you violate, you are subject to criminal sanction. So what are those options? On page 4, it talks about keeping the firearm in a locked gun safe or other secure container, or in a manner that a reasonable person would believe to be secure. But you also have to make sure that wherever you store that the juvenile or the unauthorized person can't find the key or the combination. So now you have a situation where you have stored the gun and you have to put the key or the combination some other place, and now there is a home invasion. And now you're rushing to where the gun is. The key is probably someplace else. Are you going to remember the combination? Are you going to be able to unlock? And quite frankly, I will tell you, having worked numerous years with a group that stood up a battered women's shelter, that depending upon how much under threat an individual felt they were in, that impacted the individual's judgment on how quickly they wanted to be able to get to their gun. So for those that were on constant vigilance from somebody who they felt would kill them, they kept that gun pretty close at hand, and in the type of manner where they could use it to defend their life. Because they knew if a certain person found them, that person would try to kill them. And they knew it with a certainty. And that impacted their judgment on how close they kept the firearm to be able to use it. Now, if you don't do, so the mechanism for putting it in a locked storage, but with the key someplace else, Representative Neville has already demonstrated some of the difficulties associated with that approach when you need to get to your gun very quickly, and you need to separate the key or the ability to access separate from where you've stored the gun, so the juvenile can't find it. If you can't make that work, and again, that's going to depend upon your situation, and you've got to have that, you have got to meet this requirement anytime the gun is not on your person or within reach, right? If you don't use that, then you've got to use the personalized firearm with the safety characteristics activated. And we've already heard about the challenges with biometric and some of those situations where it might render the weapon inoperable. So where in fact are you left to stand in how you do this storage. Now, you've got this wide open provision that said, or in a manner that a reasonable person would believe is secure. Well, I'll leave it up to lawyers for another day on whether or not that provides any type of notice. If you are facing criminal sanction, you are going to look for a safe harbor, right? And I know that's what this bill is attempting to do, is what is a safe harbor for storage. But the safe harbors you offer do not provide a meaningful opportunity to defend your life or that of your family. The biometric technology is not there, or it's iffy. The safe storage is going to be a time delay and is going to create other issues. And I want to read some of the petitioners who challenged in 2015. The Heller case was 2008. San Francisco did a very similar ordinance to 1106, which was challenged in 2015, which I believe the current Supreme Court would knock down. But the petitioners of that San Francisco ordinance were elderly, and I'm going to read their situation on why they said, the way this ordinance is structured, you have denied us our ability to defend our life. You have denied us our ability to protect ourselves. And this is from the cert was filed to the Supreme Court and was denied in 2015. But several justices wrote a dissent to that denial of cert. And I want to just read what the petitioners, again, elderly, who had challenged the San Francisco ordinance. One petitioner, an elderly woman who lives alone, explained that she is currently forced to store her handgun in a lockbox. And if an intruder broke into her home at night, she would need to turn on the light, find her glasses, find the key to the lockbox, insert the key in the lock, and unlock the box under the stress of emergency, and then get her gun before being in a position to defend herself. As she is over 79 years old, that would not be an easy task. Another petitioner stated that she is forced to store her gun in a code-operated safe, and in the event of an emergency would need to get to that safe, remember her code under stress, and correctly enter it before she could retrieve her gun and be in a position to defend herself. If she erroneously entered the number due to stress, and the safe would impose a delay before she could try again. A third petitioner explained that he would face the same challenge, and in the event the battery drains on his battery-operated safe, would need to locate a backup key to access his handgun. In an emergency situation, the delay imposed by this law could prevent San Francisco residents from using their handguns for the lawful purpose of self-defense. And that delay could easily be the difference between life and death. So, members, I think despite the best efforts of the sponsors, I do not believe that this bill preserves a meaningful opportunity, as defined in the case law, to keep and bear arms. in the home for purposes of self-defense. I also believe that individuals who attempt in good faith to comply, particularly those who, for whatever reason, find themselves in a situation where they are particularly sensitive to protecting themselves and their families, are going to be put in a very difficult situation, trying to find a way to comply, but also find a way to be able to access their gun in an emergency situation. And so, because of that, I would offer, I move Amendment L033 and ask that it be displayed.
The amendment has been properly moved and is now displayed. To the amendment, Representative Carver.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This amendment would strike Section 4, which is the legal obligation for safe storage, and then the imposition of criminal sanction as a Class 2 misdemeanor. And for all the reasons I just stated, I believe the firearms education piece has merit. As Representative Pico indicated, Section 5 is already required under current federal law, and so I would ask for a yes vote on L033.
Thank you, Representative Carver. Representative Mullica.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Representative Carver. I will be the first to admit that Representative Carver is much smarter than I am, but I will have to say that we ask for a no vote on this. We specifically worked on Section 4 members of this bill to make sure that we address this concern of a delay in being able to protect yourself, your family, or your house. Section 4 allows for that, and so by taking that out, we're not addressing that, and we operated in good faith in a lot of these stakeholder meetings to try to address that, and so for that reason, I ask for a no vote.
Thank you, Representative Carver. Other comments to the amendment? Yes, Representative Soper.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair. It's an honor to serve with you.
Honor to serve with you, Representative.
I support the Carver amendment to remove Section 4. Section 4 is a really troubling section, as Representative Carver so eloquently laid out. It's evident to me that in drafting the bill, careful attention was spent looking at the Second Amendment, at the Heller case, at the Fourth Amendment, which is why in Section 4 you have this large, sweeping exception about a firearm could be on a person's person or in close proximity. However, when considering the fact that in the Heller case, it's pretty clear what Justice Scalia said. He said, to quote unquote, the requirement that any lawful firearm in the home be disassembled or bound by a trigger lock makes it impossible for the citizen to use the arms for the core lawful purpose of self-defense, and is hence unconstitutional. Further in Section 4, we have the penalty element. And looking on page 4, starting at lines 12, it's the penalty for unlawful storage. So here in this building, we've talked a lot about criminalizing this or criminalizing that, or once in a while we talk about decriminalizing. But it seems like today it's all about criminalizing. A Class 2 misdemeanor would render you between 3 months and 364 days in the county jail. That's not a cost that's going to be borne by the state of Colorado, because county jails are funded by counties, not by the General Assembly. On top of that, you could face between a $250 fine and a $1,000 fine plus community service. Depending on where you stand, you may say that that's justified for not having a firearm in a safe or with a trigger lock. And then don't forget the other elements. You'd have to have a juvenile in the household or on the premises, or someone who was a former felon and therefore not allowed to own a firearm in the house or on the premises. The difficulty here is that, as we dissect this, we begin to realize, how do you enforce it? There's a key area that seems to have been lacking from the debate so far, and that's all about enforceability. So, how do you become guilty of this new crime that we're creating? Well, let's say the defendant is being accused of, say, a drug offense. So law enforcement has probable cause because they had engaged in a stakeout, and there were certain elements that led them to believe that they were dealing in drugs. And so therefore, they went and they went to a judicial officer, got a search warrant to search the premises, and when executing the search warrant, officers discover a pistol sitting on the dining room table without a trigger lock. They also know that the subject of the search warrant has a child who's under the age of 18. But let's say they don't find drugs. Well, we all know law enforcement. I should refrain from saying that. The way it would actually work in practice is that if law enforcement didn't find drugs and they saw, using the plain view doctrine, that firearm without a trigger lock, they would go ahead and arrest and charge the defendant with unsafe firearm keeping. That's how this particular bill gets enforced. The other way it might get enforced is you might have a juvenile actually make a phone call to law enforcement saying, my dad has a rifle in the closet. It's definitely not stored securely. But then do you really believe that law enforcement is going to come and execute a search warrant to search the premises for a misdemeanor? Because right now Colorado is in an all-time high crime wave. And I can tell you that, at least in my district, law enforcement is at capacity, exercising far more serious crimes than someone being accused of a misdemeanor unsafe firearm charge or a potential charge. Because then, even if they did execute a search warrant, they would still have to go through the criminal process of proving that one of the affirmative defenses didn't apply, or that the gun hadn't necessarily been in close proximity at the time, that there wasn't some sort of exception that could be made from there. And I just believe that on just the enforceability side alone, Section 4 has a lot of problems. I appreciate where the sponsors came from with this bill. I think we all have goals and objectives of making Colorado a safer place. That's not what is in Section 4. In Section 4, we have the criminal element. We have an enforceability element that I think is greatly lacking. And then we have these huge carve-outs because, to me, it appears very clear that there's a Second Amendment challenge hanging out here, which is why there seems to be this exception floating out there that could almost engulf parts of the general rule as well. And for that, I would be an overwhelming yes on the Carver Amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Soper. Representative Sandridge? Representative Sandridge.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Do you ever have those times where you think, should I really stand up and discuss this, or should I just let this thing go? Well, I'm going to stand up and discuss a topic that actually it has to do with this. this amendment helps alleviate this issue. And what I'm going to do is, and bear with me, it does have to do with this amendment, I'm going to bring up race in this bill and how this amendment can maybe help out. You know, whenever you all know that I used to be a police officer in the inner city, which is it was a 95% African American area. And what I learned about really most laws is, at the end of the day, the minorities get the raw end of the deal. I'm not telling anybody anything new that minorities are arrested.
Representative Sandridge?
Yeah.
So we need to stick to the amendment.
Okay.
I don't think race has anything to do with this amendment.
It sure does.
We need to stick to the amendment, sir.
Okay, so crime has nothing to do with, so we're talking about criminality, decreasing criminality, and that has nothing to do, so there's no disproportion.
Race has nothing to do with this amendment. Please stick to the amendment, sir.
Okay. Well, shockingly. Yeah, it's so shocking. I'll come back when the bill is brought up, and then I will read the bill to make sure everybody's refreshed on it. And I stand in support of this amendment. Thank you.
Representative Weissman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I did anticipate that we would get into a Fourth Amendment conversation at some point. I think it's a very important conversation to have in the context of this bill and this amendment. And I am going to speak against the amendment because I do believe that that part of the bill is integral to the goal of all of the legislation and is integral to achieving the end of the sponsors that we heard about earlier this morning, which is to increase safety. I do disagree with the Heller analysis, and I believe a colleague will speak a little bit further to that. As I read back to Heller and I read the bill, I would go so far as to say, in my own words, and speaking for nobody else, this bill's actually been deliberately drafted around Heller. I think that DC ordinance went a good deal farther than this bill. I think there are 4 different ways set forth to comply with the requirement of safe storage, specifically in acknowledgement of the case law and just some of the everyday realities and the concerns about personal safety that we've heard here today. And you know, I know that some of my colleagues and people similarly minded share these safety concerns too. Members of the Democratic Party do keep firearms for self-defense, believe it or not. But I wanted to speak to some of the Fourth Amendment concerns that go to how this will be enforced. And I think the characterization that my colleague from Delta gave was a good example. I think that was, substantially correct. When we're talking about the home here, we are talking about the place with the greatest amount of Fourth Amendment search and seizure protection in all of constitutional law on that point. And that's as it should be. The Fourth Amendment was, I think, in history specifically drafted to respond to violations of that notion that our home is our castle, that were visited upon the colonists by redcoats and other British forces back then, hence the prohibition against general warrants, hence the requirement of a warrant and probable cause, a warrant made out with particularity. That point affirmed by a neutral judicial officer, as our colleague stated. That is all critical, and I think that all of those requirements, among others, should actually assuage the concerns of members who are worried about this part of the bill that the amendment seeks to strike out. Basically, to get into a home here to enforce this, you are going to need probable cause and a warrant, or a warrant exception. Thinking about this offense in particular, distinctly from other offenses and how those would be run through a Fourth Amendment analysis, I'm hard-pressed personally to see how any warrant exception is going to apply here. If it does, it's going to be, as was stated before, hot pursuit on another offense, perhaps, or some other kind of exigent circumstances that would work an exception to the warrant requirement. I think the example that our colleague gave was maybe one example. Maybe there's a concern about illegal drugs, domestic violence, assault, worse things. It's going to be that kind of thing, I think, that is going to get somebody into the home, in a Fourth Amendment compliant way. And of course, subsequent to Mapp v. Ohio, 1961, you're going to have the exclusionary rule operating to quash any evidence improperly obtained. So I think in practice, there's going to have to be something more severe going on. And at that point, there was an example, maybe the evidence was not found. It could be in the event that some other evidence of a worse offense adequate to get a warrant to go into a home is found, then I think the defendant has worse things to worry about than this misdemeanor 2-level offense. Because for the most part, something that is going to get a law enforcement officer into the home, into that most protected Fourth Amendment place, is going to carry a greater penalty. And let's say you have a misdemeanor low-level felony kind of penalty for that other offense. Maybe if plain view doctrine gets you lawfully the evidence of this firearm, which may or may not be safely stored depending on the fact pattern. Now you have a question of judicial discretion whether the penalties are going to run consecutively or concurrently. So you have that discretion. You have the question of prosecutorial discretion, which we necessarily talk about in Judiciary Committee all the time. A peace officer operating lawfully pursuant to a warrant or an exception, which again I don't think is going to apply here very much, might see this. But then you have the question, is the district attorney going to choose to spend resources to press this? And they may. Frankly, if there's other things going on, domestic violence incidences, graver issues, I think those are going to command the resources, and that's rightly so. I look at this penalty really operating more holistically in the bill. As we heard from the sponsors earlier, look, and I agree, I think it was Rep. Will that said, this is the best safety here. I think that's right. And I think a lot of people are safely storing, and I'm glad for that. But very plainly, things are slipping through. People are getting shot, and they're getting hurt or worse as a result of that. So here we are with a bill to try from many different angles to address that problem so more people are safe in our state. Frankly, I would have a problem if this were a higher level offense. I don't think this should be a felony level offense. I'm actually glad to see that this bill was introduced with a very modest level penalty. So all of that said, I do see it as fitting together with everything else that this bill is trying to do. I think that there are appropriate protections on the enforcement of this offense, and there must be consistent with the Fourth Amendment to the point about a tip of a child calling up or anybody else calling up for that matter. Reading the case notes in 16-3, I actually don't think a cold call to a law enforcement agency is necessarily sufficient to establish probable cause. I think we'd have to go through a lot more case analysis to substantiate that. And if I am a peace officer and I have all the other demands on my time that I have, and I am familiar with the case law, I don't know that I'm going to be able to respond to that one call. So concerns that folks may have about what's going to happen from that call, I don't think we have to have those concerns that acutely. Because again, I think there's case law that one cold phone call from an unknown source is not necessarily sufficient to establish PC to get into a home, that most protected place under the Fourth Amendment. So, for all those reasons, I do oppose the amendment, appreciate where my colleague on judiciary is coming from, expect we'll continue to have a good discussion here about the broader point of Heller, but for now, I will simply ask for a no vote on the amendment.
Thank you, Representative Wiseman. Representative Soper.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair. And I just want to thank my good colleague from Aurora. Actually, he raised a lot of good points here, ones that we actually can, I believe, all agree on. Although I will say it's troubling that we can agree on so much, but yet come to different conclusions. The fact that you highlighted the fact that what gets law enforcement in the home under this section and under this bill is probably going to be a much greater offense. You're probably going to have a shooting. You're probably going to have one kid who shot another kid, or an adult, or themselves. That's what will get law enforcement into the home. Now, at that point in time, law enforcement will be looking at whether or not the firearms were stored safely under this bill. Here's the problem that we at least agree on the law, even though we may disagree on the outcome with the analysis. They're not going to be charged under this bill because a parent who's lost a child to suicide or to shooting a sibling, law enforcement is not going to come in and say, on top of all your mental anguish, we're going to charge you with a Class 3 misdemeanor, or Class 2 misdemeanor. Law enforcement is just not going to do that. And if they happen to, it will probably be a bargaining chip in the plea bargain process. The reality is, this is probably not going to apply in 90% of the cases in which you would like it to apply to. Law enforcement knows that a parent who's lost a child will spend the rest of their life suffering. They're not going to come in and toss a Class 2 misdemeanor at them to where they could spend up to 364 days in the county jail and have up to a $1,000 fine or community service on top of that. They're just not going to do that. Then it brings us back to all the non-serious cases in which a shooting had not occurred. How does law enforcement get into the home? Well, now we're back to the plain view doctrine. We're back to needing probable cause. That's what the Fourth Amendment requires. Whether it's with a warrant or without a warrant, you must have probable cause to search a person's home. And that's what this bill in this section is talking about. So I would like to ask the bill sponsors directly, how do you envision the police getting probable cause to search a person's home to ensure that they're actually meeting the expectations that you've laid out here?
Thank you, Representative Soper. Representative Gray.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thank you to my colleague from Delta County. That's not a description of how, first off, law enforcement isn't a monolithic group of people. It's a bunch of individuals who work very hard every day to make decisions together. You've got folks who are on the ground, you got police officers, you got sheriff's deputies, and you got district attorneys. And that's a shared decision among all of those things. But for us to stand here and say, we know what law enforcement is going to do or what they're not going to do doesn't reflect the way the process actually works when you do this. And there are only a few of us in this chamber who have ever actually worked as a deputy district attorney, as a police officer. But that's not how any of this works. And yes, this is a tool that would be used by our folks who take an oath to protect the community, and they're given a badge, and they're told to keep people safe. And this is a tool that would do that. And for us to stand here and say, it'd be the same thing if you had a conference of sheriff's deputies, and they just started saying, well, here's what the legislature would do or what the legislature wouldn't do. We'd watch that, and we'd be probably pretty offended by that. We wouldn't like that idea. We wouldn't like somebody saying, look, I spend hours and hours of my job, but somebody else who doesn't do that job can come down here and tell me how I would work and how I wouldn't work. So just know, from those of us who have worked in law enforcement, we use every tool that's available to our disposal to try to keep as many people safe and as possible. And I think the most useful debate we can have here as policymakers is, what's the right policy? We can set the right policy, but what I don't think we should do is stand here and say we should make policy on the assumption that our women and men who serve in law enforcement are just not going to use the tools that we give them. I don't think that's a useful thing for us to do. That's not our job. Our job is to create policy and then to hope that it is used to keep people safe. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Representative Gray. Representative Hotorf. And Representative Woodrow, you're in the queue if you're ready. Okay, Representative Carter.
Colleagues, without getting too far down in the weeds, if we were not talking about an enumerated constitutional right, and there's language in Heller and other cases that say the Second Amendment is as important as the First Amendment, freedom of speech, freedom of assembly. They are enumerated constitutional rights, which, as long as they are in the Constitution and have not been amended out, are entitled to protection. And that the Second Amendment protections apply equally to federal laws and state laws. That was the McDonald decision, Supreme Court case in 2010. So what are we doing here? We have language that is vague and not defined. Whether it is not easily within reach, in other words, when does the obligation and the criminal sanction take hold on when you have to safe storage? Even if we were not talking about constitutionally protected activity, the Due Process Clause says that state law and federal law must put citizens on notice on what is legally allowed and what is legally prohibited. Respectfully, if you read Section 4, the initial statement on your person or reasonably within reach, what does that mean? Does that mean I have to be able to get to the gun in 5 seconds? Does that mean that I have to get to the gun that's within 10 feet of me, but then it depends upon whether it's locked or unlocked? Or if I've got to get a key, or if I've got to remember a combination, or if the battery works? What does that mean? If we were talking about some other subject other than something that is on a constitutional right, we would still have these issues. The enumerated safe storage, that if you don't want to use the secured safe or the biometric data, but in some other way that is reasonably deemed secure, you have no way of knowing if you have selected a way that is going to be deemed legal or illegal, that is going to subject you to criminal sanction, that you are now going to be a convicted criminal. Now take that situation and overlay it on the fact that you are talking about conduct, the right to keep and bear arms. Again, what does keep mean? In your home, that you are allowed to possess a firearm. That is core Second Amendment. That you are allowed to bear arms. That is the ability to meaningfully use that weapon to defend yourself. Not only do you have a bill that under Section 4 is drafted in a way that people are going to look at this and say, in my day-to-day activities, I don't know when I'm violating the law or in compliance because of the way it is so vaguely written. And that vagueness is also what I believe makes this bill a violation of the Second Amendment, because that case law says if you put government regulation on the exercise of an enumerated right that is a substantial burden, it must fall. So for that reason, I would urge an aye vote on this amendment to strike Section 4, which I believe creates many, many constitutional issues, not just Second Amendment, but others, in a way that I do not believe can be fixed based on the language of this bill. I ask for an aye vote.
Thank you, Representative Carver. Representative Hortorf to Amendment L033.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm in strong support of this amendment because with this amendment, my 85-year-old mother is not a criminal. She's not a Class 2 felon, or misdemeanor rather, Class 2 misdemeanor. She doesn't get charged with the crime. Now you ask, what does that mean? It's a good question that bears discussion, and I will share that with you. My 85-year-old mother lives in a home in the country that's very remote. It's 25 miles from any town. And she lives by herself as a widow. Being a strong-minded Irish woman and a country girl, she says she's going to stay in that home till God calls her to heaven, to his home. And I would imagine that that will come to pass. But I'll tell you why this amendment here keeps my mother from violating state statute if this bill were to be approved and become, I guess, a Class 2 misdemeanor offender and a criminal. Although I'll argue my mother is none of that. Because you see, where we live, we have firearms in our home. And she has asked me about 4 or 5 years ago, she asked me, what's the best way for me to protect myself? Because I'm alone. Your dad's gone now. You're over a half a mile away down the road. I'm here by myself. And so I told my dear sweet mother, I said, Mumsy, I said, you have to have a shotgun to protect yourself in a home, because a shotgun is the best firearm for home defense. Not only for you, but for the perpetrator. Now, why is that? Well, a shotgun has a pattern that requires less accuracy, particularly for an older woman of 85 who has vision problems. Also, the impact of that shotgun, based on the load, may be less lethal to the perpetrator, but will definitely get their attention. And if the first time you shot it didn't get the job done, just have to pull a couple more times. And I imagine if they don't leave, then they'll suffer their fate that may be well deserved. This amendment here, I think, keeps my mother from after having a home invasion from becoming a criminal. Because you see, the way she stores her shotgun, which really was my dad's shotgun, is in what we call a firearm or gun closet. Now you ask what that is. It's very much like a closet you'd put your clothes in. It's about yo high, has two doors that open, and you stack the firearms in there. It has a glass face, and you can see on display those firearms that are in there. Does it have a lock? Yes, it does. In my lifetime, have I ever seen the doors locked? No, I have not. Do I know where the key is? Why, yes, I've known since I was about 8 years old. All you got to do is reach right up on top, and there's the key on top of the closet. You see, little kids are smart. They pay attention. And in their homes, they know just about where everything is. And if they don't, they're probably going to figure it out. So, what I see this amendment doing, I'll be quite honest, is keeping my mother from being a criminal. Let's be honest. My dad, who was a very wise man in his day, said something I will never forget, ladies and gentlemen. And this bears discussion right now. He said, "You know, boy," I think I mentioned he always called me boy. I think that was an affectionate term. Although in some cultures and situations, some people say that's an insulting term. But I took it as an affectionate term. He said, "You know, boy, more laws make criminals out of all of us." Now, at the time I was in my 20s, I wasn't paying much attention. But as I've grown older and I watch what's transpiring today, those words echo in my ear. I can hear my dad talking to me as I could back then. More laws make criminals out of all of us. How many criminals will you make by passing this without this amendment? Now, I will tell you, I commend everything the bill sponsors are doing, and their intent is noble. I do not deny that, and I sincerely mean that. I don't believe this solves the problem to the level and extent that we want to solve this problem. I think a different approach would be more impactful. But with this amendment right here, by striking those lines that our colleagues who have gone to law school could debate for days in a circular debate that may never end until it gets to the Supreme Court. And at that point, the Supreme Court would rule, and they would still not end the debate. This amendment keeps my mother from being a criminal. I want you to think about that as we move forward. Because all the laws in the world cannot solve all the problems of the world. In this particular bill, with its intent, will make many more criminals in this state than we have today. I rise in support of this amendment.
Thank you, Representative Hotorf. Any further discussion on Amendment L033? Seeing none, the question before us is adoption of Amendment L003. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. No. The amendment is lost. To the bill, Representative Carver.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. There is a provision in Section 4 that I think I wanted to point out, and I do have an amendment to attempt to deal with that. At the bottom of page 4 and at the top of page 5, the bill is referencing the right of self-defense that is currently captured in Colorado statute in sections 704 and 704.5. But it is interesting that when you go to those statutory provisions, it specifically says, which in my view is required by the Second Amendment, it says 18-1-704.5, use of deadly physical force against an intruder. Now, this is where you are storing your weapon, having your weapon available so that you can exercise your Second Amendment right to respond quickly enough to defend your life. And it is indicating that when you are exercising your constitutional right to keep and bear arms, which again is core Second Amendment, that you will be immune from criminal prosecution. And so it was interesting to me in this bill that we reference that action in how we are keeping and bearing arms within our homes. And while the current law says you're immune from prosecution, what does 1106 say? That now if you have failed in the eyes of the prosecution under these vaguely worded provisions on what safe storage is, if you guessed wrong, and now charges have been preferred against you, this says that as an affirmative defense, you can assert the right that you have under 18-1-704.5 and 704 to say, but wait, I was keeping and bearing my weapon under this statutory provision that's supposed to reflect my right to exercise my Second Amendment rights. Oh, but under that provision, I wouldn't be charged. I wouldn't be facing a criminal conviction. Now we have moved from that recognition of acting pursuant to our enumerated constitutional rights, now being charged for failure to guess right on safe storage, and now that is reduced to asserting this same right as an affirmative defense where I have the burden of proof. And so with that background, Mr. Chair, I would offer Amendment L041 and ask that it be displayed.
Amendment L041 has been properly moved and displayed to the amendment. Representative Carver.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So what this amendment does is it eliminates the provision at the bottom of 4, starting on line 25, that reduces the act of exercising the Second Amendment right in defense of yourself or your family, currently codified in 704 and 704.5. It gets rid of this language that now, that reduced that to an affirmative defense after you've already been charged, subject to prosecution, hiring your own attorney, have the burden of proof to claim your Second Amendment right to defend yourself as you face a criminal conviction. Extraordinary, members. So this eliminates that language and instead would recognize that when in fact you are acting under 704, 704.5, you are immune from prosecution, which is what we have in current law. And so I am simply taking long-standing principles currently reflected in Colorado statute on core Second Amendment and applying them to this bill, and would ask for an aye vote.
Thank you, Representative Carver. Representative Malika.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to Representative Carver for the robust debate. Members, this section that we're talking about right here was brought to us by opponents of the bill. And so I want to be clear with what we're talking about here. When you read this, it's an affirmative defense to the offense of unlawful storage of a firearm that a juvenile gained possession of. And so the concept that was brought to Representative Duran and myself was a rural one. That what if there was a parent that was a truck driver and a 16-year-old was home alone? Obviously, in the rural communities, police aren't as readily available maybe in the inner city or the suburbs. And so we wanted to make sure that it was in there that if a juvenile gained access to the firearm, that there was an affirmative defense to protect themselves and their life or to protect livestock. And so this came from opponents, from FOP, from others who we had extensive stakeholding with. I think it's a good amendment. It's something I didn't think about because I don't represent the rural area, but we took that back and we changed that specifically to try to address some of these concerns. And I think that another concern I have with this is that, you know, we're hearing about today in this debate that this bill may be too broad, maybe too vague. In my opinion, this amendment right here is extremely broad and extremely vague. And I think that what we've done with this bill is we've allowed people to have access to that firearm, not to delay in Section 4 like we just talked about, to make sure that they are readily available and they can access that firearm to protect themselves or their livelihood, which is their right, and I believe in, and that's why we've addressed it. But hopefully that helps you understand a little bit where this section is coming from that we talked about just now. Thank you. I ask for a no vote.
Representative Carver.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I appreciate the comments of the sponsor. You know, I think the challenge is that because your bill overlaps so significantly with protected, in my view, overlaps so significantly with protected Second Amendment activity in keeping and bearing arms, as that is explained over many, many pages in Heller. And that the attempt that Colorado has made to recognize the right of self-defense in 704 and 7.5 also establishes the context in how we keep and bear arms and then ultimately access and utilize those arms when we are under attack. And so while I appreciate very much the fact that you added it as an affirmative defense, which is, I'm trying to think of a nicer way to say is better than nothing. So forgive me that I failed to come up with something nice. I appreciate the fact that you were open to that. I appreciate the fact that it is in there. But it is still procedurally for the individual who, again, in my view, keeping and bearing arms within their home is covered by Second Amendment. this is criminalizing that activity if it is not done within how you define safe storage. It is also, in my view, impairing the rights that are captured in 704 and 704.5 in exercising the right, Second Amendment right, to defend yourself, and to do it in a way where you are going to be, you are in your protected space. You are immune from criminal prosecution. And so, respectfully, the protection of those fundamental rights is just so noticeably different when it is after prosecution, as an affirmative defense, where you have the burden of proof of showing that you acted within 704 or 704.5. And you were at risk of criminal conviction and jail time. Just to throw one more thing on the pile. So this is an attempt to reclaim the protection of 704 and 704.5 in a way that I think is more true and appropriate to the interests that are being impacted by this bill. So understand that we respectfully disagree, but for that reason did just want to provide that clarifying remark in support of the amendment.
Thank you, Representative Carter. Representative Hotorf.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, esteemed colleagues. Representative Carver brings forth very impactful amendments that are well thought out. Legal foundations are applied, and the full force of her experience in practicing law is present. I support this amendment because the bill language doesn't go far enough in this regard. This language goes far enough. Now, I won't just talk about my mother who has her shotgun. And oh, by the way, it is loaded. Make no mistake about it, it's loaded. Because an 85-year-old woman in the night is not getting out of bed, stumbling across the house as the ruckus begins, and then finding the box of shells to load the shotgun in the dark, and then defending herself successfully. That's not how the stories read in the newspapers, unfortunately. The result usually is much different, and the family grieves. But this amendment, it crosses the finish line for me. If I was a senior citizen in this state right now, and I was listening to what's happening in this chamber right now, and I understood my own frailties, I understood my own limitations, and I understood that I can be assaulted, burglarized, attacked, harmed, and maybe even killed. And that if that happened, as I described my mother's situation, which is no different than most senior citizens, I would argue, in my district, and the age of rural Colorado continues to grow year after year after year. And no, they don't want to move to town, many of them. And they don't want to move to the city. They want to live in the country with the peace of God on the land that they've spent most, if not all, of their life on. I will tell you, if I was a senior citizen, I would be very concerned right now. You see, from the time there's an intruder entering your home to the time that your life could be threatened, I would argue may not be measured in minutes, but in seconds. Now, I'm going to tell you a little story. It's a country story, and why I support this amendment on behalf of senior citizens across this state. In my county, there was a little lady that lived on her farm, and her husband had passed away, and she didn't want to move to town. So she stayed on the farmstead, living out her life. Her families would check on her frequently, and she made it very clear her intentions. But one day, a couple of hooligans came by. And I'm not going to mention that drugs were involved and they were probably high as a kite on methamphetamines. I'm not going to talk about that. Or maybe they needed money for drugs. I'm not going to talk about that either. And I'm not going to talk about the drug problem in our state either, and how that raises the crime rate and threatens our citizens. I won't talk about that. I'll get gavelled down if I do. So I won't, Mr. Chair. I'm going to get back to the amendment. So right here,
Please.
this particular amendment protects those people, because then they're not criminals. They can defend themselves in the conditions that I describe, which is real where I come from. Because this lady was taken out of her house, near beaten to death, and then property was taken from her home. She was left for dead. And those folks went on down the road and peddled their wares and got what they needed to support their habit. But this right here, if that poor lady, like my mother, home alone, could have defended herself in conditions that don't make her a criminal, perhaps the outcome would have been much different. But this amendment crosses the line and protects those folks that now you're going to make criminals. Yes, more laws make criminals out of all of us. Please vote yes on this amendment.
Thank you, Representative Hortorf. Representative Catlin to Amendment L041.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's an honor to serve with you.
Honor to serve with you, sir.
Thank you. I'm down here now to support this amendment for a number of different reasons. The idea that we protect ourselves and protect our children and protect our house goes without saying. But I want you to know that in my district, the 58th district, we do have mountain lions on the porch. And that's for real. Not a legend, not a myth. It happens. The predators in that country are just climbing incredibly fast. Bears, lions, everything. But if you'll give me a little leeway here, we need them for the mountain lion that's out on the front porch, but we're going to need them for the wolf that's at the door. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Representative Catlin. Any further comments to Amendment L041? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment L041. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. The amendment is lost. To the bill. Representative Baisley.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll be brief because I believe this boils down to something very brief, and that is our keeping our oath. So we all swore Oath, January 13 together. We all start out the same way. We all agree, at least on this, that we will uphold the Constitution of the United States of America and of the state of Colorado. Seems pretty straightforward to me that within the bill, 1106, statements like the person must properly install a locking device on the firearm, etc., or other locking mechanism necessary to remove the locking device, and so on. Whereas the interpretation of the Second Amendment in the landmark case of Heller, in the opinion, reads this line: the requirement that any lawful firearm in the home be disassembled or bound by a trigger lock makes it impossible for citizens to use arms for the core lawful purpose of self-defense and is hence unconstitutional. Unconstitutional. It further calls into question our right to bear arms. So I'll read the very brief Section 13, which is the Colorado State Bill of Rights on the right to bear arms. The right of no person to keep and bear arms in defense of his home, person, and property shall be called into question. Very straightforward. This bill, if we were to vote for it, would be to challenge our oath of office. That's why, aside from all the practical matters of it, we cannot, in good conscience, in maintaining our oath of office, vote for the bill. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Representative Basie. Representative Woodruff.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's an honor to serve with you.
Honor to serve with you, sir.
My dear colleagues, hello and good afternoon. First, I want to thank the bill sponsors, clearly, for all their hard work on this bill. I also want to thank our friends across the aisle for engaging in obvious good faith in this debate on a very important issue. I rise just to briefly address the Second Amendment and the Heller decision. As Rep. Baisley just explained, we all took an oath to protect and defend the Constitution. And so far as I can tell, we all take that oath very seriously. It is undeniable that the Second Amendment exists. It's true. It's there. And although we may debate the merits and its meaning, we can't deny that it's in the Bill of Rights and it's in full force and effect. But my friends, just because the Second Amendment exists doesn't mean it's absolute. As the late Justice Scalia explained in the Heller decision, a decision that we've heard quoted and talked about at length today, like most rights, the right secured by the Second Amendment is not unlimited. From Blackstone through the 19th century cases, commentators and courts routinely explained that the right was not a right to keep and carry any weapon whatsoever, in any manner whatsoever, and for what other purpose. For example, the majority of 19th century courts to consider the question held that prohibitions on carrying concealed weapons were lawful under the Second Amendment or state analogs. Although the Heller decision did not undertake an exhaustive historical analysis, it quoted, "Nothing in its opinion should be taken to cast doubt on longstanding prohibitions on the possession of firearms by felons and the mentally ill, or laws forbidding the carrying of firearms in sensitive places such as schools and government buildings, like this one, or laws imposing conditions on the qualifications for the commercial sale of arms." But what about storage? Fortunately for us colleagues, Justice Scalia mentioned storage too. And I want to be real clear on this. To quote Justice Scalia in Heller, "Nor, correspondingly, does our analysis suggest the invalidity of laws regulating the storage of firearms to prevent accidents." One more time. "Nor, correspondingly, does our analysis suggest the invalidity of laws regulating the storage of firearms to prevent accidents." So what does that mean? Well, thankfully, the Supreme Judicial Court of Massachusetts had the opportunity to address that and answer that in McGowan. And here's what the court said. Even though the obligation to secure a firearm under the statute applies only where the gun owner chooses not to carry a firearm or keep it in his immediate control, the defendant suggests, like the opponents to this bill today, that the brief period of delay needed to unlock a secure storage container or trigger lock suffices to render this requirement in violation of the Second Amendment's right to self-defense in one's home. We disagree. The Supreme Court in Heller specifically noted that its analysis did not suggest the invalidity of laws regulating the storage of firearms to prevent accidents. The prevention of accidents by those not authorized to use firearms, as well as the prevention of crimes of violence and suicide by those not authorized to possess firearms, are among the evils that this bill and the Massachusetts bill were designed to prevent. Any law regulating the storage of firearms will delay to some degree the ability of the firearm owner to retrieve and fire the firearm in self-defense. If such a brief period of delay were sufficient to render the law unconstitutional, the Supreme Court in Heller would not have declared that its analysis did not suggest the invalidity of firearm storage laws. My colleagues, the Constitution is okay with it taking a couple moments to defend oneself. This bill, unlike the bill in Heller, allows for self-defense. It expressly allows for self-defense in the home. Heck, as I read it, the bill allows folks to do what my grandfather, Leo Rockine, an NRA sharpshooter till the day he died, did: sleep with a loaded pistol under his pillow. It simply would have required him to put it away when his favorite grandson came to visit. My friends, this bill is constitutional. This bill is common sense. We have tried, my friends, near unfettered access to firearms. What's the result? The result is that we've grown so desensitized to gun violence that we were all under a stay-in-place and shelter-in-place order today, 2 hours ago, and we didn't even bat an eye. It's time we head down a different path, my friends. Respectfully, that starts today with passing 1106. Good bill. Vote yes.
Thank you, Representative Woodrow. Any further comments on? Yes, Representative Hanks. And we are back to the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Some moments ago, my colleague Representative Woog came up with a hypothetical situation of what if a woman had a gun near her bed. And I had a drill instructor that made a comment. He said, got tired of our what if questions while we were learning our way in the Air Force, and he said, what if worms had machine guns, then birds wouldn't mess with them. But what I wanted to do here was actually come up with a couple of real situations that are similar to his, similar to what Rep. Carver spoke to about the San Francisco challenge to a similar legislation to the DC laws. And it is a little ironic that after I got a little off course this morning railing against the NRA, I'm now reading from their March 21 American Hunter. But they always have a couple of good situations and scenarios, real world, where a weapon saved somebody's life. And here it is. On Christmas Eve of 2020, a 59-year-old Daytona Beach, Florida resident was lying in her bed when her live-in boyfriend came up to the bed and raised a tomahawk with a 2-foot handle over his head. The woman believed he intended to kill her, so she grabbed her gun and shot him once, killing him. The sheriff's office conducted an investigation, concluding the woman feared for her life and shot her partner in self-defense. She will not be charged. So we go back to the idea that seconds don't matter, and you should have to lock up your gun. She couldn't have made it. She wouldn't have made it. There is no locking mechanism that would have protected her from a tomahawk that's raised and ready to drop. So seconds count. Here's another one. On the evening of December 1, 2020, a 19-year-old man was shot in the leg after attempting to hide in a woman's attic. The 38-year-old homeowner allegedly observed a man entering her Detroit, Michigan home earlier in the day via security cameras. but he was never seen inside or found anywhere outside. Later that evening, the homeowner heard noises coming from the attic. She grabbed her legally owned firearm, moved towards the noise, warning whoever was there to show themselves. When the intruder made a sudden movement, the homeowner fired at and struck the intruder. When officers arrived, they stabilized the suspect and transported him to a nearby hospital. Authorities said they believed the suspect was waiting in the attic for the right time to burglarize the home. So what would she have done if that were locked up and the right time came for the intruder? These are all real-world scenarios, and they've happened within the last 3 months. Here's something from the NRA's statistics. It says, studies indicate that firearms are used more than 2 million times a year for personal protection, and that the presence of a firearm without a shot being fired prevents crime in many instances. Shooting usually can be justified only where crime constitutes an immediate, imminent threat to life, limb, or in some cases, property. So, you know, for every story of where a gun ought to be locked up, we got 2 million of them here, indicating that there's something else to be considered here as well. We got to look at both sides of the issues. And I do appreciate some of the comments on enforcement. That was something I wanted to mention earlier in the day. People were talking about safe storage last year and earlier, and I can tell you law enforcement in my neck of the woods is not enthusiastic about their role in enforcing this, conducting inspections, being part of the prosecution process. It's only what I heard from them, so I guess we have to take that with a grain of salt. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Hanks. Representative Carver.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I just wanted to briefly respond to the remarks of Representative Woodrow. Representative Woodrow, you are quite right in your statement of the Massachusetts case. And I certainly don't mean to imply that there have not been lower court decisions that have upheld particular ordinances for safe storage. The Supreme Court of Massachusetts did so. When I was reading the petitioners, the elderly petitioners in San Francisco who challenged that ordinance, and that was upheld by the lower courts, and what I was reading from was the dissent from the denial of cert up to the U.S. Supreme Court, who believed that the court used the wrong standard of review, the lower courts did. So I just wanted to acknowledge, as is many of these evolving areas of the law, there are differing positions taken by lower courts. You know, obviously, I read Heller and McDonald as the latest word from the Supreme Court in these areas that are, in my view, the guide. So just wanted to acknowledge that and appreciate Representative Woodrow's comments.
Thank you, Representative Carter. Representative Will.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's an honor to serve with you.
Honor to serve with you, sir.
I just wanted to make one quick statement to Representative Woodrow's comments up here too, and I with all due respect, but I refrain from using the term gun violence. There's no such thing as gun violence. I can lay a gun right here, any gun you choose, lay it right here in this counter. If no one touches it, it's people violence. No one touches that gun, nothing happens to it. It'll be here 100 years from now. Never done anything, so it's people violence. I strongly suggest not to use the term gun violence. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Will. Representative Pico.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We've heard an awful lot about where that line needs to be drawn, and we've heard a lot about the practicality of gun locks and the different safety devices that are mentioned within the bill. One of those items mentioned in the bill talks about personalized weapons, and essentially making a weapon a smart gun. And I would suggest that there's some problems with that. And along that line, I would move Amendment L031 and ask it to be displayed.
The amendment has been properly moved and now displayed. To the amendment, Representative Pico.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. What we're talking about here is making a smart weapon. And I think most of us have enough experience with our various and sundry devices that applying biometric signal to weapons or to unlock any device, as far as that matters, whether it be a gun or anything else, gets somewhat problematic. The last thing in the world you need to do under the stress of a moment is grab a firearm of any type and hope that it recognizes your hand correctly or that the battery's charged. The last thing you need in that situation is a password not recognized, reboot, or battery low, too low. So I ask this amendment strikes those particular lines within this bill, because it is, quite frankly, the technology isn't there, it's not reliable, and we don't need to be adding that into the bill. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Pico. Representative Mullica. Representative Duran.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You know, this amendment just is striking options from the bill, so I ask for a no vote.
Further discussion on Amendment L031. Seeing none, the question before us is adoption of Amendment L031. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. No. The amendment is lost. We're back to the bill. Representative Sandridge.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So as I look at this bill, I keep on looking at unintended consequences that could take place. And I'm hoping, there's a lot of times when you relay information, but you hope it doesn't happen. And this is what I'm hoping doesn't happen if this bill passes. I'm not a lot of things I get up here and argue about, it's not really going to affect my district really that much. My district is going to do what they want. They're not going to change the way they do things. And I think the 93-year-old gentleman they were talking about, Representative Will, he's not going to change what he does. And something else too. When this becomes law, it'll be like a lot of laws. And if you know police, if you have a close relationship, you know police do not follow and enforce every single law. Do I think that this is just guessing, do I think that on my block, that if a police officer walks in for some reason and sees a gun laying out, that police officer or sheriff is going to charge one of my constituents? Very, very unlikely. I know when I was a police officer, if I saw, and there were stricter laws actually where I was a police officer, if I saw a person who I felt was legally following his constitutional right, I wouldn't arrest him. But here's where I have concerns. When I was a police officer, there was a stereotype, and there's facts about who gets arrested on these laws. If you look at basic gun control laws, minorities take up the lion's share of who gets arrested. It's not the people on my block, and it's not the 93-year-old guy. African Americans make up 50% of the arrests of gun control laws. So when I was a police officer, I looked at officers who arrested people and who didn't arrest people, and believe me, most police officers are unbiased, not racial, great people. But I saw a stereotype that when a white person is carrying a weapon, they're exercising their Second Amendment right. They're protecting their family. They're protecting themselves. They have a God-given right. But then I also noticed when some police, when they'd find a minority with a weapon, they acted like they're on their way to commit a crime. Where was their Second Amendment rights? Where was their plea to protect their family? So what I don't want, and this is what I hope doesn't happen, but the stats show otherwise. I hope that the 93-year-old gentleman doesn't get a break because he's the guy that's protecting his farm, exercising his constitutional rights. But the poor minority in his apartment in a crime-ridden area, oh my gosh, breaking the law. I hope this doesn't happen. But if you look at all the trends of arrests of gun control, it always happens that way. Because people have choices whether to arrest or not. And until the disproportionate of arrests from minorities stops, there's no reason to think this law is going to be any different. You ever heard the term a chump charge? A chump charge is something an officer arrests you on because you pissed them off. Who do you think is going to get... it's like if an officer went into somebody's home, saw a weapon over there, not locked up. Maybe the owner of the property was reading off his constitutional rights. Well, the officer may hit him with a chump charge. I hope that doesn't happen, but it does. I hope this doesn't turn into a chump charge. I hope this isn't a situation where we look at where it's just another law that will be disproportionately used to incarcerate minorities. I hope it doesn't happen, but all the stats show it will. So I'd like to, maybe if this law passes, we can look back, look at the history. See how many people on my block get arrested. See how many people in the rural areas get arrested. Then see how many people in downtown Denver get arrested. I hope I'm wrong. But we'll see. But the facts show otherwise. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Sandra. Representative Sullivan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I spent this last Saturday morning immersing myself once again in a story I knew very well. It was one I had heard firsthand from the parents and a couple who I have grown to become friends with. I watched the news reports. I read the stories. I remember back to the times when we met and the CNN special reports that we appeared on together. I took notes. I reread the thoughts I put to paper and threw those away and wrote some new ones. You won't understand. You can't begin to know how important this is. You can't fathom why I would spend all this time and effort into preparing for today's debate. But these parents do. They know what today means. They know that we most times only get one chance to make an impact. We have to get it right. I have to get this story just right because it's that important. Because their daughter means something. She deserves to have her story told. Brooklyn's father, Jacob, when explaining the crusade that he and his wife Darshell have been on, he said, "We do this not because we chose to, it chose us." When people say, "I'm sorry," I say, don't be sorry, do something. Brooklyn Moeller was a 13-year-old girl who lived in Henderson, Nevada. And on the last day of school, had walked home with her friend from across the street. Her father had been in touch with her and was going to pick up her younger sister, Madison, first. So it was okay to wait across the street at her friend's house. The neighbor was a single father who had taken his daughter out to a gun range several times and told her that the 9mm Glock was up in the kitchen cabinet in the case if she ever needed it against an intruder. It was next to the Disney glasses that the kids all like to use. Weeks before, Darshell had been in that very kitchen talking with that father about both their daughters. They had just turned 13, and she wanted to work together with him to make sure that the girls made it through their teenage years. She wanted to protect them from what she thought was their biggest threats: boys and beer. She never imagined that she would have had to talk to them about guns in the house. When the girls got in the house, Brooklyn's friend went into the kitchen to show off the 9mm Glock resting on the shelf next to the Disney glasses. When the gun came out, Brooklyn, who had been told by her parents, both gun owners, to get far away from them if someone brings one out, turned. She headed for the door. The gun went off. It struck Brooklyn in the back. The doorbell rang. Jacob was at the door to pick up Brooklyn. The friend called 911. Jacob held Brooklyn in his arms. He gave her CPR. It was too late. Brooklyn died in her father's arms. The notification call that's made for all of us who've been through these tragedies is very unique. A husband having to call his wife is one of the worst. I know just what Jacob had to go through. It was ruled an accident. No charges were ever filed. Two families' lives changed and shattered. A lifetime sentence of pain, grief, and suffering. All of this because the careless, irresponsible actions of an adult with young children in his house. They never got to talk to the friend who killed their daughter. It took Jacob over 2 years before he could call the father from across the street. He said he told him everything that he wanted to say, and when the neighbor started to cry, Jacob told him, "I didn't call you to hear you cry," and he hung up the phone. Brooklyn Moeller died from an accidental shooting on June 4th, 2013. Her life didn't have to end like this. We have data that over 1.7 million children live in households with unsecured and loaded firearms. there have been at least 39 shootings by children in 2021, resulting in 14 deaths and 27 injuries. None to this date have been recorded in Colorado. This is unimaginable to me. See, Alex's murder was different. And I'm going to pause there for just a second, because this isn't about Alex, this isn't about my family, but the representative from El Paso County brought up a point this morning, and I had no idea about what a term of a rainbow baby was. Come to find out, Alex was our rainbow baby. I mean, I've never said this, out loud before, but my wife had a miscarriage. There I was, a young guy sitting there in the hospital room trying to figure out what that was all about. So I know what you went through. But I didn't know I had a rainbow baby, but I lost that rainbow baby as well. In Alex's case, we had a shooter. We had a crime scene, and we had a trial. We went through a system that handed out what our community felt was justice. But this, a child killing another child, and it wasn't even from the same family. And that dynamic just rises to another level. I cannot even imagine what kind of mental help you're going to have to give to a 7-year-old who kills his 3-year-old sister with a shotgun. Well, what is the rest of that life like? What is the rest of that life like for that family? But in this case, they were just told it was an accident. That there was nothing that we can do now when it's very clear that what we should have done was beforehand. Irresponsible gun owners who don't secure their firearms put others outside their own homes at risk by their reckless behavior. The father across the street from Brooklyn gave his own daughter a false sense of security in handling a firearm she clearly did not have. It cost Brooklyn her life. It's unknown what the cost is to her friend today. When you look out your front window at the place where your daughter was killed, knowing it had nothing to do with you but the carelessness of your neighbor, and it's caused you a lifetime of pain. Now, I've been in rooms full of parents, wives, husbands, family members who have experienced the pain of gun violence. They have been impacted by urban crime, suicides, accidental shootings, and mass shootings like I have. There is an unexplained comfort in those rooms for all of us. It's that feeling that we don't have to worry that others don't understand. Everyone who's in that room knows exactly what we mean, knows exactly how we're feeling, because we've all been through this together. I continue to meet new people who have been impacted by gun violence. And we can always have an understanding talk. I welcome and encourage them to reach out to me. I know what you are going through, and I have some insight into what's ahead. Passage of this legislation won't stop the stream of new friends who reach out to me. We have lots of work ahead of us, but this can be a place to start. Vote yes, support this policy. We can do something to disrupt the senseless injuries and deaths children in our communities face.
Thank you, Representative Sullivan. Representative Hotorf.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, esteemed colleagues. Thank you, Representative Sullivan, for those strong words. And I will tell you, as I stated in my apology letter, that my heart goes out to you and your loss, as my heart goes out to all of our losses in our lives. Human interaction often involves violence. The actions of one to another, either by intentional acts or by accidental acts, can lead to domestic violence, or as you describe it, gun violence. I will tell you that this bill is not the silver bullet. You say that this bill is a start. Well, I will tell you that there is one thought that maybe this is the road to travel. There is another thought that this is the wrong approach. I will tell you that every instance that we describe up here of a tragedy at the hand of a firearm invariably leads back to one thing: our level of understanding and our level of responsibility as we interact as humans and understand what a firearm is for and what a firearm does. Now, as our previous representative came up and spoke and gave this testimony, it's ironic, ladies and gentlemen, that I've had the same conversation with my daughters. This is the irony of the moment, because in my kitchen, in the punch bowl that sits up here on the high shelf, is a firearm. And it is to protect my family. And every one of my daughters, a fistful, has heard the same speech from me. Exactly the same speech that was mentioned here. Now, in my home, thank God, we have not experienced any type of tragedy as was presented. But I think there's a very important reason for that. Number one, it starts with understanding. It starts with responsibility, and it starts with respect. It also starts with an understanding of our nation's history, our rights under the Constitution, and all the amendments encompassed in that. And every one of my daughters, I have said very emphatically many times, including my wife, this pistol sits here in this high place in the event of an emergency where our lives are threatened. Now, where I live, you're about 20 miles from anything and everything. Maybe a few neighbors, 3, 4, 5, 6, 8, 10, 12 miles away. But there that pistol sits and continues to sit, and it has not killed anyone. The tragedy that has been described before me comes from many things, and I'm just going to try to walk through these carefully. Number one, people have gone through hunter safety training and they understand what that means. And that may occur more in the rural settings than in the urban settings, I don't know. And I know there's an amendment forthcoming that addresses that, and I think it's a great amendment. Additionally, the respect that you give a firearm, it's not a toy. You don't play with it. And you don't get to take the bullet back once it leaves the barrel. You can't take it back. But when that bullet leaves the barrel, that is done by a hand of human action. But I would argue a careless, irresponsible, violent, or mentally deranged individual, or a criminal for that matter. It is not a function of the device itself, but rather of the human interaction with that. So, I have the utmost respect for all who have a loss and lose life. And why life is taken on this earth, it is very difficult to understand. I think I understand it, but what do I know? I'm just some hayseed from Washington County. But I will tell you, I received a lot of email on this particular bill, as I knew I would. And as a legislator, understanding the bill sponsors and the friendship that I've formed with my friend here in the blue jacket. He's got his lucky tie on today, I see that. I like it. It's a good tie, good looking tie. I will tell you that even though this comes from the best of places and from the heart of hearts, the infringement on our constitutional rights, I believe, has upset so many people in my district that has led to more emails probably on this than any other bill this session to date. And I do have a letter here I want to read, and I think it's important to read this particular email, just so we understand this perspective, because of all the emails that I received, and as you know in this job, it's hard to read them all. And we're accused of not reading them all and responding to them oftentimes. And I will tell you, I try very hard to read every one and respond to every email from my constituents, and even those that aren't my constituent oftentimes from my district. But this letter says, elected official, I hope this message reaches you well. I am reaching out to you about the upcoming proposed legislation, House Bill 21-1106, Safe Storage of Firearms. This proposed bill will do nothing except but undue burden upon law-abiding citizens, which, as you know, I've spoken of. I've spoken to this theme in my own mother. This proposed legislation, and I'm just reading the letter, is just a feel-good measure that only shows how out of touch the sponsors were. This bill would only create more safety issues amongst the citizens of Colorado, according to CDPHE, Colorado Department of Public Health and Environment. In 2020, there were only 5 deaths related to gun accidents of all ages, and less than 3 of those were in the youth age group of 0 to 19, which is a minor. Well, actually 18 is an adult, so this goes beyond that by 2 years. In Colorado, 60 people drowned. Same here, of all ages. Excuse me, yes. And 11 of those were in the youth age group of 0 to 19. Now, I would point out, we're not passing legislation to stop swimming of youth, or putting additional safety measures on their swimming or their swimming gear, or infringing upon the rights of youth to swim. Now, here's another issue and another statistic. In Colorado during 2020, there were 596 fatalities due to traffic accidents of all ages, and 62 of those were in the youth age group of 0 to 19. We're not taking the keys away from our youth and saying you can't drive till you're 21 like they do in Europe. If we could only save one life. And the tragedy. The tragedy is no different. In Colorado during 2020, there were, as I mentioned, 596 fatalities, and I mentioned 62 were youth. But in Colorado, there were 1,077 people of all ages who overdosed on drugs. And 35 of those were youth in the age group of 0 to 19. Maybe we ought to be talking about drug use, drug abuse. Maybe we ought to have legislation up here if we really want to make a difference.
Representative Hotorf, to the bill, sir. Thank you.
To the bill. I digress. If you look at these numbers, they are clearly public knowledge. You will see that these same trends for all these numbers over the past year as well, showing this is not an actual problem we need to focus on, as the numbers don't lie. This particular problem has the least number of incidents to those previously mentioned. If you extrapolate this over the entire United States and look at the numbers, more children per year are involved in accidental drownings than accidental gun-related deaths. I believe the number of accidental gun-related deaths is less than 500 per year for the entire United States. And that includes all ages. As you see, the number is astronomically lower than anything else. Citizens of Colorado are already punished when these things happen, so creating another layer of punishment will not stop these incidents from happening, but only punish those who will not follow these out-of-touch policies because they have their own forms of safety that are not approved under these proposed terms. In this particular individual writes, I have never purchased a firearm that didn't come with a gun lock. The last 3 firearms I purchased had a gun lock. This is already a practice happening most everywhere, including the instructions to how to implement them by the industry. I also want to mention that these gun locks are for travel storage and long-term storage. These gun locks are not for self-defense preparedness, as they leave the gun inoperable during the time of need. You can look at all these self-defense situations, including the many that happen in our state of Colorado, and these dangerous situations only last for seconds from the time they start to the time they stop. And the threat has been stopped or retreated. The types of gun safes and locks that require, as is mentioned in this legislation, fingerprints or combination or keys also raise an issue of availability. These types of locks will hurt many American citizens with lower income, who are mostly comprised of people of color and immigrants. I believe that has already been discussed by Representative Sandridge, who is one of few law enforcement officers in this chamber. So we should listen to him because he's lived it. All of these people live in areas where we have fought to defund the police, which has created worse response times by the police. Just recently, a Denver citizen fought back against multiple intruders in his home with firearms. If this citizen would not have had a firearm at the ready and loaded that was not stored under HB 21-1106 and would not have fell under the same storage guidelines, they would have been a deceased victim at this time. I think that speaks volumes. Because in that particular case, and I won't go into it, it was in fact seconds, and their lives were in danger, but they were able to defend themselves, which is their constitutional right that should not be infringed. And this is really the issue. The issue is constitutionality and your right to defend yourself.
and you're right under the Second Amendment. It's not the issue of the intent of the bill. And the bill sponsors understand that we understand their concerns. But for me, when you start pushing and encroaching upon our constitutional rights, and many of my constituents, they are at odds. HB 21-1106 safe storage law would have made this citizen a criminal and potentially had him killed during this time of need when the recently defunded police were only minutes away and nobody had even called them yet. Well, they were more than minutes away. And as we defund the police, I guess they'll be maybe like in my backyard in rural Colorado. They'll be 30 minutes to an hour away. And that's our reality. These types of stories are available for all that would like to read them publicly in the news media, in criminal statistics. Similar situations have happened all in the time every year in Colorado. These self-defense situations happen astronomically more than the alarming total of the 5 incidental deaths per year. And what are those stories? Well, another representative, Representative Hanks, was here reading those stories. Those stories of people defending themselves and not having their life taken. HB 1106 will only create more victims and increase the total amount of deaths in another category because they could not access those firearms when they were needed to defend themselves. Now, we may see, as was pointed out earlier, a 5 to 10%, 15 to 20% decrease in these instances. And that may be celebrated. But I will tell you, ladies and gentlemen, no one is going to do the rest of the math and find out how many victims and how many casualties are created by the inability to read the stories that Representative Hanks has presented to us today. And I just think about my poor mother, at home alone, as a widow, because if this bill passes, she's now a criminal. You've just made my mother a criminal. Now, the letter states further, House Bill 21-1106 states that Colorado citizens will be fined for allowing a juvenile unlawful access to a firearm. This, again, is an attempt to stop less than 3 deaths per year that were children. I can look right now in 2020 alone all over and see multiple stories of children using firearms to save a loved one, such as a grandmother, a sibling, and a parent. Just recently, a 12-year-old boy in Goldsboro, North Carolina, saved his 73-year-old grandmother from 2 armed assailants who had already shot the grandmother once inside her home. The 12-year-old boy accessed the firearm and stopped the situation by saving his grandmother and himself. This same situation happens all the time. We just don't talk about it. Well, I think the NRA talks about it. If you remember, they publish stories every month about those instances when somebody in harm's way was able to defend themselves and send their assailant away from their home because of their ability to defend themselves with a firearm. Now, whether you think that there's time or not based on this bill, whether you think there's time or not to, as Representative Neville said, to get the firearm, get the key, unlock the lock. Wait, you have to load the firearm. You have to load the firearm. Then you have to face your threat, which if they're in your home, they're not there to have a cup of coffee or a cup of tea or visit about the family reunion last summer. Then there just isn't time, because these things happen in a matter of seconds and minutes. And as this boy from Goldsboro, North Carolina, in this particular story, if you apply this bill, that boy wouldn't even know where the key was to make the firearm functional. I guarantee he wouldn't have been able to save his grandmother in an extremist situation because of the heightened emotion and fear and concern. The boy's grandmother could have locked the gun and never told the young boy the combination, or never given him access or the key. This situation would have ended sadly and unfortunately, and maybe resulted in 2 deaths, the death of a young 12-year-old boy and a grandmother. By approving HB 211106, you will only create more victims and criminals that vastly outweigh the 3 deaths per year that were youthful accidental tragedies that this bill addresses. House Bill 211106 aims to curb suicides from firearms, but falls short of the actual issue. Suicide prevention has only been shown to be decreased from the actual programs that reach out to people in a time of need. When the actual event of a suicide happens due to a firearm, House Bill 211106 may not stop it. If the person committing the suicide is a lawful owner of the firearm, this will not help, as they already have access to it. And as I stated earlier, ladies and gentlemen, if you don't think a clever kid can't figure out where mom and dad hides the keys, if you don't think a clever kid doesn't know where mom and dad have the liquor cabinet or hide whatever they smoke, if you don't think a clever kid doesn't know anything about their house from top to bottom, I will tell you you're sadly mistaken and pretty darn naive. Because when I was a kid, I knew where everything was. Even my daddy didn't know how much I knew, because I didn't tell. But I knew a lot more than he thought. And if that gun closet would have been locked, I already knew where the key was. And so did my brothers. If the person committing suicide is juvenile, that falls under the unlawful part of this bill, they will still find a way if that is their decision. You may remember Adam Lanza from the Sandy Hook tragedy. He was a juvenile that killed his mother and used her firearm for the horrible event we now know today. Please tell me how her safe storage would have prevented this. Unfortunately, it would not have. Adam Lanza murdered his mother and then had full access to these firearms, even with her safe storage of them currently in place. The tragedy of the STEM shooting incident that claimed the life of Kendra Castillo here in Colorado is also another example that proves safe storage wouldn't have prevented a tragedy, as the firearms used were also safely stored and locked up. Which only goes back to my point, ladies and gentlemen. And I'll say it a different way. You can lock up the bank. You can protect all the gold and silver and the money under lock and key. But does that stop a bank robbery? Think about it. Does it? Nothing against the good intentions of these bill sponsors, who I respect. But I'll tell you, if you think it's going to stop it and end it, as I said earlier, ladies and gentlemen, we are not living in reality. Unfortunately, tragedies and suicide still happen regardless of whether House Bill 211106 would not have stopped them. Putting this undue burden upon Colorado citizens is only creating criminals out of law-abiding gun owners and is not stopping the real issue. Boy, have I talked about that already. I just think of my daddy. More laws make more criminals out of all of us. Boy, isn't that the truth? In summary, as Benjamin states here, in summary, House Bill 211106 does not have the number for proof that it will help more than it will harm. This proposed bill is only feel-good legislation that will put undue burden upon law-abiding Colorado citizens. And I will argue that will burden our seniors more than any class of citizen. As I have pointed out earlier today, the numbers actually reflect that Colorado citizens who own firearms practice their own form of safe storage and handling of firearms that would be unlawful under HB 211106. And none of these firearms are used in suicide or crime, as they outweigh the issue House Bill 1106 is trying to fix. These numbers also show that many Colorado gun owners teach their children who fall under unlawful juvenile safe practices and firearm responsibility, whom have no issues, nor will they because of this education. Now, I want to talk to that a little bit. I raised a fistful of girls out in eastern Colorado. They all know how to handle firearms. They all know how to shoot firearms. They all respect firearms. Most of them have gone to hunter safety class and or concealed carry class. Some of them have firearms because it's their constitutional right. But they also have the education and the upbringing. Want me to do that still? They also have the education and the upbringing. You want to talk about solving some problems. How about education and upbringing? That's where we fall short. That's where we fall short. By not opposing House Bill 211106, this will only show how out of touch and dangerous Colorado representation truly is towards its law-abiding citizens, and show them how their representation only chooses to create criminals and victims out of law-abiding gun owners and not curb actual criminal and dangerous activity in a meaningful way. Oppose House Bill 211106, safe storage of firearms, or next time your name is on the ballot, myself and the rest of the Colorado citizens will remember this decision and find representation that will truly make Colorado a better, safer place. Regards, Benjamin, last name omitted, out of respect for the letter writer. Now, I just want us to think about something. And I understand the passion, and I understand the plea. But I don't think this is the right approach. It goes too far. It's not going to solve the problem. And it is going to make more criminals out of law-abiding citizens. And it may start with my mother. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative Holtorf. Representative Van Bibber.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. To the bill sponsors, I do appreciate your compassionate heart for those who are victims to gun violence or have made the choice to use a gun to end their own life. It's obvious that the discussion today comes from many different perspectives and is indicative that there are so many things to keep into consideration when it comes to our bill. Since many at the well have mentioned that this bill is in relation to the risk of suicidal action, we must ask ourselves, what is the final driver in a long list of factors that causes one to commit suicide? Those who survive their suicidal attempt will tell you, it is when there is no more hope. It's when an individual does not see any solution to their problem or problems. It's also been mentioned here at the well that this is about safety. Then let's talk about safety. It's been noted by a few of the constituents throughout the state of Colorado the following questions. How does a person experiencing homelessness store and secure a weapon? Are we assuming that our homeless are not equally allowed protections and the rights of the U.S. Constitution? And when did owning a home become a privilege to take part in the Second Amendment? Furthermore, as of March 2019 in America, the top three types of death from ages 1 to 44 are unintentional falls, motor vehicle traffic deaths, and unintentional poisoning. But I don't see those in governance at the well legislating these probable kinds of deaths, or even the top three kinds of death in every age group, such as the complex issues that occur with heart disease, the number one killer, or cancer, the number 2, or even unintentional falls, the number 3 killer. Every other kind of death in the top 10 is health-related, not gun-related. Where the bill drafters are correct is that the 10th highest cause of death is suicide. However, in addressing this topic upon the introduction of this bill becomes a slippery slope going down the path of we shall legislate how to reduce the cause of accidents or even death in general on a personal level. History has shown us we have never been able to do this, and we never will. I, too, want to keep people safe. I have no doubt that every member of this chamber wants to keep people safe, which brings me to what stops suicide. Is it legislation? According to experts the world over, it is the following: a support system of friends, family, and other people. Valuing life as sacred, your own and the life of others. Being aware of how exposure to violence increases the rate of suicide. Reducing isolation of oneself and others. Enhancing one's coping skills. And encouraging others that the need to find and use mental health professionals should be the norm, and that to take care of one's mental health is the best cure to reducing suicide. I, for one, will urge a no vote on this bill for the following reasons. The first and most obvious is that the right to defend myself is a God-given, enumerated constitutional right for all, and not something that you as people can grant me. Nor should you be able to impede me in any way from protecting myself, as is my right. Unfortunately, this bill definitely has and includes several impediments, which have been most notably clarified by Representative Carver. Secondly, this is an obvious incremental encroachment on the Second Amendment that tasks local law enforcement with enforcing the unenforceable. Lastly, and most importantly, when those in government believe they have a simple solution for several very complex problems, such as the violence of people, suicide, and accidents, then that is exactly when those in government should not be trusted to make that decision. Because again, as history has shown us, the unintended consequences of such legislation, more often than not, in and of itself, becomes the very weapon used against people it was meant to protect.
Thank you, Representative Van Bever. Representative Neville.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And members, I just want to briefly point out some statistics, because we heard how this is going to save lives, but we forget the other end of the spectrum on that. And I truly do believe this bill is denying defense. That's what it's doing. It's going to have denied defense to many people throughout the state of Colorado. And just to give you an example of some of those statistics, in 2007 through 2011, 338,700 people used a gun in defense. So that's nationwide, but let's look at that That means over 67,000, almost 68,000 people a year use a gun in self-defense. And that's according to the U.S. Department of Justice under the Obama administration. So pretty hard to deny those figures. So almost 68,000 people a year use a gun for self-defense. In 2016, we only had 37,461 people die in motor vehicle accidents. So I don't know what the state-specific numbers are, but if you look at this nationwide, we'd be denying defense more than we would be actually people dying in traffic accidents. So this bill has real ramifications. And so in order to not deny defense to those people, I move L025 and ask for it to be properly displayed.
Thank you. The amendment has been properly moved and now displayed. To the amendment, Representative Neville.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And members, what this amendment does is it says if we're truly trying to save lives and prevent lives, then why don't we prosecute those cases that actually result in injury or death? Instead, we're just blatantly denying defense to all Coloradans, as I demonstrated earlier. Even if it's for a minute or two, we are still denying them defense in a crucial time. So instead of doing that, let's make this only subject to those that improperly store a firearm and that actually results in injury. I urge a yes vote.
Thank you, Representative Neville. Representative Mullica.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Representative Neville, for the amendment. Members, what we're trying to do with this bill is to change behavior. We're trying to stop the accident from happening in the first place. We're trying to stop the injury from happening in the first place. What this amendment does is basically says we can only enforce this if an injury happens. We're trying to change that behavior. I don't feel like this is appropriate, and for that reason, I would ask for a no vote.
Thank you. Representative Neville.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members, I urge a yes vote because in the process of trying to change behavior, we are literally denying defense to Coloradans. So rather than doing that, let's encourage Coloradans to make the decision that best suits them in their personal situation so that we can allow them to defend their homes, defend their families. And this is really, if truly what we're trying to do, as we mentioned several times, is save lives and prevent this, this amendment would do just that. I urge a yes vote.
Thank you. Further discussion on Amendment L0. Yes, Representative Gray.
Thank you, members. This is the last time I'm gonna talk about this for a while because I don't think most of the folks in this building have ever had a case file put on their desk where a young person was shot in the head because somebody didn't safely store a firearm. But I swear to God, by the time the person got shot in the head, it's too late. Yes, I agree. I agree there should be consequences when somebody doesn't store their firearm safely and somebody gets shot in the head. And I'm not going to use her name, but I remember her name because I prosecuted the case. I'm not going to use her name, but I remember her name. I remember her name to this day. And by the time the bullet hits your skull, it's too late. It is too late. So I know y'all haven't done it before, and that's okay. I know y'all have never had to sit with families and do victim rights amendment conversations with folks who've lost children under these circumstances and figuring out, are there criminal charges here? Are there not? That's fine. I'm not criticizing anybody. I'm open to everybody in this conversation. I'm saying what you haven't done is you haven't sat with the parent of somebody who lost a child. And by the time something went wrong with the firearm, it's too late. It's too late when that time comes. So goal of this bill, and it's not even my bill, but the goal of this bill is to say, let's do it before the bullet hits the head. Yes, of course, we all agree by the time the bullet hits the head, by the time the bullet hits the thoracic region, which is a different case that I had. I can give you the details of it if you want. I don't think you want it. I don't think you want to hear the details of it. But it's, by the time the bullet hits the body, it's too late, which even one of my colleagues from the opposite political party said as well. The goal is to not have, we are in 100% agreement about what should happen once the bullet hits the body. This debate is not about what happens after the bullet hits the body. We're actually very good at that in the criminal justice system. We're actually very good at trying to figure that out. What we need to be good at as policy makers is not having the bullet hit the body in the first place. That's our job. It's the criminal justice system's job to figure out what to do once the bullet hits the body. It's our responsibility as policymakers to not have the bullet hit the body in the first place. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Gray. Representative Neville.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and respectfully, I have sat with several parents, who've lost a child, who've been shot. So I do know what that's like, and don't wish that on anyone. It's never fun. And I will say there's a lot of things that we could do to prevent tragedies. Like I mentioned before, over 37,000 people were killed in traffic accidents in 2016. We could have outlawed the use of motor vehicles to prevent all those tragic accidents. We didn't do so, nor should have we. If we are truly trying to change behavior to encourage responsible gun ownership, then let's encourage right behavior. Let those people make the best decision that suits their personal situation and not blatantly deny them defense of their homes and families, just like it would be irresponsible if we denied them the ability to move freely in a vehicle. That's what this amendment does. I urge a yes vote.
Thank you. Any further discussion on Amendment L025? Yes, Representative Soper.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And I rise in support of this amendment. This is a great amendment, and I want to thank you for offering it. If there hasn't been the underlying offense to give rise to an enforcement, then what are we actually doing? It becomes almost like a scene from, say, the Minority Report, where we have a pre-crimes unit. We can't stop every bad thing that's going to happen, and I know what the intent is. You know, I truly do. But by the same token, there will be hundreds of thousands of Coloradans who will not abide by this law, and yet we're not going to have that enforcement mechanism. And I can't think of what's worse than to have a law that's unenforceable, because what we really want is to have compliance from citizens to be able to submit to the will of law. Otherwise, if we create a system where Coloradans get used to not obeying law, then we have to ask ourselves, what is law? And I don't think that's where any of us want to be. So that's why this amendment is very important, and I strongly urge a yes vote. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Any further discussion on Amendment L025? Yes, Representative Buckenfeld.
Thank you, Representative Exum. It's an honor to serve with you.
Honor to serve with you, sir.
In our committee meeting on this bill, the Shooters Lobby testified that accidental firearm accidents are down 40% nationally. So we're changing behavior through our educational methods, through the NRA and other gun rights groups. We've been reaching out, changing behavior, and we've been able to do that successfully if they're down 40%. So I ask for an aye vote on this amendment.
Thank you, Representative Buckenfeld. To the Amendment L025, Representative Sandridge.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I don't know where you've been. I stand in support of this amendment.
You want to tell us why?
So, do you really want to know?
good.
You really? So, okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. Obviously, I stand in support. I think this amendment gives a nice balance to the bill. What we want to do is, there is a balance where we can have some aspect of the bill, then have another part where we allow people to organize their security within their own house. If you do something, I guess, inappropriate, you don't have the proper security, something bad happens, then this part actually takes over. I go back to the beginning of our debate. Most people store their weapon in a safe manner. But what we need to do is we need to focus more on not punishing victims of other crimes. If you are been a victim of domestic violence, and you're living in an apartment or a small place, you should be able to organize your security, your safety, and place your weapon where you feel is more comfortable. You've already been victimized once. You don't need to be victimized again by the state in this bill. And this amendment takes care of that. I know we're all discussing accidents, suicides, things in that realm, but we also need to recognize the deaths associated with other forms of violence and allowing people to protect themselves. That's what this amendment does. This bill helps this amendment helps refine the bill to focus on really the specific need of the current bill. So I ask everybody to consider this amendment. I think it's a great amendment. I think you did a great job, and hopefully somebody else will speak on and support it as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Sanders. Further discussion on Amendment L025? Representative Lynch. Sorry about that, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's an honor to serve with you.
Honored to serve with you, sir.
I think now we're actually getting some work done here, because this amendment actually makes a lot of sense, and it really does knock down a lot of our concerns, because it does not make every single gun owner in this state a criminal. Laws are not necessarily there so we can go after people. Laws are there to be an incentive to curb an action. And if somebody knows that if they break the law by not having their gun safely secured and a crime occurs from it, we've accomplished our mission without ostracizing every single gun owner in the state. This law creates, or this amendment creates what we're looking for. We're looking for a deterrent. We're looking for, if I do this, this is what happens. This is a great amendment. I urge your support.
Thank you. Any further discussion on Amendment L025? Seeing none, the question before us is adoption of Amendment L025. All those in favor say aye. Aye! All opposed say no. No! The amendment is lost. Back to the bill. Representative Neville.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and members. We heard that really the intent here is to change the behavior. We heard that multiple times, and so we want to have some sort of mechanism in place prior to any accident happening. So on that note, I introduce L026 and ask for it to be properly displayed. What L026
The amendment has been moved and properly displayed to the amendment. Representative Neville.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. What L026 actually does, it says, hey, we're still going to have this in effect. We're going to still require this, but rather than willy-nilly handing out Class 2 misdemeanors to what I believe are probably a lot of responsible gun owners who may not know exactly the nuances of this bill, and we heard how difficult this could be to comply with for several different reasons. So what it does is it outlines a procedure for what actually we have to find, and the law enforcement officer actually has to investigate this and find it. But then, most importantly, it gives the citizen the ability to come in and cure that violation within 7 days before they're prosecuted. I urge a yes vote.
Thank you, Representative Neville. Further discussion on Amendment L026? Seeing none, yes, Representative Catlin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I got a quick look at this amendment, and I agree with this one. I think this gives an individual an opportunity to stand up and say what went on, rather than just everybody be a criminal. I appreciate the idea that's being presented with this amendment. You know, we've got some other laws in the state of Colorado that are something like this. We worked on one last year. This piece of amendment here gives me an opportunity, if I'm the individual that has the complaint against me, to show up and explain what happened in my own home. You know, one of the things that's important to me is my own home. And out there where I live, that's a big deal. If I am getting to the point where I am footloose with how I handle a weapon in my house, and grandma or grandpa or somebody gets concerned about it, and they talk to the law enforcement, it may be enough to straighten me up. You can't be cavalier with a weapon. And I agree with that. But I don't think that you should be able to come into my house for any reason. I'm talking about if you got a 911 call or if something happened at my house to where they had to come and take a look, that they could say, uh-oh, you broke the law. Because I'm not a lawbreaker. And I truly am not. But that house matters to me. I came down here and talked about mountain lions, and some of you thought I was kidding. But I'm not kidding. You know, I raised my kids with the shotgun up on the wall that was too high for them to reach. And today I'd be a criminal. That's not right. That's really not right, because it was stored safely. It was stored out of their reach. They could not get to it. And I'd bet there's a lot of houses in my district that are the same way. I think we're pushing it way far when we start talking about being able to just take a look inside my house. This is not something that we should be playing with. Each and every one of us has rights that have been given to us, not by another man. We've all agreed to be governed, but I don't think any of us agreed to be ruled. And this sounds an awful lot like ruling rather than governing. I'd say yes on this one. This is a good amendment. Vote yes.
Thank you, Representative Catlin. Minority Leader, Representative McKean.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. When Mark Catlin talks, I listen. What it made me do was go get the bill and take a look at this. And I would have people refer to page 5, line 16. This is where we talk about where notice is posted of what your responsibility is. So this is foisted on gun dealers to post a sign that says, notice, unlawful storage of a firearm may result in imprisonment or fine. A licensed gun dealer who violates this section is guilty of unclassified misdemeanor punishable by a fine of not more than $500. That's the first place it talks about how we're going to inform people of a law being passed. So you have a whole lot of people who have lived around firearms their entire lives. Representative Catlin mentions he's got a shotgun over the fireplace, a little too high to get to. Probably needs a step stool to get up there and get it down. If things get a little too careful, then you might get the step stool out. But what we're really talking about here is how many people are in peril of violating a law they don't know about. This is what debate is supposed to do. It's supposed to start illuminating the things that different reasonable minds might come up with and say, hold on, how do I know I'm not a lawbreaker? This amendment actually addresses that. This amendment addresses how someone might come into conflict with this law and then how they can remedy that. Because what we want to do is change behavior, right? So what we want to do is be able to say, you're in violation of a law you might know little of. It's a little bit like speeding in Montana, where you get pulled over and they tell you you're getting a ticket for careless use of a natural resource. You might not know that that's the ticket you're about to get. This one would say, look, you're in violation of a law you might not know of. Here's how you can remedy that situation. And give you a chance to make sure that you can remedy it, make sure that you have stored your firearm safely for what safely means in your home. I think it's a good amendment. I would support it. I think this is exactly what we look at when we say, how do we want our citizens to be governed? Not ruled. How do we want them to be governed so that it is a relationship with the administrators of these laws?
Thank you, Mr. Minority Leader. Further discussion? Yes, Representative Ransom on Amendment L026.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is actually a brilliant amendment. When I listened to the beginning of this bill several hours ago now, we heard what the bill sponsors were trying to accomplish. And you know what? This amendment actually does that. It changes behavior. It gets people to understand what safety rules you're trying to get them to be obeying, and it gives them a chance to actually get there. For people that aren't aware of what the rules are, or maybe they don't know that a juvenile even has access to their home, maybe there's a way that that juvenile is getting in there, or an old key, but then they have 7 days to take care of it, figure it out, go to the store, buy that safe, figure out a better place to hide the key, or whatever it is that they need to do to get into compliance with a law that they may or may not know anything about. And folks, if we're trying to actually protect people, which is what I heard the sponsors say, this amendment actually accomplishes that. Amendment L026 actually gets the information out there when people have been told that they have a problem with the way that they're storing their firearms, and it gives them a chance to go shopping, whether they need to go get their credit card or borrow some money or go to the store and buy whatever it is they need to buy in order to get into compliance. This changes behavior, and it adds at least a sense of fairness into a bill that many of us see as being problematic, but I seriously encourage a yes vote on this amendment because it actually gets people a chance to get into compliance with something that they may have no idea that they're out of compliance with. So folks, I urge an aye vote on this amendment.
Representative Sandridge.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I stand in support of this amendment. This gives people a second chance. And I'm actually going to stand up here and say something that I've stood up and said here a lot before. This amendment actually coincides with what the General Assembly has been doing for the last couple years. I thought we were trying to get out of the business of ruining people's records. This gives them a second chance. You want to try to go get a job or get a place to live with a gun conviction on you? It makes it a little difficult. This gives them a second chance. And I thought we were under the theme of giving people second chances. I came up here and talked about not adding more people to our prisons. This is what this amendment does. We don't need to be loading people in our prisons for this, as well as other things that I've discussed. So let's give people a second chance. And if they If they learned that they violated the law and made things right, let's not ruin their record. If they didn't learn, then you can move forward. But some people make errors in judgment, and some people may not understand. Some people may not understand that when that they can do something, but when their grandkids come over to visit, things have changed. This amendment helps with that. I think this is a great balance and something that they should be considered and should get bipartisan support. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Sanders. Further discussion? Yes, Representative Rich.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's been a long day, and we've been listening to a lot of this, and a lot of people have come up here and they've expressed why this amendment is a good amendment, and I feel like, the majority is probably going to walk up here and they're going to ask you to vote no on it. But this is one of the best amendments that we've seen today, and I don't need to repeat everything that's been said, but I do want to thank Representative Neville for bringing it forward and for everything that everyone has said in support of the amendment. I certainly support it and hope you will too.
Thank you, Representative Rich. Further discussion on Amendment L06? Yes, Representative Hotor.
Mr. Chair, esteemed colleagues, I want to ask the bill sponsors to really closely look at this amendment, because I think there is a lot of goodness here. And as we sit and discuss and debate, we are asking our sponsors to not overlook this good amendment. I really want the bill sponsors to look at this amendment closely. I will tell you that the points that have been made here have a lot of merit. And this actually remedies one of our biggest concerns, and one of my biggest concerns, not only as a citizen, but as a legislator for House District 64. It allows for remedy. It allows for cure. It allows for an objective analysis of the situation, and it protects the citizens' rights. And that's what we're talking about. That's what we're trying to talk about, ladies and gentlemen. About individual rights. The rights of the individual under the Constitution. We can't overlook that. A right that Coloradoans have. So take a good close look at this amendment. Do not miss a good idea. Do not pass up the opportunity to capture some goodness from my colleagues as they present these things. This is a good amendment. Take a look at it. Don't just discard it. So I'd ask for the bill sponsors to tell me what they think about this amendment and what they really think are the merits and the strengths that would fit into their intentions. And I know this is hard. I do understand. So, Mr. Chair, I'd ask for the bill sponsors to please let me know why there isn't goodness here, and this wouldn't be a good fit in their proposed legislation.
Thank you, Representative Hortorth. Any further discussion on Amendment L026? Yes, Representative Duran.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members, I ask for a no vote.
Any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment L026. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. No. The amendment is lost. Back to the bill. Representative Neville.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair, and members, maybe it was just a little too much to ask to allow a 7-day cure. I thought that would be enough to let the person who is supposedly violating this actually take a look at some options and find something. But if that's too much, I offer L027 and ask for it to be properly displayed.
The amendment has been properly moved and now displayed to the amendment. Representative Neville.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members, this does the same thing, but instead of 7 days, they have 3 days to come into compliance before we criminalize them. I ask for a yes vote.
Further discussion on amendment L027. Seeing none, the question before us is adoption of amendment L027. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. No. The amendment is lost. Back to the bill. Representative Neville.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And if 3 days was too much, I guess we are in the age of one-day delivery. So it's rather quick turnaround, I think, but I offer L028 and ask for it to be properly displayed.
The amendment has been moved and properly displayed to amendment L028. Representative Neville.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members, this gives them at least 24 hours to come into compliance. So if we're truly trying to change behavior, within 24 hours, they have the ability to go out. Hopefully, if their stores are open and we're not in lockdown times, but stores are open, they can go out, buy the equipment they need to actually come into compliance before we criminalize the majority of gun owners in the state. I urge a yes vote.
Thank you. Further discussion on amendment L028. Yes, Minority Leader Representative McKean.
Thank you very, very much, Mr. Chair. So I have a question. Because we offer amendments, we often think these are rational, reasonable, good ideas. I would like to ask the bill sponsors for a response. We have offered 7 days, we've offered 3 days, we've offered 24 hours. Is there something, this is a good idea. This is not only a good idea, but it actually comports with all of the other type of discussion that we've had in this body for the last couple of years about not criminalizing people, not adding charges to them. So is there a place, and if so, where would that be?
Representative Mullica.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you to the Minority Leader and Representative Neville for bringing these amendments and for engaging in this robust debate. I would like to answer Minority Leader's question if he wants to hear the answer or not. So again, what we were talking about is we were trying to change behavior. Okay, we want to stop it from happening in the first place. I'm going down the highway. I have to know the speed limit. That's my job, to know the speed limit when I'm driving a car. I can't plead ignorance saying I don't know the speed limit and not have to follow the law. That's the same thing here. Gun ownership is our right. I take advantage of that right. I hunt. I have a firearm to defend my house and my family. With that right comes a great responsibility. Part of that responsibility is knowing the law. As policymakers, we're creating a law. As a gun owner, your responsibility is to know the law. I don't think we should have free passes. Like I said, we're trying to change that behavior to make sure accidents aren't happening. And so that's why I would ask for a no vote.
Thank you, Representative Muller. Minority Leader McKean.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. Thank you for that answer. Because I actually think that gets down into the substance of what we're talking about, which is that we pass laws that mete out a certain requirement. And sometimes we pass the latitude to change those laws. So speed limits are a good example. You brought them up. So we do not specify every speed limit for every road in the state. Would you agree? Yes. So the challenge that we have is, since we don't do that, what we actually are doing is we are meting out an ability for local agencies to determine what's best for them. In this instance, what we're actually saying is, we think that there is a better way of going about this that local agencies should take into account. And therefore, we want the law to be followed. We want the people to change their behavior, whatever that behavior might be. And what we want to do is make sure that when we pass a law that fundamentally changes the way people manage their lives, that we then make sure that we do not criminalize them immediately. The officer that comes and pulls you over on the day that they change the speed limit from 65 to 55, are you trying to tell me he doesn't say, you know what, I don't think I'm writing you a ticket today because you probably didn't realize this speed limit changed yesterday? That is common sense.
Thank you. Representative Mullica.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And Minority Leader McKean, I definitely appreciate, what you're having to say. But I think what my response would be is that you're correct. We don't dictate to every municipality, every jurisdiction what their speed limit should be, which I think actually makes it harder. I think that if we can have that consistent law throughout the state, making sure what that safe storage is, it makes it easier to follow. And so I think what we're trying to do is going to be effective. I think it's going to change that behavior. And for that reason, I ask for a no vote on this amendment.
Thank you. Representative Sandridge on Amendment L028.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And Representative Mullica, I don't disagree with too much you actually said. We make laws and, everybody knows that crack's illegal. People make mistakes. I don't know if this zero tolerance policy is really something that I'm a fan of. This takes away that zero tolerance policy. This amendment does. Seems like it's opposite day in many ways. But I'm always on this middle. So I'm not a big fan of zero tolerance. I'm a fan of giving people maybe second chances. I like this. This gives an opportunity to educate before we ruin their record. And this amendment, gosh, I wish we could do this amendment on a lot of other bills. I digress. So I want everybody to think about that. Think about this amendment. Is education better than arrest? Is education better than putting another person in our jail? And if education isn't working, if the person doesn't comply within the 3 days, then we move to the next step. And then we know for sure that their intention is to violate this law. After we notify them, gave them an opportunity to make things right, and they still don't do it. The intention is clear, and maybe that is a person, according to the law, that should be arrested. But I like this amendment. I think people should consider it. I hope Representative Neville will offer this amendment and other bills as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Sandridge. Representative Mullica.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Representative Sandridge. So I try really hard not to break the law, and so I can't say that I'm an expert in the criminal justice system, but what I do know is that it's the district attorney's prerogative on what they choose to prosecute and what they choose not to prosecute. And members, just so you know, the extensive stakeholding that we put into this bill's not about punishment. We didn't try to go to the hardest felony that we could find. This bill is truly about trying to change that behavior. We focused on a level 2 misdemeanor. Granted, that is a penalty. I don't know how you create a law and say, I strongly encourage you to follow the law. There has to be a penalty. We tried to make that penalty where it's not extreme, but we want to make sure that we're also trying to change that behavior too.
Thank you. Representative Luck.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Wow, this has been quite an engaging conversation today. I did want to take a moment and introduce some additional data into our dialogue. I like data. I'm an academic, as many point, and I'll just wear that title proudly. This article says that through safety programs like the National Shooting Sports Foundation's Project Child Safe and the NRA's award-winning Eddie Eagle Gun Safe Initiative, the firearms community has successfully raised awareness of safe practices and dramatically reduced firearm accidents. While the number of firearms in America has skyrocketed to an all-time high, the number of accidents has plummeted to an all-time low. Federal data provided by the ATF shows that the estimated number of civilian-owned firearms in America in 2019 was 423 million. Let that number sink in. 423 million firearms are owned here in America. Yet the most recent statistics when this article was written were from 2017 from the Centers for Disease Control, and they showed that only 486 deaths were caused by accidental discharges within that year. These 486 firearm deaths made up only 0.3% of all 169,936 accidental deaths. By comparison, there were 64,795 accidental fatal poisonings, 40,231 deaths from motor vehicle accidents, 36,338 deaths from accidental falls, 6,946 deaths from accidental hanging, strangulation, and suffocation, and 3,709 accidental drownings. While the number of firearms per capita has increased 256% since 1948, from 0.36 guns per person to 1.28 today, the fatal gun accident rate has decreased 90% in that same time. And since 1950, when data first became available for children, the accidental fatality rate for children ages 0 to 14 has dropped 91%.
Representative
For
Locke.
every firearm used in an accidental fatality.
Representative Locke.
Yes, sir.
Hold on. We are to Amendment L028. I don't think what you're discussing is to the amendment.
Well,
You're discussing maybe what's to the bill, but we're on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My point is to the sponsor's response to this amendment, because his response was that we don't want to do this because what we're seeking to do is change behavior. And my argument is that while changing behavior is a good idea, we have seen the private sector already working hard and diligently to do that, and has seen a decrease by 90% or more in this behavior. And as a result of that, my question would be, how much more behavior are we expecting to be changed by this? Because again, all of us should know that every law will find people who decide not to follow it. And so if we already have seen a 91% compliance in terms of ensuring the safety, then what behavior are we seeking to change? So that is my point. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Thank you, Representative Locke. Further comments on Amendment L028? Yes, Representative Carver.
I rise in support of the amendment, but I'm coming at it from a little bit different perspective. From my point of view, I respect Representative Mullica's statement that when you're on the highway and there's a speed limit, you're expected to comply with it. And I am a comply with the law person. Even when I don't like it, and quite frankly, when I look at my neighbor and they say they don't like it, I say, I don't care, comply with the law, right? The problem with this bill is there is so much ambiguity in what the legal standards are for secure storage, and yet the punishment for getting it wrong is on the farthest end, with the exception of felony, so I'll grant you that. But there's all sorts of ways in the law that we prohibit behavior without civil sanction, or we prohibit behavior and put a civil penalty, and then we prohibit behavior and put the worst, a criminal sanction, which is a criminal conviction that follows for the rest of their life, potentially, and a denial of liberty with jail time. And everything else that goes with a criminal conviction that we have talked about in this body for the last 6+ years that I've been here. So, under Section 4, you first don't even know the point at which you need to do safe storage, because it's either got to be on your person or within such close proximity that a person can readily retrieve and use. What is that? In my purse, 10 feet from me? In an unlocked kitchen drawer, 15 feet from me? I don't even know what the standard is at the very beginning. I don't know how to comply with this law. I can't even figure out the starting point for when I'm safely outside where I need to safe store, other than I'm carrying the gun on my person the whole time when I'm doing laundry, or if I have it in bed with me at 3 o'clock in the morning, because I don't know what this other thing means. But let's say I'm going to have, but at some point I'm going to find out, right? I'm going to find out when, based upon some situation where law enforcement then is in my house, or somebody is in my house, and they say, oh, you've got your gun in an unlocked drawer that's 10 feet from where you spend the majority of your time, or that's 10 feet from your bed in the middle of the night. I don't think that meets the language on the bottom of page 3. So you've got a safe storage, and you didn't. And now I am facing a criminal conviction. I truly do not understand, members, why the last 2 amendments, but particularly this one, are objectionable. When you have such subjectivity and open to interpretation on all aspects of securing a firearm. This amendment at least would have law enforcement or the DA saying, Carver, you got it wrong. You weren't in the safe zone at the bottom of page 3. It wasn't within close proximity that you could readily retrieve. That would have been 5 seconds earlier before you could get to it. So you guessed wrong on that, and you needed to safe storage. So I'll say, okay, Mr. DA, got it. I no longer will keep it in that drawer or 10 feet from me where I'm sleeping. I now know I need to get it closer, or I need to go to page 4 and figure out a way to safe storage this thing. And so even if I go over to page 4 and I try to figure out, okay, I don't want to risk whether or not I've got it in close proximity, because I cannot afford a criminal conviction. This will ruin my life with a criminal conviction. So now I go over and say, okay, where's a safe harbor here that has an objective standard where I know I am safe in another sense? I am safe from being prosecuted, that I've done safe storage right. Well, I could do biometric. That's the personalized firearm. Oh, except now my research says that here's the fail rate for that, where the gun will actually not work. So, gee, I don't think I want to do that. Well, what are my other options? Well, how about if I install a locking device on the firearm? And so I practice and practice. Where am I going to store it, and how long can I take to get the locking mechanism off? But now where do I keep the key? Because maybe I'll get locking the device on the firearm right, and I'll have put the key where I think the juvenile can't find it, but maybe the juvenile finds it. Now I'm going to be prosecuted because I didn't put the key, it says, where the juvenile does not have access to the key. Well, I thought I hid the key. But I guessed wrong. They found it. So now I'm facing criminal conviction. How how about I go to the top of the page and it says firearm is kept in a locked gun safe or other secure container. And of course, it's still where the juvenile doesn't have access to the key or combination. Right? Not where a reasonable person would think a juvenile wouldn't have access to it, but that they don't have access to it. There's no reasonable in there. So even though I make a good faith attempt to ensure the juvenile doesn't have access, they find it out. Now I'm subject to criminal prosecution. Or how about I say, gee, all of these mechanisms, I'm getting it wrong every time. Darn. Is there another way I can avoid being in violation of the law? Because I'm trying to comply with the law, even a law I don't agree with. Well, there's this final opportunity up at the top, or in a manner that a reasonable person would believe to be secure. Tell me, is that Rep. Catlin's putting the shotgun up high enough so the kids can't reach it? But that's going to be subject to what the law enforcement and the DA says in his jurisdiction, because it's totally subjective. So when you have a bill written this way, and I understand the stakeholder work, and I understand a lot of thought has gone into this, but these are ambiguous, subjective standards. So I truly don't understand why this amendment does not still get you towards your goal, especially for the person who is reading this and either thinks they've got the weapon in close proximity so they don't have to safe store, or they've tried to safe store, but apparently in some form or fashion they failed. Why in the world would you not give a 24-hour period to say, Carver, you got it wrong? Put it in a closer drawer. Hide the key here. Putting the shotgun 6 feet up. Well, Carver, that just means you can't reach it. But your kids are taller. They can reach it. Put it 15 feet up. And then you got to get it down with a ladder, right? But then aren't you still changing behavior? Aren't you still educating on safe storage? The lawful owners of guns in this state, and I can't tell you how many emails I've gotten, not the form emails, the personal emails, who say, I've read about this bill. My impression is that this is going after gun owners. And that no matter how we try and comply, we will be second-guessed, and this is really a way to punish us. Now, whether you agree with that perspective or not, and I know that's not the intent of the sponsors, that is a belief and perception that is out there. And when I read this bill, I can see their concern. So respectfully, I would ask that you consider strongly this amendment. Consider an off-ramp that allows for a period where people are not subject to criminal prosecution in this area. I think this is a good amendment, and I would ask for an aye vote.
Thank you, Representative Carver. Representative Hotorf on Amendment L028. And let's remind members, let's not impugn the motives of anybody bringing an amendment or any of our bill sponsors. I know it's an emotional debate, but let's still be respectful. Thank you, Representative Hotorf.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for your leadership. Thank you, bill sponsors. Thank you, colleagues. I want to bring up a point I made earlier, but I want to highlight some other things. To the bill sponsors, this is a good amendment. I know you can see it. I'm not sure what the overall hesitation is. It's a good amendment. It still meets the intent, but it also takes care of Colorado and Colorado citizens. And it allows for a short time for cure in education or re-education or reinforcement of the statute. That's a good idea. It's a good idea for Colorado. I ask you to embrace these good ideas and not just discard them. Now, the real issue I have is a criminal conviction or a criminal charge. I'll start with the criminal charge first, because under this bill, for you lawyers out there, criminal charges will be forthcoming under this law if this bill passes. Now, we have been talking last session, this session, about doing everything we can to decriminalize activity. Everything we can to decriminalize activity and not have the heavy hand of the law come down on our citizens for many things. Drug charges, other violations. Now, we weren't here, I believe it was last month, and we had the state Supreme Court sitting in here, and we listened to the Supreme Court Justice, head justice speak. If you pass this amendment, ladies and gentlemen and bill sponsors, if I could beg your indulgence and your attention for just one brief moment, because I have a very important point to make. If you add this amendment to the bill, then you're not causing more criminal charges or convictions, potentially. Right? Think about it. And what did the Supreme Court Justice tell us? Because of COVID-19, we are thousands and thousands of cases in arrears. We are already backlogged. We are under budget. We're in trouble. Help us. Help us, state legislature. Help us. Give us relief. Give us funding. Give us assistance. I heard that plea. I wasn't asleep. But I'll tell you, with this type of legislation, without this amendment, without this type of amendment that allows for curing and or relief, that avoids a criminal charge, which is very important, that avoids a criminal charge and or a criminal conviction and time in court for our county courts or our district courts to have to handle this. Without this type of an amendment, we have not helped them. We have hindered them. We have added and will add more burden on the judiciary. And because of that, I would like to move to layover House Bill 21-1106 until 9 March 2021. I ask for the motion because this debate will continue long into the night and into tomorrow when the sun comes up.
the layover for a day. Okay. The question before us is the layover. Hold on. Is this a substitute amendment to lay over the bill? Because we were on the amendment. Committee will take a brief recess. Committee will come back to order. Okay, this is what we need. I need Representative Hortorf to withdraw your motion, and then we'll deal with the amendment, and then we'll come back to you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, esteemed colleagues. To maintain the proper rules of the House, at this time, I ask to withdraw the motion to lay over. Mr. Chair.
That's correct. Thank you. Now, is there any further discussion on Amendment L028? Seeing none, the question before... I've called the question. The question before us is Amendment L028. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. No. Amendment L028 is lost. We're back to the bill. Representative Hortorf.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Esteemed colleagues, I ask to have a substantive motion to lay over House Bill 211106 until 9 March 2021. So move.
Thank you for that motion. Any further discussion? Representative Duran.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to say that, we're really here to do the people's work, so I would ask for a no vote.
Thank you. Any further discussion on laying over House Bill 11028 till March 9th? Yes, Representative Geithner, Assistant Minority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And so, members, I think it's important to note that the reason that this motion was offered, we as the minority, of course, are concerned, as I think the majority is, about committees. And those that are waiting to testify, we understand that we may be actually breaking for committee, and it's not really a break. It's so much as those members that have committee will have the opportunity to do committee while we continue to debate 1106. The concern that I have, certainly, is that with approximately 9 members leaving the floor, a third of the minority will disappear, along with those that have to present bills, which there's at least 1 or 2 more, effectively, limiting us to about 50%. So, with that said, the idea is we can lay this over until tomorrow. We can continue the debate on 1106, and we can give the committees opportunity to work while we are also able to debate this with the full voice of the minority, so that no one's voice is not able to be heard through our constituents. And so that's the idea. It is honestly, to try and figure out a way that we can offer a way ahead, honestly, on today's calendar. And so that's the purpose of the motion. So thank you for your indulgence. I do urge a yes vote.
Minority Leader, Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members, I would ask for a no vote. This is a procedural vote. We have debated extensive amount of time on this bill today. We still have committees that still need to meet as well. I know that there's work that needs to be done, and I fear that there's also work that needs to be done tomorrow as well, and that this debate would continue into the wee hours of tomorrow as well. So I would ask for a no vote. We have scheduled this bill on this day. It's been on the calendar, and we will continue to debate.
Thank you. Any further discussion on laying over House Bill 1106? Yes, Representative Sandridge.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I stand in support of this. I'm hearing we have a lot of people waiting to testify and testify on committee bills. I think we need to respect them. We can lay this over, continue the debate tomorrow, but let's respect the people who we represent that came here to testify for and against certain bills in certain committees. Many of them have been waiting all day. Many of them been respecting that we're fighting for our Second Amendment rights as well too. But a lot of them are, I know a lot of them are a little bit confused why we're scheduling both at the same time. So I think we should respect them, lay this over, and go to committee, give these people who came here, took out the time, let them have their say. So I'm in favor of this. Thank you.
Yes, Representative Neville.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members, I would say let's do a yes vote on this because I agree we are here to do the people's work. The problem is Castle Rock wasn't able to send 2 representatives up to represent them. I'm supposed to be here in a bill that I actually heard in my committee of reference, yet then the committee of reference is going to break while we're still debating this. So I can't effectively represent my constituents in 2 places at once. And especially, as I said earlier, that this is a bill that was in our committee, and now that committee, all those committee members are forced to leave and not be here. We were the ones who actually heard from the public and can provide that input back to this body of what the public said in committee, and now we're not going to get that opportunity. So this is an opportunity where we can actually do both. Let's go break, let's do committees, let's hear from our constituents, and then come back and actually do the people's work. I urge a yes vote.
Thank you, Representative Neville. Representative Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I rise in support of this motion. As Representative Geithner pointed out, our Assistant Minority Leader pointed out, the reason we're asking for this debate and this vote is because, to our understanding, the majority wishes to allow committees to have their hearings while debate is continuing on in this chamber. And the rule that is relevant for this is in 25I2, where it says basically that all committees specified in A and B above shall not sit or meet while the House is in session without first having obtained consent of the Speaker upon a showing of special need. And I want to emphasize this this term right here, special need. There really is no special need. Right now, we are under Rule 44, and as you guys recall, while we're under Rule 44, the majority has the ability to suspend certain legislative days where we don't have to meet consecutively. There's a mechanism in place for us not only to debate here, but also allow committees to meet and do their business without going against the total 120 days that we have. Now, it's something I didn't like It's something I know that a lot of my colleagues didn't like, but nevertheless, those are the rules that are in place right now. And I also want to hearken back to the comments that both the majority and the minority made during the beginning of our session, right? There was great talk about bipartisanship. There was great talk about allowing debate. And I would even hearken back to what the speaker said, that he wants to make sure that everyone's voices are heard. And right now, if we do not vote in favor of this motion, you, the majority, are effectively silencing a large portion of the minority's voice. As ranking member of State Veterans and Military Affairs, someone who actually heard this bill, now I'm going to be taken out of commission so that I won't be able to participate. Representative Hanks won't be able to participate. Representative Neville, Representative Bockenfeld won't be able to participate in this specific debate when we had direct participation with witness testimony. I think Representative Neville made a very good point, but it's not just state affairs. It's also the Committee on Finance. Those have 5 members in the minority that are now going to have to leave this chamber and not participate in this debate. Many of them have points that they want to make. Many of them have amendments that they want to offer. But more importantly, my constituency, their constituency, those districts want us here right now debating on this very issue. And it's not fair to shortchange any of us so that we could move along business at a pace that's convenient for the majority. There are tools in the toolbox for the majority to get certain things done, and this is certainly something that should not be used lightly. This type of rule should only really be used maybe when we're in the last 3 days of session and we're trying to hurry up and make some deadlines. But we are, what's the legislative day? We're, within 2 weeks of the actual legislative day that we have allotted? We have plenty of time to get our work done, and we don't need to be silencing the minority's voice in order to get this debated on and decided on. So please vote yes on this motion.
Any further discussion on the motion to lay over the bill? Yes, Minority Leader McCain.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I'll speak briefly. I support the motion, and I support the motion because of this. When we start to push to get something done, we often do not pay enough attention to the details. And I think that Representative Carver is one of the most remarkable examples of that. When we start talking about how the bill in front of us is affecting current settled law, and we don't have a full debate about that, we don't get an amendment on that protects current law, that's an important deviation from where we should go. Where we are right now in this debate, talking about policies and movement in the last couple of years that is not reflected in the adoption of or the non-adoption of an amendment. Those are things where we have to slow down, where to make sure that we do the people's work, we slow down. And when we're up against these deadlines, and certainly when we have public here who are here to testify, and let me make clear, the majority has not said that we are going to break or send people away right now. They're looking at what options we can have to get the people's business done. However, this is important people's business. So to do one and not do the other is really not what I'm here for. So I would suggest that we adopt this motion, that we come back to this debate, and then we have a fullness of the debate on the issue, because quite honestly, these are important things. These are people's lives that we're talking about. No matter what, we don't pass laws because there's nothing we intend to do with it. These are people's lives that we're talking about.
Further discussion on the motion? Yes, Representative Carver.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members, we are about to vote on a motion for which there is a standing House rule, a long-standing rule that has been part of the House rules for decades. And if I went back to the late 1800s, it probably goes back that far. What is the standing rule? That committees will not meet while there is business on the House floor except for special need. There is no special need. We are not at the end of session. We are not where we were in March of last year, facing an outbreak of COVID, where we had to hurry up and do business. And what did we do? We scheduled a Saturday session so that we could give those last bills that we wanted to do prior to the COVID recess and give them our attention. We have a right to be on the House floor involved in the debate on these bills in second reading. That is part of our duty. It is also part of how we represent the people in our district. I have a bill in committee. I'm not on a committee that meets this afternoon, but I don't know how fast the bills are going to move. I also have some additional amendments I've prepared on this bill. So, am I going to, in order to be at the committee when they're ready for my bill, do I forego an opportunity, a right that I have under House rules to offer an amendment or further amendments to this bill, or to be involved in debate on other amendments? I respectfully request that we follow the House rules, that we not break with precedent, and that we vote yes on this motion.
Thank you. Further discussion on the motion to lay over House Bill 1106. Yes, Representative Hotorf.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Esteemed colleagues, there's a reason why I made that motion. It was try to help facilitate this process, to try to allow to have courtesy towards those folks that had committees of reference on their schedule, those folks that have driven from a long way away in this state to participate in those committees, and to allow a full level of representation, both here in the House floor, but more importantly in those committees. Now, nobody knows more than I what it takes to drive from places like Campo, Colorado, to the state capitol, or from Sedgwick or Ovid, Colorado, to the state capitol, or from Amherst, Colorado, if you know where that is, to the state capitol, or from Hawley, Colorado, to the state capitol to testify, or from Montrose for my colleagues on the Western Slope, because it is a long drive, 4 to 6 hours if you're going to do it. But to not have the courtesy to allow committees to be fully represented is not right. To have to force a legislator or representative to make a choice whether they choose to be on the House floor or to go to committee, or try to do, as we call in the military, the kabuki dance between both, is not right, and it's not fair to those of us that have taken these jobs to represent our people. In the spirit of fairness, this isn't some trick. This isn't trickery. This is merely trying to offer a solution for facilitation and to continue to move forward. If the majority doesn't see it as such, I don't understand, because that is why I brought the motion forward. So I don't understand why this isn't easy. This is a slow pitch that should land right in the catcher's hand. This is easy. And I will tell you, it's the right thing to do. It really is the right thing to do. Now, if we're not going to go to committee, that's fine. But I feel very saddened for the people that drove all this way, who now are going to drive all the way home and not be heard, not have their voices be heard in committee. Because I tell you what, Majority Leader, I tell you what, Minority Leader, I tell you, all of you, when you're driving to Campo and it's a 4.5 or 5 hour drive home and you didn't get to participate in your right as a citizen in this Gold Dome, and we have taken steps to not consider their rights, then we have done them a huge disservice. And that's not what we should do here, because we are here to serve every citizen in every way possible. So let's serve the citizens of Colorado. Let's do the right thing right here, right now. Let's not play games. And let's take care of the people of Colorado and not our pet projects, our bills, or our self-seeking interest to get legislation moved without the consideration of the people.
Representative Hotorf, you're way beyond. Thank you. Majority Leader Escar.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I feel like some motives have been impugned in this well that I just want to completely clarify. The calendar has been set. Originally, afternoon committees were scheduled to meet at 1:30. Anticipating debate on this bill, we pushed those back to begin at 3 p.m., giving notice to those who wish to testify on any of the bills that are coming to a committee that we would be meeting then. I have been having conversations trying to figure out how we can move to get to committee and still continue to do the work we need to do for the people on this floor. Those conversations are continuing. No decisions have been made, contrary to popular belief. We are having these conversations to figure out what we can do best for the people of Colorado to be sure their voices are heard. So nobody here is trying to stop those voices from being heard. Nobody here is trying to stop the work of this House from being done. It was on the schedule for 3 o'clock. We have gone beyond 3 o'clock now. I'm hoping that we can continue to do the debate on this bill, wrap it up, and still have committees meet at some point today. That is my hope. But to be here, but to have people in this well say that we are trying to stop voices from being heard, I had to stand up and say that's not right. That's not what we're doing here. Thank you.
Any further discussion on the motion? Yes, Representative Sandridge.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I impugn no motives at all. I just think we should, I think when we're talking, we're not saying anything's happening. We're not impugning motives. We're just suggesting that we don't go certain routes. Because the majority leader is exactly right. Nothing's been decided yet. And we don't want to give that tone that we're attacking something that hasn't been decided. So let's make that clear. Because Representative Gray want to hear what I had to say. So, but if we're sitting here discussing in a respectful manner about how to maneuver forward, obviously there's going to be people like me that think we should postpone this and go to committee. Let's just think twice. I know this hasn't been decided, but let's think twice about overlapping those two if that is being considered. And I'm not saying I know I talked about the people here coming here to testify in committees, but let's also consider the people who are not in this room, who are for this bill and against this bill. Both sides have passions, and they expect a consideration. And I think that may give a bad image if we go off to committee while debating this bill. It'll give an impression that maybe we're not taking this as serious as we should because everybody's not in the room. And we don't want to give that impression to either side. We want to give them the respect that we're all taking this very seriously. We're all in the room. We're all listening. And if somebody's giving a passionate speech with some vital information that could possibly change our mind, and a group of us are in committee not listening, that may give a wrong impression. So I think we should really consider the impression that could give if we overlap and do committees while we're doing seconds. So thank you.
Further discussion on the motion? Yes, Minority Leader McKean.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. To the Majority Leader, no. No, absolutely no intention or desire to impugn any motives. I think, what I come up here to say is that we're struggling, we're wrestling with something today. This is unprecedented. It is the Majority Leader's job to run the calendar. It is the Majority Leader's job to make a motion to lay something over to determine how the bills fall. For there to be a motion like this made is a rather large step. And it's a step that doesn't come without a lot of thought. And so part of that thought truly is, how do we do this? And we talk frequently, and we talk about how long do we think things will last, and when they last longer, then it sort of throws the whole calendar, the whole schedule into uproar. What the desire of the Majority Leader has been that I have witnessed is a desire to make sure that everyone has a hearing and that everyone has their ideas be able to be presented in a way that allows the fullness of those ideas. And I think what we're actually caught in right now is a moment of debate where the fullness of those ideas on a bill like this is important. And so I do urge an aye vote to this motion, and I urge it because I think the fullness of this debate is really important. And it's important to have all those voices in the room. And I'm not saying that there's any attempt to force those voices out of the room. What I'm saying is it's important to have them here. And so with that understanding, I have a tremendous amount of respect for the Majority Leader and her responsibilities for keeping our schedule. This is one of those times where the schedule goes awry because we have so much to discuss here.
Thank you. Any further discussion on the motion? Yes, Representative Rich.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I do want to thank the Majority Leader for the tough job that she has. I'm one of those organized people, and when things go awry, that messes up my entire day. So I do appreciate where you are coming from. I think it's still important that we have this debate on this particular bill. I support the motion to lay it over until tomorrow, because we have important decisions to also make in the committees. I would hate to see them overlap, because every voice needs to be heard. So I urge a yes vote on the motion.
Any further discussion on the motion? Yes, Representative Van Winkle.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Members, we're only on the 24th legislative day here, so I don't think it's too big of ask that we give this hearing its full and fair debate, because we're talking about criminal law here. We're talking about criminal law that will potentially criminalize a whole new class of Colorado citizens, and there's a lot to discuss with the matter. We're on the 24th out of 120 legislative days. I urge the yes vote.
Thank you. Representative Soper on the motion.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair. And I also would urge a yes vote on the motion. This bill went to State Affairs, but clearly, by the robust debate that's going here, it probably should have been sent to the Judiciary Committee. There are a lot of issues interwound in this bill, a lot that concerns criminal law, a lot that are unprecedented to Colorado law, a lot that catches up the U.S. Constitution and the state constitution. And that when so much gets caught up by one bill, I think it's fair to say that we need to have a very robust debate. Some of the concerns that have been talked about, that certainly our side is worried about having committees meet at the same time as the Committee of the Whole, I'd like to share a brief story from last June. I had a bill in committee on second reading. I sat on that committee. This body was meeting as the Committee of the Whole. Obviously, I had an obligation to be in my seat in committee and be presenting the bill in committee. By the time the bill had left committee, it immediately was sent over here and was being debated before I could even leave the committee of reference to be over here. Things like that are not fair to an individual representative who represents districts. And I just wanted to share that because I don't want to see those things happen again. So thank you.
Any further discussion on the motion? The division has been called. A division has been requested. All those in the chamber not entitled to vote, please be seated and remain seating. Okay, the question before us is to lay over House Bill 21-1106 until tomorrow, March 9th. All those in favor, please stand and remain standing in one place until the count is taken. You may be seated. All those opposed, please stand and remain standing in one place until the count is taken. You may be seated. The motion to lay over House Bill 1106 is lost. Now we're back to the bill. Any further discussion? Yes, Representative Soper.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair. Since we seem to have had a very robust debate, I move that House Bill 1106 be referred to the Judiciary Committee.
Committee will take a brief recess. Any further discussion on moving House Bill 1106 to the Committee on Judiciary? Yes, Representative Van Winkle.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I concur and thank the representative from the Judiciary Committee in the Western Slope for making this motion, because what we're talking about here is criminal law that could criminalize many new criminals in Colorado. And if that doesn't belong before the Judiciary Committee, I don't know what does, because that's exactly what the Judiciary Committee does. They're very smart legal minds on there. Answer question. We can get questions of many of the answers that we've been asking today. Does this bill disproportionately impact minority communities. Let's get testimony of that in the Judiciary Committee. Let's let the legal beagles that do a very good job of looking through every sentence, every comma, every period. Let them go to work. Let them do their jobs and get the smartest people in the building when it comes to criminal law on this criminal law bill. I ask for a yes vote and thank the West Slope representative for making the motion.
Thank you, Representative Van Winkle. Any further discussion on the new motion to move House Bill 1106 to the Committee on Judiciary? Yes, Representative Ransom.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd also like to encourage an aye vote on this motion. The folks that sit on the Judiciary Committee are used to hearing these types of bills, bills that have criminal penalties, bills that bring new criminal penalties to people. And as we have been discussing, some of the folks that are liable to be potentially guilty of this new law, if this bill is passed as written, may or may not really even realize that there are new laws in place because they may have owned their guns for many, many years. And putting this bill before the Judiciary Committee, remember, most of the folks that sit on the Judiciary Committee, I very highly respect. Many of them are attorneys that understand the legal language, the legal lingo that I confess that I don't understand and can't interpret the way that a real live lawyer that's been to law school and passed the bar exam can understand and speak to well. And I think letting this bill go before the Judiciary Committee is actually a very good idea. And the fact that it might be a long hearing before the Judiciary Committee, again, I thank the member of the Judiciary Committee that made the motion for being willing to sit through another committee hearing that would actually bring the bill back to us in better condition than it is. They would have a chance to really unravel some of the motions that we have made today that have been turned down. And I think that if we knew that the Judiciary Committee had reviewed this bill carefully, that we would be much more comfortable with the criminal penalties as laid out. So with that, I urge an aye vote on the motion, and I hope that you all will recognize the wisdom of letting the Judiciary Committee review this bill.
Thank you, Representative Ransom. Representative Duran.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You know, this bill had a full and fair hearing, so I ask for a no vote.
Thank you. Further discussion on the motion? Yes. Representative Lynch. I'll get it right.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Yes,
you know,
sir.
as we went down the road of looking at this bill, number one, it's a law that's not going to be upheld in my rural part of the world. And it pretty quickly moved us into a conversation that we really should get the good legal minds that we have in this room behind it. I would strongly support that we mull this over through the judiciary, primarily just because we've potentially turned a whole bunch of citizens into criminals, and we need to really mull that over before we take this up any further. Thank you.
Yes, Representative Pelton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I think this motion is totally appropriate. It got a lot of vetting, a lot of questions, a lot of testimony in the first committee, but I think a bill of this magnitude and this subject really does need to go to judiciary. There's some people on that committee that can really vet this out to where when it comes back to the House floor that we can move through it pretty fast. So I support this amendment, and I'd ask for a yes.
Thanks, Representative Pelton. Any further discussion? Yes. Representative Rich.
Thank you, and Mr. Chair, and I'm up here to support this motion. I think this is a really good idea. Yes, it has been through a committee, but a lot of our bills go through more than one committee. And it would be important for the legal minds to vet this bill for us and maybe work out some of these issues, and when it comes to the floor, we wouldn't be here for 6 hours. So I think it's a really good idea if this bill goes to the Judicial Committee. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Rich. Further discussion on the motion? Yes, Representative Hotorf.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, esteemed colleagues. As I work with my esteemed colleagues in this chamber, I learn that those individuals that are lawyers and have studied law and the practice of law are of great benefit as we write law. This particular motion, I think, should be reviewed and debated in the Judicial Committee by those that are appointed to that, many of which do have jurisprudence degrees. I think the real issue, as stated earlier, is if we move forward, what are the implications? What are those good amendments that need to have judicial consideration? Now, I understand that it's been through committee, and one of the bill sponsors said it's a fair process, it's been through committee. Well, I would say that I would agree with her if we weren't still talking about this bill right now. I would agree if we weren't talking about sending it to the Judiciary Committee because of the many judicial implications that this has on the citizens of Colorado. I would agree. But this motion, once again, to those that are watching, to the state of Colorado that's listening, this motion, once again, is the right way to go in this difficult piece of legislation. It is the right thing to do. And we are not in a hurry. Are we? Or are we in a hurry? Or are we not? Should we rush? Or should we walk carefully through the forest? Well, I would argue, let us not rush to failure. Let us walk slowly. In the most difficult legislative considerations, let's allow for the greatest legislative review. I say that sincerely. I say it passionately. There is no reason, absolutely no reason today that we can't change the trajectory in this chamber for the betterment of all Colorado. Other than the bill sponsors may not think that's what they want at this moment in time. So, consider this motion. I think it's the right motion. I support my colleague that made the motion, who's one of those legal minds, who I respect. As I respect the other lawyers in my caucus, who are very thoughtful, they're very considerate, as all of you are in the legal world. Across the aisle, I will tell you that we need to consider sending this to the judiciary so it can have a full review and all those judicial considerations can be discussed and presented. So a better bill, perhaps a better bill will be born tomorrow or the next day that serves Colorado in a better way. Or maybe we'll continue tonight to rush to some end state. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative Hotorf. Further discussion on the motion? Yes, Representative Luck.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I too support this motion, and I will give you one reason. As I read through this bill, there is a phrase, stated multiple times. Basically, other unlocking mechanism. So in essence, it states that the person, well, in one section, let's say, because it's repeated multiple times. So on page 4, section C, the person properly installs a locking device on the firearm, and a juvenile or resident of the premises who is ineligible to possess a firearm does not have access to the key, combination, or other unlocking mechanism necessary to remove the locking device. It has come to my attention today that most every fire safety locking device can be broken into quite easily. In fact, I have been sent videos showing that that a number of these things can be broken into using straws, screwdrivers, wires,
Representative
paper.
Luck, we are on the motion to move the bill to Judiciary Committee. Please speak to that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So my argument is that we need to have more robust testimony, and Judiciary is the perfect place to have such testimony heard, because we can thoroughly vet whether there even are such locking devices that will indeed raise to the standard that is set by this bill. Because not only are we holding individual owners responsible, but we're also holding all licensed gun dealers responsible for being able to provide such locking mechanisms. And so in order to have a more robust conversation on that point, I too support the motion to go to Judiciary. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further discussion on the motion? Seeing none, the question before us is to move House Bill 1106 to the Committee on Judiciary. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. No. The motion is lost. We are back to the bill. Representative Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members, I'm going to go ahead and move an amendment here, and then I'll go ahead and describe it. So, Mr. Chair, I move L003 and ask that it be displayed.
The amendment has been properly moved and now displayed to Amendment L003. Representative Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So, members, what this amendment would do is would create an exemption for an individual that has received a protective or restraining order against someone that they have been able to demonstrate is dangerous to them or their family. And so when I was drafting this amendment up, I was thinking of the potential wife or mother that has a protective or restraining order against some sort of separated spouse that is dangerous or abusive in some way. And the reason I did that was because I think it demonstrates that if you have a protective order, if you have a restraining order, then there is a pretty good chance that that person who the order is against could harm or be a harm or a danger to that family. And I felt that, at the very least, what we could do is we could, at the very least, allow for an exemption in these situations. So if a mom is trying to protect herself or her children against an abusive father, for example, they would at least have the ability to not have to worry about this particular bill. If they do have firearms or weapons, readily available to them to protect themselves or their loved ones. And I want to point out that this, by its own definition, is going to be temporary. I suspect that at a certain point, the protective order or the restraining order will be lifted, depending upon the circumstances. Might not happen right away. It may be temporary for a long period, so to speak. But at a certain point, in theory, this shouldn't apply, for the rest of time. But again, I wanted to at least create an option for a vulnerable individual to protect themselves and their family and not have to worry about having their defense denied to them in these circumstances. So I would ask for a yes vote for victims in this circumstance so that they can have every opportunity to guard themselves and their loved ones. So please vote yes.
Thank you. Representative Gray to Amendment L003.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So for those of us who have ever actually experienced working with folks in domestic violence, the idea that the problems that they face is not knowing where the weapons are in their house and whether or not they're whether or not they're protected, is a complete misunderstanding of how domestic violence works. We know that within domestic violence, the most likely sign of fatality, the most likely indicator of fatality is the presence of firearms. Strangulation is next, by the way. I can give you the rest of the list if you want to, but it's not relevant to the bill. But this is an attempt to use, in a way that doesn't understand what domestic violence looks like, to use domestic violence victims for a political purpose. I would ask you to vote no on this, and I apologize, I don't come down on that. I care when we do this about crime victims. This is about saying that there's some crime victim somewhere who would say, I would want this to happen. There's somebody saying, I would like some domestic violence victim who say, I would like this to happen. And we didn't hear from any of them. I've heard from a lot of them. I've worked with a lot of them over the years. And I just wish, I trust everybody's arguments in this chamber. I believe in everybody's opinions in this chamber. I wish that we didn't attach our political arguments to folks who are victims of domestic violence. I would ask for a no vote.
Thank you, Representative Gray. Representative Neville.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and members. I wish we didn't have to have this conversation at all, but my wish is for that person who is in that horrible situation. I've seen it firsthand myself. I remember when I was serving in the military, we had someone who was brutally raped, came back, had severe trauma, and the one thing that let her sleep at night was that she had her 9mm next to her. Now you add this bill into the mix, and you got to say, well, you can have your 9mm, but you better have it locked, you better have the key somewhere else. We still haven't figured out where the key goes. But at the very least, let them have that protection. I get it. We're not going to get that protection. Most gun owners aren't going to get that protection. But in those very specific situations where you have someone who wants to defend their family and their children, and they've actually even have gone above and beyond and have a court that's given them a protection order saying there's a serious threat out there, don't deny them defense. Of all people, don't deny them defense. They're the most vulnerable. The emotional trauma they're already going through is horrendous. And this amendment allows them to actually have their defense, lets them make that decision for themselves without hampering them and worrying, staying up at night, worrying, man, am I going to be able to punch in my code quick enough? Am I going to be able to have the key in the right place at the right time? Don't let them worry about that. They have enough going on in their lives. Let them defend their families. Don't deny them defense. Vote yes on this amendment.
Thank you, Representative Neville. Further discussion? Yes, Representative Carver.
I would just like to put on the record, I dealt a lot with these cases as a JAG, as well as a civilian, when a group of us stood up a battered women's shelter down in Florida and set up a hotline and some treatment. But I can tell you that women who had fled domestic violence were in the shelter or where we had helped them get a protective order, who had never considered ever owning a gun. And some of them who philosophically were quite opposed. And this wasn't based upon any discussion they had with volunteers, but with their treatment counselor. And what they found, many of them, I'm just factually relaying what I have observed in these situations, is when they made the decision to get a gun and they went through gun training, it gave them an additional feeling of security that they could defend themselves. And many of them, because of that, were able to take the next step. and move out of the shelter and try and find a safe place to be. But the fact that they had a gun, they had trained on it, it allowed them to do that. So I think this is a worthy amendment. And I will also tell you of all the individuals that end up having guns for many, many reasons. This group, depending upon their situation, and with many of them, they're dealing with somebody who's really obsessed about finding them and killing them. Ready access to a gun 24/7 becomes a very, very important aspect of them being able to live their lives. So I ask for a yes vote on the amendment.
Thank you. Seeing no vote, yes. Representative Sandridge on Amendment L003.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I stand in support of this amendment. I think actually a number of us do have experience with, in the criminal justice system, with dealing with victims of crime that would need additional security. I think if you're dealing with, I think the examples that we're using is maybe a battered spouse or a victim of domestic violence. The last thing you want to tell them is, hey, we're going to restrict your security. If you ever been in a situation where you needed a weapon, well, that gun can't be any closer to you. If you've ever been in a situation where you really had to pull a gun on somebody, you cannot imagine how quickly you want that gun to be out. And seconds mean a lot. And to some people, that weapon, some victims of crime, that weapon is almost like their security blanket. And we don't need to deny that to them. There's some victims of crime, there's nothing you can do to make them feel secure. But if you can give them a little bit of peace of mind, knowing that they have quick access to a weapon, we need to give that to them. So a lot of us have sat with victims of crime, and honestly believe if you sat with them too, you wouldn't want to deny them their choice to have security the way they want it. I think this is something, I know many of us drafted an amendment like this. But I think we're all, hopefully this is something that we can all, this can be a bipartisan effort here, where we all agree and tell victims of crime, hey, we're not going to strip this from you. We're not going to make your environment more dangerous, physically and mentally. We're going to rely on you to decide what is best for you. And this is something that we have to look at, not just the person, we have to look at the person's age. If a victim of a crime is an older person, they may not be able to go and jump and access their lockbox and find the key and find their glasses as quick as a victim of crime that's maybe 21. So we need to take those into account. We need to take into account where the geographical, I guess the size of their apartment, their house, things like that. People have different needs, and I wish this bill could satisfy every single person's need, but when you do a broad brush, you're going to leave some people out. So I think we should really sit back and consider the victims of these crimes, not try to overstep their decision, and let them make the decision that they feel is best for them. So with that said, I ask for an aye vote on this amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Sanders. Further discussion on Amendment L003? Yes, Representative Luck.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In Section 2 of this bill, it lays out the legislative declaration, and one of the goals stated here is to protect communities from interpersonal violence. As we know, law is often a balance of interests, a balance of risks, a balance of tests, and we look to make reasoned decisions based off of those balancing of interests. And I think my colleagues have laid out a solid case for why those who are in a protected person class, who have gone to the courts and asked for a restraining order, who have asked for that additional level of protection, would be entitled to some sort of exception under this bill. I think those arguments have been clearly stated. So my question would be, why not? If our desire is to ensure or further protect people from violence, why not give this exception? Why not enable these folks who are in this particular situation to be able to further provide protection, because the risk to them is heightened? Many of us might be victims at some point of random crime, someone randomly breaking into our house, but these individuals have a higher potential for finding themselves in that precarious situation because of their relationship with someone else, because of a prior dynamic. And so should we not afford them this additional protection? Should we not ensure that they can protect themselves? I don't know if you've ever awoken at 2 a.m. to the sound of breaking glass or somebody knocking or kicking at your door. Your adrenaline is high, you're confused, you're groggy. And then you add on the knowledge that the person on the other side is probably that same person who has promised at some point to kill you. Do you not want to just be able to grab that device that ensures a higher level of your protection? Or do you want to have to go through 15 different steps, hands shaking, body shaking, knowing what is coming, and not knowing if you will actually be able to defend yourself? And for those reasons, I too would ask that we indeed try to further the goal of protecting communities from interpersonal violence by voting yes on this amendment. Thank you.
Thank you. Further discussion on Amendment L003. Yes, Representative Ransom.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. L003 really strikes at the heart of something I've been saying all day today, and that is that one size doesn't fit all, and that this bill appears to be applying one-size-fits-all laws to our state. L003 refers to people that have a protection order. Clearly, they have already been to a judge of one form, fashion, or another in order to obtain that protection order. And that judge has determined that there is indeed a heightened level of danger in their lives. So for that person to have a firearm available to them or somewhere in the bedroom or in their room or in their home, we don't need to know specifically where that is. A judge has already determined that this person is at a higher level of danger. And again, for us to have a one-size-fits-all bill saying that we can now come arrest that person because possibly they didn't have the right key in the right place, they didn't have the firearm put in a place that this bill has had some arbitrary determination of where it's safe, quote unquote, to put the firearm in the home. It's very important that people that are living in a possibly terrifying world that we may or may not even be able to understand, but that a judge has determined that they are indeed at a heightened level of danger. They have a protection order in place. It's very important that we agree that one size doesn't fit all, and that person, and yes, I admit, most of the time it's going to be a woman, possibly a woman of small stature that can use that firearm in a way that can maintain not only her safety, but potentially that of her children and possibly other members of the family. I just think we really need to admit that one size does not fit all, and that this amendment lists a time and a person that this does not fit all, and that we really should make allowances for someone that has a protection order in place, and that we need to make sure that that person has the ability to defend themselves without interference from us trying to establish a one-size-fits-all policy. I urge an aye vote on this amendment.
Thank you. Representative Arndt.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As a woman of small stature who has been attacked by a perpetrator with a razor blade between his knuckles, I will tell you that I could not wrest that from his grip. A gun would not make me safer. If I owned one and had one in my possession, that man, if he attacked me, would have the gun in a hot second. This amendment offends me, and I don't appreciate people talking about women of small statures and our abilities to defend ourselves with a gun if it will only end up in a perpetrator or a violent person's hand.
Yes, Representative Will to Amendment L003.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I come up in strong support of this amendment, and I'm going to share a story. During my career, it happened right over in Glenwood Springs. A husband and wife that were separated made multiple threats to his wife and her family. And to make a long story short, they were in her home. Her father and mother were there at the house because she was so afraid of her ex-husband. And her father was sitting in the chair. The guy came fully prepared, broke through the picture window, had ropes, everything had planned out, tied up his wife, his mother-in-law, and poured gasoline on them and set them on fire. And her father had access to a gun, but wasn't quite close enough. He was so startled when he broke through the window, and he cut him from ear to ear, and had him tied in a chair and cut him, left him for dead, and let the son, who was a small child at the time, left him alone. And he ran out into the street to get help from neighbors. But this amendment with that type of a protection order is exactly what the amendment applies to. And these type of people, they need that protection. And so I'm in strong support of this amendment. Thank you.
Thanks. Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is adoption of Amendment L003. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. No. Amendment L003 is lost. Back to the bill. Further discussion. Yes, Representative Luck.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would like to move Amendment L049. So, in the rural communities where I represent...
Hold on just a second.
Oh, sorry.
The amendment has been properly moved and now displayed to amendment. Representative Luck, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Many of my communities are populated by elderly individuals who don't have juveniles around. Even their grandchildren are fully grown and moved away. And so they would have no expectation of a juvenile being in their home, and they would have the reasonable view that they would not have any reason to lock their weapons. And so what I would like to ask is that we clarify that a person does not violate this section if a juvenile gains access to an unlocked weapon by trespassing. So if someone breaks in who's under the age of 18 and accesses a firearm that is on the premises, I would ask that there would be no opportunity for liability, no opportunity for criminal or civil liability, that this section would not be violated. So thank you.
Is there any further discussion on L049? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment L049. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. No. The noes have it. L049 fails. Representative Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members, I am just going to go ahead and move this too. So I move L024 and ask it to be displayed.
Thanks. If you get lonely, I'll come by. Yeah, I'll call you up. All right. Amendment L024 has been moved and is displayed to the amendment. Representative Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So members, what this amendment would do is it would allow for a victim or their family to essentially engage in litigation against the state of Colorado if harm is conducted to them as a result of this law being in place. So in other words, if an intruder comes and creates some sort of harm to themselves or their family, then those individuals would be able to sue the state of Colorado if they were unable to get the locking mechanism off their weapon in order to defend themselves. We've had a lot of talk about governmental immunity. We've had a lot of talk in this chamber about responsibility with respect to certain government actors, and I think this is one area where we should be able to have at least an honest conversation. If we are, in essence, creating policy that puts people in danger, then I think it's only fair that the state of Colorado has some skin in the game if things go awry. I can tell you right now that if there is an intruder that were to come into someone's home, they're not going to wait for you to get the trigger lock off your firearm. They're not going to wait for you to get into your storage so that you can provide some sort of defense for your home against them. These criminals are going to go in there and engage in some sort of harm, and they're not going to care whether or not you're ready to defend yourself. And so that's why I offer this amendment, because I ultimately think that if this building is going to deny defense to those individuals, then at the very least we should give them some sort of mechanism to find some sort of justice out of the situation. So I'd ask for a yes vote.
Is there any further discussion on Amendment L024, Representative Mullica?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Representative Williams, for the amendment. I think there's just a fundamental disagreement that this denies that defense. For that reason, I would ask for a no vote.
Any further discussion on L024? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment L024. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. No. The noes have it. That amendment fails. Any further discussion on House Bill 1106? Representative Van Winkle.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And members, there are things that certainly we can all agree with when it comes to firearms, when it comes to the ability to protect one's property and one's family and one's loved ones. And of course, I think we can also agree that most gun owners, not all gun owners, have a competency and proficiency. And I'm afraid this bill attacks all of them. But there's one group of people that I think is really, it's not disputable if they are competent with their firearms, and those are active duty military members and honorably discharged veterans. And so with that, I will offer L018, ask for it to be displayed.
Amendment L018 has been moved and is displayed. Representative Van Winkle.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And so surely we can all agree that when it comes to firearms competency and proficiency, our active duty members of the armed forces have a reasonable amount of training, and we can trust them enough that government does not need to micromanage their lives, go inside their homes. I don't think government should go inside anybody's home and tell them how to micromanage their lives or their business or their family's home. But I know there's disagreement there from one of these parties, and so I think this is one area that we can all agree on, that for our active duty military members, they are competent to maintain their own households and their own firearms. So I ask for a yes vote to allow them to be taken out of this bill.
Representative Pelton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I like this bill. These people, they sacrificed, made a decision to go defend our country. And so I think this is only fitting that they would be exempt from this. So I'm in full support of this amendment.
Any further discussion on L018? Representative Van Winkle.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I know we had a previous discussion on the topic, but that amendment had a slew of people that would have been exempted from this bill. This is just a very narrow group, and it's those that I think we can all agree upon are thoroughly trained and responsible to handle their own firearms in their own homes without dispute. So I ask for a yes vote.
Representative Geithner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just have a question really quick for the sponsor of the amendment, and that is would this incorporate reservists? Would this incorporate National Guard troops? I know it says active duty. And so I just ask, to find out a little bit more clarification. Certainly with 16 years in the military, I can personally attest, and I'm sure there are other members here in this body that can testify to the amount of weapons training that we have had, and a majority of it has to do with the safe handling of that weapon and how we render it safe when we are in and around others. And so I stand in support of the amendment most certainly. But I am curious to find out if it does incorporate, and if not, perhaps that should be an amendment in and of itself. But I do rise in support of this amendment.
Representative Sandridge.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I think somebody took my question. I was just curious if it included the Civil Air Patrol as part of this. Obviously we have, in House District 14, I have a lot of constituents that the military would fit in with that versus, veterans. I wanted to make sure it was veterans as well. I think, again, we need to respect our veterans and our active military. Many of them were overseas fighting for our rights, our constitutional rights, protecting our Constitution. And then they come back, and we don't need to go to them and act like we know better than them and then start stripping their constitutional rights. They've earned the respect to dictate how they want to structure their home for their own safety purposes. And I'll go back to a few other things that I've talked to before. Some of these soldiers have look at some of their weapons as security blankets. Okay, they've had to deal with a lot. If they want a weapon close to them, then that's something that we need to allow them to do. So let's respect our military. Let's trust them. We trust them to protect our rights. So let's trust them when they get home. Okay? We trust them for so much overseas. They put their life on the line. And I think I don't want them or any of them to feel they're insulted by having us to come in and act like we know better. So with that said, I do ask for support on this amendment because we need to respect our military. We need to respect our veterans. And we need to pay tribute to them instead of stripping their rights. So let's consider that. Let's not treat them like children. Let's not treat them like we know better. So with that said, I ask for support on this amendment. Thank you.
Representative Holtorf.
Mr. Chair, I yield my time to Representative Lynch at his request.
Representative Lynch.
And I'd like to go after him.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So it used to be in this state where if you were discharged to active duty honorably, you automatically qualified for concealed carry. I'm not sure exactly where that stands. But there's a reason that law came through this House, and that is because when you spend the night constantly in the field with a weapon and you train others on those weapons, you should not be managed in how you keep those weapons in your house. There are hours and hours and hours of training that we go through in the military that make us familiar with firearms, make us proficient with firearms. I would urge a yes on this. It's a real slap in the face to those who serve and have served to not be in support of this amendment. Thank you.
Representative Holtorf.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Esteemed colleagues, I will tell you I'm disappointed in this amendment. And I'm disappointed because a certain class of military personnel has been overlooked. Sorry, just can't talk like that. And this has bothered me throughout my career, and now it is highlighted today in this moment in time with this amendment. As you know, there are 3 service components in our country. So here's the class, Representative. You have active duty, you have reserves, and you have the National Guard. They have 3 distinct missions, and they have collectively a unified mission. And this country does not understand, and many people do not understand, and even people in the service do not understand. Now, I've gone to the amendment sponsor and I've asked him to rectify this immediately. In this amendment, you cannot overlook the reserve component. The reserve component are a class of individuals who hold very important military occupational specialties to augment and support the active duty in their wartime mission and other missions. Support to civil authorities. Other missions, both in the continental United States and in theaters overseas. But now I'm going to talk to the National Guard, of which I was a member of for many years, the Colorado Army National Guard. We cannot overlook those National Guardsmen who have a mission to protect the homeland, to protect your home states and your home communities. Everybody thinks about the active duty. But I will tell you, without the reserve component in the National Guard, it would have been impossible over the last 20 years to promulgate Operation Iraqi Freedom, Operation Enduring Freedom, and any other operation overseas. And oh, by the way, I will speak to Operation Noble Eagle and other operations in CONUS. So, I am not excited about this amendment as a veteran, as a service member, and as a service member who has served in all 3 components: active duty, regular Army, National Guard service as a National Guardsman, and in the United States Army Reserve as a reservist. And the thing that is troubling about this, my fellow colleagues, is even when you are in the service, even when you are wearing the uniform, you want to talk about discrimination. You want to talk about discrimination. It's getting better. But I spent 29, almost 30 years in the military. And when I started, if you were a guardsman, they treated you like a red-headed stepchild. And it's taken a lot of time for the National Guardsmen and the reservists to get the respect they deserve, and they've only done it after deploying multiple times repeatedly, as I have done, to theaters of operation as a reserve component officer. So, I don't want to get too harsh in my comments, and I'm not going to say what I was going to say because I'll probably get gavelled, so I can feel the heat. So I'm just going to tell you this, ladies and gentlemen. We have to remember that the military is diverse. The military has multiple components. Most people don't know that there's an Air Force Reserve. There's a Marine Corps Reserve. Does the Marine Corps have a National Guard element? No, because it's an expeditionary force. But the Army has a National Guard element, and the Air National Guard is also a National Guard element that has a CAP mission. And it's a very important mission right here in the continental United States to protect the skies over our nation. So, I'm going to ask for an amendment to the amendment, and I don't even know if that's appropriate. It is? So I'm going to ask for an amendment to the amendment from the amendment sponsor, and ask for it to be displayed as soon as possible. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Is there any further discussion on the Sandridge and Van Winkle amendment? Representative Mullica.
Just real quick, Mr. Chair, so was that the, okay, so that's this amendment that we're talking about right now is a.
There's no other amendment has been moved other than L018.
Okay, Mr. Chair, thank you. First off, I want to thank Representative Holtorf, Geithner, Lynch for your service. There is, our military members deserve every ounce of respect that's been spoken about at this, in this well today. And so, and I don't think there's any debate on the extensive weapons training that our military personnel go through. So that, that's not what I'm up here talking about. What I want to talk about, though, is that just because there's a military person or a veteran or active in the house doesn't mean that that child in the house still doesn't deserve protection from an improperly stored firearm. All of the weapons training in the world, if you leave a loaded firearm under your pillow when you go to work and a 5-year-old's running around, all the weapons training for that active duty member does no good in that situation. And so, to me, I'm going to ask for a no vote on this amendment because with all of the respect and admiration that I have for our military members, active and reserves, this amendment still would mean that if there's a child in the house, that they wouldn't be protected from improper storage. They would have potential access to that firearm where they could hurt themselves. And so I would ask for a no vote.
Representative Geithner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And members, just for a point of clarification, I came up here before and I asked a question. And so I would move L053 as a substitute amendment to L018 and ask that it be displayed.
L053 has been moved as a substitute to L018. Representative Geithner to the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And so, members, what this does is this would incorporate everyone serving within our United States Armed Forces. So that doesn't matter if you're in a reserve, if you're in the National Guard, if you're on active duty. This would encompass everybody that is that serves in our armed forces. And I would just offer as well, along with this amendment, and that is if you're serving and you're stationed on post. I know certainly for Army members, I can't speak to Air Force, but I'm sure someone else can. And that is that there is a requirement that your weapon actually be secured in an arms room. So for those living on post, certainly we can see why it would make sense that they were exemptable because under UCMJ and under guidance of installations and such, those weapons are already secured in an arms room. So, anyways, members, I think that this one adds a little bit of a finer point, and so I would encourage us to vote yes on L053.
I had Representative Hanks. Then we'll do Ransom and Williams. Representative Hanks.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I too rise in support of this amendment. As an Air Force vet, we had pretty good arms training, firearms training, and it goes back to training. Representative Mullica made that point that there still could be a child in the house that is at risk, but we've been talking training and education all day, and I would suggest respectfully that the training that we receive as military members covers safety first. It's an imperative element of it, and to Representative Geithner's point, the Air Force did require the weapons be from family housing be turned in, registered at the armory. So I do support this amendment. And one last thing on this too, Representative Holtorf made a good point, and I'm glad we have this amendment to the amendment. I was enlisted, I was commissioned. Some of the best training I ever got was from E2s and E3s and E4s, and I'm a 03 at the time going through survival school. Some of the air-based defense training that I had was from E5s, E6s that was very, very competent. And as a member of the reserve, we had guys, it doesn't matter anymore. We have blended our mission so much in the global war on terror that these aren't just folks, young folks that that don't have weapons training. Yeah, even the Air Force, which has always been chided by the other services, is starting to do more of a warrior week through basic training. And certainly the experience in the desert, I would say, makes them competent and capable of maintaining safe firearms in their homes. So I do support this amendment fully, wholeheartedly. Thank you.
Representative Ransom.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. While I'm not a veteran, I support our veterans. The ones that I've known personally are upstanding people, upstanding citizens that I truly respect and admire and would want to support by supporting an amendment, including the substitute amendment L053. In my read of the bill and hearing the discussion of what the bill would look like if this amendment is not adopted, what makes me really sad is that we would be saying that we don't trust the people that leave our country to go defend it, possibly in other countries, and then come back, and then we say that we don't trust you to take care of your own home and take care of your firearms in the manner that you have been trained and that you've been taught. And guess what? I also think that we would be insinuating that their children might be at risk because of the way that they would be storing their arms. When I was thinking about this, and when I was reading both the original amendment and then now the substitute amendment, what really scares me is the fact that this bill would then require our locally elected law enforcement officials to go in and potentially arrest a veteran based on, back to what I've said before, the one-size-fits-all rules that are listed in this bill. And I think that we're really setting ourselves up for something dangerous and scary, and also just wrong, that we would be pitting our locally elected law enforcement officials against our veterans based on the language in this bill, if this amendment is not adopted. And for that reason, I strongly encourage a yes vote on L053. Think about it. If there's anybody that understands and is trained in the safe storage and use and ability to use their firearms properly, it will be veterans, and military people. It will be the folks that we actually trust to defend ourselves and our country. With that, I urge an aye vote on this substitute amendment.
Representative Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members, I certainly rise in support of this amendment, not only because, I certainly value and respect the sacrifice that our members in uniform and of course, veterans have done for our country. But for those of you who aren't aware, House District 15, my district, houses Peterson Air Force Base. So there's a large military and veteran population. And, the general Colorado Springs area, has a large population as well. I know Representative Geithner has a military installation. I know Representative Bradfield has a military installation. I believe Representative Carver as well. These are individuals that certainly I think, everyone, at least on this side of the aisle from the El Paso County delegation, certainly wants to do whatever we can to take care of them and respect the sacrifices they've made. I'll just be brief. I'll wrap it up here. These are individuals that have done a lot for our country. They swore to uphold and protect, the Constitution of the United States and protect our country from enemies, foreign and domestic. And, to say that, they can't exercise to the fullest extent their Second Amendment rights is, I think, a slap in the face to them, given given what they've done for our country and the service they've provided to all of us. It's because of them that we're actually able to be here and debate on these policies. And so at the very least, what we should do is honor them and make sure that they don't have to worry about this particular bill. So that's why I support this amendment, and I ask everyone else to vote yes so that we're honoring our members in the military.
Representative Woog.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I've heard quite a few people here recently talk about how trained our military is, our veterans are, and that's absolutely true. But what I consider more with this is the fact that 1106 takes freedoms, and this amendment gives our veterans and our current military personnel the freedoms they deserve, the freedoms they fought for, the freedoms they currently fight for. They absolutely deserve this, and when there's something taking it away, I absolutely cannot agree to that, but this amendment will help with that and give these men and women that deserve our respect the rights they deserve. Thank you.
Representative Bradfield.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I don't come down here very often, but when I do, I feel like I have something important to say. My House district is number 21. It's the southern part of El Paso County. It encompasses all of Fort Carson, which has 40-some military personnel. My House district also has the highest concentration anywhere in the state of retired military. So here I am saying I am most in support of this amendment to the amendment. It is a travesty to tell our veterans and our military active duty people that they don't know how to take care of a weapon. I urge a yes vote on this amendment. Thank you.
Representative Holtorf.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Esteemed colleagues, this amendment to the amendment puts me in a lot better place with respect to recognizing all of the components of the armed forces. As a former commander of the United States Army Reserve Facility at Fort Carson, Colorado, supervising the units, the reserve component units at Fort Carson as an 06, nobody understands. Well, many people do understand, but I do also very clearly understand this issue. I can't say that nobody does, but few people really understand it maybe at the level that I do. So this amendment right here is inclusive. It includes everybody. And it does, in fact, respect those individuals that are fighting so we can have our freedoms that we cherish and exercise daily in this country. And I didn't know which House district Fort Carson was in until tonight. So I think I spent 3.5 years in what is now Representative Bradfield's district and before Representative Landgraf's district as I served my country in that capacity.
Is there any further discussion on L053? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of L053 as a substitute amendment to L018. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. No. The noes have it. That amendment fails. We are to Amendment L018. Is there any further discussion on Amendment L018? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment L018. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. No. The noes have it. That amendment fails. Any further discussion on the bill? Representative Holtorf.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, esteemed colleagues. You have heard me many times talk about the importance of the considerations of municipal and county governments. As you know, in House District 64, the 9 counties that I represent are passionate about our understanding here in the Gold Dome that one size does not fit all. That every foot does not fit the same boot. That every hand does not fit the same glove. I present this amendment here, and I want to talk to it a little bit before we display it. I have given a copy to my bill sponsors, and I would ask for their careful consideration. Because one of the problems we have when we legislate here in the Capitol is we have a one-size-fits-all approach. Even at the highest levels of public policy and promulgation of public policy, of state statute, and the promulgation of state statute. This amendment does exactly what the county commissioners of House District 64 have asked of me in February during recess at our county commissioners roundtable. Those comments for my counties do not fall on deaf ears. At this time, I'd like for you to display L029.
Representative, you need to move the amendment and then we'll display it.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move House Bill Amendment L029 to House Bill 1106 and ask for it to properly be displayed.
Thank you, Representative. L029 has been moved and is now displayed. To the amendment, Representative Holtorf.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. What this does, it's an insertion to the bill. And after line 5, page 5, this paragraph says that there is an opportunity for counties and cities and or municipalities to adopt a resolution of exemption. And if that is determined at that level of governance, then that particular law would not be enforced by the law enforcement personnel in their jurisdiction. I would say to my bill sponsors that I believe many municipalities and counties would be very happy with the legislation that they're bringing forth. But what this does is allow for the consideration that the subordinate governing bodies can determine what they think is needed at their level. And if the statute applies, then let them adopt that at the town or the city or the municipal level and or at the county level. But it allows for local governance to get a vote. Here's the problem, my fellow colleagues. So often we take away from their right to govern. They are victims of that taking in governance. They are elected by the people. They are the closest to the people they represent. And I would argue that we should respect that. And this particular amendment does exactly what my constituents and my commissioners have asked us to do and asked me to do as I come to the Capitol and ask for the consideration of the bill sponsors. I welcome the bill sponsors' opinion on this. I'd really like to know where we stand and if this is something that is feasible.
Representative Duran.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You know, as I was listening to that, I was thinking this is just going to create inconsistent law throughout the state, and then we're picking winners and losers with our children. And that's not right either. So I'm going to ask for a no vote on this amendment.
Representative Hanks.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I rise in support of Amendment L029 because it allows local control, and this may very well fix a problem that I mentioned earlier, and that is law enforcement in my district is not interested in enforcing this. They don't like the look of it, they don't like the sound of it, they don't like the relationships that it's going to build between them and their the people, the citizens of the various counties. Just a quick side note. I don't know how many of y'all ever watched Alaskan Troopers, but it's germane to this amendment because of the law enforcement element. Alaskan Troopers, they were very polite to the people that they arrested and talked to, because everybody in Alaska is armed, and the fact is, if they're drunk and you make them mad, they're coming after the sheriff. So that pertains to this amendment in that there are a lot of sheriffs that would really like to maintain a better relationship than being an enforcer on a bill that fundamentally they don't like any more than red flag or any more than they like the magazine capacity ban out where I live. So I rise in support of L029.
Representative Mullica.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to be clear, and I want the record to reflect very clearly that nowhere in this bill do we think it's all right to try to threaten or be drunk with a weapon or come after a sheriff in any way, any format at all. So to think that what we're doing with this bill would make that all right, that's never all right. I don't care what state you're in, I don't care where you're at, and that's not what we're doing here. And so this idea that was just brought up is offensive. It's not what Colorado's about. We can talk about this bill. We can talk about safe storage without impugning or without thinking that this bill somehow is going to open the door up to start threatening our police officers and our sheriffs. That's not all right, and that's unacceptable.
Representative Hanks.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the chance to respond. I'm sorry that Representative Mullica is offended. There's no intent to offend, but what I was trying to bring up here is we have human interaction going on, and Alaska Troopers was the most stark contrast of behavior between people. It made sense as an analogy. For anybody to suggest that I'm thinking we're talking drunken cops, drunken citizens, not really, no. Just making the analogy that law enforcement citizen interaction matters and courtesy matters, and the sheriffs don't want to expend capital and goodwill by coming in and having to enforce something that they fundamentally don't think is in line with the Second Amendment. Thank you.
All right, I'd Representative Pelton next. And folks, I know I'm giving a little leeway here. Let's keep it to the amendment, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and my remarks will go to the amendment. You guys get tired of hearing me say I was a county commissioner in my previous experience. This bill speaks exactly to what the issues are. We need to have the local control, the people closest, the elected officials closest to the people are the ones that know exactly what their communities, their counties need. This is another one-size-fits-all pushed out of this building, and we all have to put up with it. People are getting tired of that constant barrage from this building, pushed out at them and them having to just take it. So I'm in full support of this. Anytime we can do anything to bolster local control is a good day, and this amendment does that. So I'm full support of it.
Representative Gray.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's illegal to be drunk with a weapon in Colorado already. This bill has nothing to do with that whatsoever. So this is a provision about local control. We should consider that whatsoever. It is already a crime, just for everybody who knows. Like every once in a while I sit here, whether it's when it's a financial issue or a criminal justice issue, every once in a while I just feel like when we're having a debate about it, we should know. There is a crime right now that says if you're under the influence of alcohol, you can't possess a weapon. This bill has nothing to do with that. Just know that that's already the law in the state. This bill will have nothing to do with that one way or another. And this is about local control over whether or not you would have access to the provisions of this bill. Thank you.
Representative Lynch.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I promise I will not bring up any television shows here, but this is kind of the answer we're looking for. It allows us to do two things. One, let the decisions be made at the local level. Let's push it down to where these are issues that can be handled locally. This bill, the bill, not the amendment, but the bill in general is yet another attack on rural America. This helps fix that. This helps fix that in that our sheriffs, our local police, they know that community. We know that community. It's really hard to make one size fit all. This should be taken seriously as a compromise that allows us to accommodate those folks in rural parts of Colorado that don't really have a whole lot of gun issues. Their issues have been solved by those children being raised around guns, being trained from a young age, and they know what those guns do, and they're cautious about it. And it's a real slap in the face, the bill in general, to rural America, or rural Colorado. This helps fix that. This helps that control get down to where it's needed the most. I'm in strong support of this amendment. Thank you.
Any further discussion on the amendment? Representative Holtorf.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to thank my colleague here that spoke earlier from the Urban Center, Representative Gray, because he hit a very important point, and I don't want to get away from the amendment. And I felt like we got distracted and took an exit that really doesn't speak to the amendment. So I appreciate that clarification. Thank you, sir, for speaking on behalf of this particular amendment here. I want to point out that what we are asking is simply that the local authorities, those local authorities can in fact have jurisdictional authority and make a decision with respect to the implementation and promulgation of the statute. The statute will be the statute. But now there is further consideration at a subordinate level that seems like they are always under attack. Now, many people will remember. I'm going to stop talking. It looks like we have a situation, Mr. Chair.
The committee will be in a brief recess. All right, thank you, everybody. All right, committee will come back to order. Representative Holtorf.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So this amendment speaks to the point that I've made earlier, and my predecessor, Wes McKinley, stated that it's not what you do for us, at the state capitol, but it's what you do to us. It's what you do to us. Now, by offering this amendment and asking for the consideration of the bill sponsors, that takes that argument away. My constituents are relieved because they get allowed to make that decision. There are many good points and merits to the bill and the intention of this bill. But I feel that there are considerations that cannot be unconsidered, or not considered rather. And this amendment helps me in that regard. Adopting this particular amendment settles the question for me. It settles the question for me, for the bill sponsors, as a representative of 9 counties. I will tell you that in good faith. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for your time.
Any further discussion on Amendment L029? Representative Pico.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is a pretty important amendment. This talks to local control. It's essential that local authorities have that ability to take a look at what makes sense in their own jurisdictions. I'll point out that it was only about a week or so ago that a bill in committee was killed by the majority based upon the principle of local control. So let's have a little consistency. It's important.
Any further discussion on Amendment L029? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment L029. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. No. The noes have it. That amendment fails. Representative Pelton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I would like to move Amendment L038 and ask it to be displayed.
Amendment L038 has been moved and is now displayed. Representative Pelton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. What we've been hearing about, in my opinion, is an urban problem. This isn't a problem that really exists out in rural Colorado. In House District 65, in Representative Holtorf's House District 64, when we are being raised by our parents out in rural Colorado, and even now today, the kids are taught the respect to have for a gun. They are taught how a gun works. They are taught to respect that gun. And all the kids out there take hunter safety. So I think this is definitely an urban-rural divide bill. And this amendment here would go a long ways towards fixing that. I'd ask for your support.
Is there any further discussion? Representative Sandridge.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I stand in support of this. Obviously, I'm not a rural person, but I remember learned a lot, had a lot of discussions with Kimmy Lewis about this type of issue, where about gun safety, about some of these issues we really don't have in this neck of the woods. It's interesting. I reflect back to some of the stories of my father. My father was rural, lived on a farm. He would definitely approve of this amendment. The stories associated with this amendment that my father used to tell me that the schoolhouse had a one-room schoolhouse in his rural area, and they would go in the morning and throw their shotguns in the corner of the one-room schoolhouse because they were going to go hunting after work. Never had any problems. He said when the boys would fight after school at times, boys will fight, and he said, they'd throw down their guns and fight with their fists, and they said they would never think about using that weapon. And it goes back to the respect, the teachings. I remember he said, I would never think about grabbing a weapon a gun like that in violence in a fight. He said, because my dad would kick my butt. He said, I had a healthy respect for those rules and knew that a firearm was not the answer in something like that in this rural area. It's interesting in rural areas, you see these stories about them having gun class in some of their high schools. You know, from my talks with Kimmy, they have a certain way of life, and I think that this protects that certain way of life. We need to allow them to opt out of this. I think a lot of these problems that we have, we see more in city areas. And I think we need to respect local control as well. I think the rural areas, you know, if you have a law and the local people don't buy into it, local politicians don't buy into it, and the police don't buy into it, you got kind of a problem. You know, I remember talking about this with Kimmy, and you know, Kimmy made it seem like you can tell the rural people all day long what they can do in their house, and they'll tell you to shove it. So I think we need to respect the rural people, let them have their local control, and have them opt out. I think that'd be a wise thing to do. So hopefully we'll consider this amendment and give an aye vote. Thank you.
Madam Speaker Pro Tem Benavides.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And members, I'm one of those, sounds like rare people probably in this body, that I don't have a gun. I don't even keep sharp knives in my house. So I don't know a lot about guns, but I know enough to be dangerous. But I do know enough to look for answers from people that have studied things. And I'm looking at a University of Michigan publication and a report by 3 authors. One is a professor of public health, Mark Zimmerman. Another is assistant professor of emergency medicine at the University of Michigan, Patrick Carter. And another is the interim vice president of research at the University of Michigan. And they did a report about the facts on the U.S. children and teens killed by firearms. And this is surprising to me, and I think it'll be to some of the members. They have a chart in here of the numbers, but what it says is it's child and teen firearm deaths by geography. And it says, children and teens living in rural areas are more likely to die from firearm suicide and unintentional injury than those living in urban areas. All rates are per 100,000 minors in 2017. This was published in 2019. So we could give anecdotal information. Here's a publication that shows that, in fact, in rural areas, the injury, unintentional injury, those are accidental deaths, the suicide rates are higher for children in rural areas. The homicide rate is higher in urban areas, but not the unintentional injury rate and the suicide rate, which is what this bill is about, to keep children safe. So we can listen to anecdotal, you know, my father never taught me how to carry a gun and put it up, all of those nice things. But I like to look at facts, I like to look at numbers, and that's what this says about the difference. So I respectfully oppose this amendment. I don't think it speaks to the facts.
Representative Will.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I stand in strong support of this. I represent 3 counties that fit under this for sure. And you know, Rep. Sandridge brought it up, but I'll tell you a little story about me growing up. Rod's quite familiar with it because we grew up in the same town. But I went to high school there. I had shotguns in the rack in the back window of the pickup, had rifles in there. Usually had another gun in the dash of the pickup. And when I pulled into that schoolyard and parked my pickup, I had an old Chevy pickup at that time that the windows didn't really roll up in it very good, and it definitely couldn't lock the doors. We had no issues with that. I keep stressing it's not about the firearms, it's society. We've changed. No one ever thought about those kind of issues. We didn't have any kind of accidents. And I can tell you on the, in my experience in my previous career, and I respect the Representative Benavides and her study she was quoting there, but in my experience, I did not see that. And I was in rural Colorado my entire career. I never saw, I can't think of one actually in my career in the counties and the areas of Colorado that I represented and worked in. So I stand in strong support of this amendment. Thank you.
Representative Will, I don't know if we'd call you urban, but Garfield County is over 50,000 people now. It's big. It's getting big. Representative Will.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
The urban representative.
I sure appreciate. What do you say? Thank you. It turns out I got one county that's over that. But, you know, we was a representative for about every 80,000 people, and most of them are right there in Garfield County. So the other two counties are definitely there. But thank you for that correction, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, well, since I am your neighbor, you know, I figured I'd point it out.
Thank you.
Garfield County, the big metropolis we all know and love. Yes.
Western Garfield County is rural.
Yes. Representative Holtorf.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Esteemed colleagues, and I have a hard time with this and that right there, rubbing that and trying to do this. This particular amendment addresses the issue that is brought about by what is the rural-urban divide that most people don't understand. I will tell you, growing up as a young man, there are many times I rolled into the Akron High School parking lot with a 30-30 hanging in the back and my 20-gauge shotgun. And they sat back there all day, all year, and didn't harm anyone. Now, I will tell you, if it was dove hunting season and I happened to see a little set of doves in the road there coming home, I would stop and see if I could take a poke. If it was deer hunting season, I had a license, and I was driving home the back way, and I had the happen chance and stance of seeing a deer, I'd cock that 30-30 steel sights, and I'd take a shot. Most of the time, I'd miss. I will admit, then the deer got away. Additionally, we just don't understand. Additionally, the amount of, and I spoke earlier to the statistics, more teens, 1 through 19, die of automobile accidents than what this bill addresses, and also drownings than what this bill addresses. Okay? But right here, we're talking about an amendment, right here, that talks about rural Colorado and what we do and how we do it. And it's different. I have youth that I know that went to school with my daughters that did the same thing I did growing up in a time where there were laws that said you could not have a firearm on school grounds. And nothing came of it, just like in my day. We also know that schools are drug-free zones, but we know plenty of drugs are getting peddled around the school. There's a lot of things that are illegal that people still do. I don't want to overlook what this amendment says and does for the people in rural Colorado. And I ran a previous amendment which you rejected as a body. Now my colleague from the other half of eastern Colorado, and I think we represent all of eastern Colorado, 14 counties, or is it 16? 16 counties, and all of eastern Colorado, almost half the state. And I will tell you, this applies in almost every county. And I will also tell you that if we pass this legislation, I wouldn't be surprised if most of those counties, law enforcement officials, will not, because of the constitutionality or other conflicting issues, will not do what you're asking them to do with this legislation. So please, to my urban cousins and those from the rest of the state, think about this amendment and take some time to understand what it says and what it does, because it's why we're here as rural legislators. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Representative Soper.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair. And unlike my colleague from Garfield County, I really do live in a rural county. Of 30,000 people, Delta County would fit under this, and I rise in full support of this. The other county I represent, Mesa County, is a little over 150,000. They would not apply. It certainly would be nice if they could apply. But as I was sitting back reading this amendment, there were certainly some questions that I certainly have for the bill sponsors. So as I read the bill, in particular what the amendment is addressing in it, which is the urban-rural divide, what I see here is certainly this applying to households in rural Colorado. But would you envision how this would apply, say, to juveniles differently in rural Colorado versus urban Colorado?
Representative Mullica.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Representative Soper, for the question. I think when you look at the bill, we're specifically dealing with firearms or guns in the house. And so obviously, I think that when we're talking about guns and that guns mean a different thing probably in urban Colorado than rural Colorado, that's a valid argument. But we're talking about safe storage of firearms in the home. And so, even though maybe guns may serve a different purpose, or more purposes in a rural setting, it doesn't mean that home is still immune from a potential accident from happening or a youth suicide from happening. And so what we're really focused on in the bill is to make sure that on premises, in home, that there's safe storage. I don't know if that answers your question or not, but.
Is there any further discussion on L038? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment L038. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. No. The noes have it. That amendment fails. Representative Pelton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and that was a great amendment. I wished it to pass. So maybe 50,000 was too big of a number. So I asked to move Amendment 055. It may put you in more urban, I don't know, but asked that it be displayed.
Amendment L055 has been moved and is displayed. Representative Pelton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And all we do is we drop it to 30,000 people. This includes every single one of my counties. The smaller the county, the more parental interaction, the more game warden interaction for the shooting, sports, safety, hunting safety classes. So I would urge support for this amendment.
Representative Soper.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair, and I'm certainly glad this still applies to my home county of Delta County, so thank you very much. And apparently, neighboring Garfield County, we're getting more and more rural-urban divided here. I just kind of want to tell a little story. I'm not necessarily that old, but in high school, I definitely know a lot of my friends would come to school and in the back of their trucks, they would have shotguns from having been out bird hunting early in the morning. Certainly, this is looking at, changing cultures, different times, Delta County, 30,000 and less. There was never an incident at school. It was always considered, that's how things are done in Delta. We're a little bit different, and everyone seemed to be okay with that. That's one reason why I see a vast difference between how things happen in rural Colorado versus urban Colorado. There's just a little bit more respect for the firearm, particularly if you're using it day in and day out, whether it's to protect livestock or to go hunting, especially if it's harvesting to put food on the table. So I'm in strong support of this, and thank you, Representative Pelton.
Any further discussion on L055? Representative Durand.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to ask for a no vote. Thank you.
Seeing no further discussion on Amendment L055, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment L055. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. No. The noes have it. L055 is lost. Any further discussion on the bill? Representative Hanks.
Left or right? All right, I'll take left. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Have a few statistics I wanted to bring forward again. Let's go with ATF, alcohol, tobacco, firearms. Remember earlier that we were advised that federal data says that we now own 423 million firearms in the United States as of 2019. And yet, the most recent statistics from Center for Disease Control, CDC, show that only 486 deaths were caused by accidental discharges in 2017. So here we are. These 486 firearm deaths make up only 0.3% of all, listen to this, 169,936 accidental deaths. By comparison, there were 64,795 accidental fatal poisonings. One would assume that to be also drug overdoses. 40,231 deaths from motor vehicle accidents. Those 486 firearm deaths, which, according to CDC, only a portion of which occur in the home, is in contrast with firearms being used for home defense over 950,000 times a year. So we got 486 accidental deaths versus 950,000 events where it was used in home defense. And in truth, there's a conflict in statistics, because as I mentioned earlier this morning, the National Rifle Association makes the point that studies indicate firearms are used more than 2 million times a year for personal protection. So we have a tinderbox issue here in my estimation, and for that reason I move Amendment L052 to House Bill 211106 and ask that it be displayed. Thank you, sir. So I'm going to go through that and then through that.
Amendment L052 has been moved and is displayed to the amendment. Representative Hanks. Or
go ahead.
Representative Hanks.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. So what we are looking to do is not apply this rule, this law, should it pass, in rural or frontier counties. So just for background, there's 24 rural counties 23 frontier counties. That leaves 17 urban counties. And I wanted to mention that this is a tinderbox issue. If I didn't make that clear in my previous comments, I would like to emphasize that. Constituents in rural and frontier counties, and I have both, are very concerned about this step-by-step intrusion. They have certainly handled it well to this point. It's the old line, if they were violent, you'd know it. But coupled with the magazine capacity limits that were passed with
Representative Hanks.
Sir.
We're keeping it to the bill. We're not supposed to speak about other policy or bills other than the bill in front of us.
Okay, fair enough. Thank you, Mr. Chair. What I wanted to mention or make known is that there are compounding issues that are stressing rural and frontier counties. And I fear that limits are being reached on this. You may see it as good governance, but people in rural and frontier see it as intrusion, and some see it as tyranny.
Representative Will.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I checked the 2019 census, 60,061 in Garfield County. So,
woo, it's getting big.
It's getting big. I appreciate the question, but still rural, and I have one rural and 2 frontier counties. So, and kind of urban, I guess. Yeah. So basically, what it's been said about these rural and frontier counties and how people are, the needs and how things are different there. But and I know the bill sponsors have talked quite a little bit about change in behavior. I truly, in those counties that I represent, I do not see that this law would change behavior and how people handle and do their firearms. It's still rural. They're still out there hunting predators and protecting livestock and doing all that. I just don't see that this. If I thought it would make a huge difference, I could be supportive of it. But I just don't. I don't see that. And I mentioned before, my biggest concern with this is if this law were to pass, it just makes criminals out of good law-abiding citizens, and I just can't buy into that. Thank you.
Representative Sandridge.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Again, I stand in support of this amendment. And let me address, because there's different groups in here giving out different data about rural, and some of them are saying it's conflicting. There's nothing that's really conflicting. When we discuss research, this research is just like any other criminological research. And when we discuss rural research, you can't just look at one study and say it does something or not do something. Something called peer-reviewed research, and there's peer-reviewed research about rural. And peer-reviewed research is numerous studies by the peers within the experts, the PhDs in that area. It's not you and me. It's dedicated people who have a history, an established background of doing rural, frontier, that type of research. So it's peer-reviewed. So if you see a Post article, like a Denver Post, it's just some guy giving his opinion. If you have a PhD that's a part of the peer group in rural, that's peer-reviewed research. Now, whenever so if you look at the sum of all the rural research, you're going to find few that says rural has the top problem, and then you'll see more that says it's more urban. So if we look at the plethora of rural research, the plethora of peer-reviewed research, it shows they have less problems than other areas. Of course, you're going to find some research out there that says the world is flat. But we look at the plethora of peer-reviewed research on rural areas, and it says it has less problems. Okay? Also, when you look at this rural research, you have to look at the people who they studied, the randomization. If it was random, the methodologies, and the error of the studies, the error within the studies. And the people who really know how to do that are PhDs that are the peers. So whenever we look at this research, we're not looking at anecdotal. I'll stand up here and give examples. But I was in a criminology doctoral program. I don't give just anecdotal. We discuss peer-reviewed research. So let's make that established, that the plethora of research does show rural does not have this issue like other areas. Well, their population is less too, so that's a factor as well. But I stand in support of this amendment. And again, I come to the issue where I think sometimes certain counties worry about their Second Amendment rights a little more than others. I know my area is pretty worried about it. And if you don't have buy-in by the people, the politicians, nor the sheriff and police department, it's really hard to enforce. It really is. And I bet there's some areas that some counties that just love to enforce this. Let them enforce it. Let them push it on their people. But I know in my area, I got a lot of military, got a lot of people who really worry about their Second Amendment rights. And I think our local areas should be able to opt out, but that's beside the point. Consider this. Let the rural people make their own decisions. Let the frontier make their own decisions. They know what's best. I stand in support of this amendment. Thank you.
Representative Pelton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and what a great amendment. I wished I'd have thought it up, but this encompasses my counties. It encompasses Representative Holtorf's counties. I like this amendment. I'm in full support of it.
Representative Holtorf.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Esteemed colleagues, as we continue to talk about this bill, I want to reference a comment that was made earlier by the bill sponsors in their intent to change behavior. And I will tell you, in rural Colorado, if that is your intent, sponsoring and promulgating this legislation, you will fail. And I don't say that in a way to be confrontational, difficult, mean-spirited, or in any way try to take away from the intent. I'm just being honest. I'm being brutally honest. The people that I represent are in fact country people. Despite what you think or may think, or what preconceived notions you might have, I myself have been accused of putting the red in redneck. Now, if I was in my country clothes, if you'd have saw me yesterday a horseback with all my gear and what I do when I work with the cattle, you'd have been, boy, you might be right. Particularly if you looked at my pickup. But ladies and gentlemen, this amendment right here, particularly in our frontier regions, the people that live out there, my people, the people that I represent, they have very deep traditional norms and beliefs. And the first one, if you're not from where I'm from, and you haven't lived out there, and I'm not talking about going on a family reunion out to grandma's farm for a day. I'm talking about living out there. You will not understand. Our respect for life, our respect for firearms. The training that goes into our youth in the home, by those parents, by those relatives, the hunter safety classes that are full, the desire to hunt and participate in shooting sports, the desire for people that live in the frontier and rural regions who have firearms that are a part of their life every day. You know, if you're from where I'm from, the first thing you wait when you're a young boy, and maybe young girl, I can't relate to that, is the day you get your Red Ryder BB gun. I will tell you that in the country is a momentous moment in your life. And you get to go out and shoot your BB gun. And that's where you get your first lesson. It's about learning to live with and grow up with firearms. And they're a part of your life. Your entire life. Now, most people that haven't been around firearms don't understand that. Many of them are scared of one. If I were to draw my pistol right now and set it on this table, how many people would have fear in their eyes or their heart? I know you would, because you don't understand it. But I tell you what, where I'm from, you can come in for lunch and put your pistole right there on the table, and you know what? No one cares. It doesn't mean a thing. You can drive into town with a firearm hanging in your pickup, the windows rolled down, nobody cares. Doesn't mean a thing. Because we all understand. And this amendment talks to that. This amendment talks to that. I walk in and see my banker, and he's got a firearm sitting right above behind his desk. Wonder why that's there. Well, if anybody wants to rob the bank, I guess they're going to get a big fat surprise. You don't see that in the city. You never see it. But where I'm from, I do. Now, maybe it's because it's different in the country. Maybe it's because we're a little more Western. Maybe the coat of the cowboy. Maybe the coat of the West has significant meaning that people still embrace where I'm from. I would tell you I could walk anywhere with a pistol on my hip. I could be slinging a rifle on my back, and it wouldn't matter. And no one would flinch, jump, get excited where I'm from. But not so in this town. And that's the difference. Because I said earlier, and I still believe this to be true, I spent much of my life around firearms from the time I was 8 years old till today. And that firearm's not going to hurt a soul unless a person that is uneducated, untrained, misguided, or mentally deranged, or unknowing, or irresponsible, or all of the above, decide to put their hand on that particular firearm, that piece of metal that's laying there. And then, and only and then, when that comes together, something may or may not happen. And yes, really, it matters. It really, really matters. You see, ladies and gentlemen, and the representatives that don't understand or don't care to understand, you're not changing behavior out there. Doesn't matter all the bills you pass.
Representative Holtorf, to the amendment, please.
This amendment means more to me than the previous amendments because of what it says and what it speaks to. And I don't expect anybody to get it that's not from rural Colorado. So thank you for bringing the amendment. I think it's a thoughtful amendment, and I strongly support this amendment. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for your attention. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time to speak.
Representative Valdez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And when you talk about rural, I call it home. Home of 8 counties that are represented in House District 62. Home where I grew up. And last I checked, there was 47 counties in the state of Colorado that were rural. And rural is very important to me and to a lot of people. Because that's the place that we call home. That's the place we grew up. Place that we know. Thank you.
Representative Lynch.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, we're making headway. We got one. This bill, or this amendment, and Representative Valdez can relate to this. The safety aspect of this, just kind of bringing it back home, as if someone was to break into my house, I do not have the time to wait for a half hour for a sheriff to get out there. This takes that into account. This tells the people of rural Colorado that you actually care about them and that you understand their situation and that you're not trying to shove something down their throat. I think we should take this very seriously. I stand in support of this amendment. Thank you.
Representative Hanks.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Again, this is rural and frontier, but I also wanted to make the point there are a lot of military, a lot of retired out there. So in many respects, we are covering previous amendments that had consideration for veterans who are well trained in firearms. So I ask for support for this amendment. Thank you.
Any further discussion on Amendment L052? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment L052. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. No. The noes have it. That amendment fails. Representative Pelton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I don't know how many times it's going to take to be the charm, but here we go one more time. I move Amendment 040 and ask that it be displayed.
Amendment L040 has been moved and is displayed. Representative Pelton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And this one would just exempt frontier counties. And there is a federal definition for frontier. 6 people per square mile or less. This would encompass 4 of my counties. And I would ask for your support.
Is there any further discussion on Amendment L040? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment L040. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. No. The noes have it. L040 is lost. Representative Lynch.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I know you've been dying for me to talk to the bill and not an amendment, but those got me warmed up, and I want to just get a few things off my chest about this bill. And thank you guys for working so hard on doing this. I'm glad we're making it easy for you. We all come down here because we want to make a difference. A difference looks different to all of us. I came down here because I want to get things done for my district and for this state. I certainly did not come down here to whittle away the Second Amendment rights of citizens in my district. That was not ever my intention. And we're doing it. This bill's a disaster. And with all the good intentions of the bill, frankly, no one is going to follow this law. It's going to be one of those things that, yeah, well, if I get caught, boy, it's bad. If we want to really affect change, really help people with suicide issues, really help keep kids safe, It's going to take a lot of education. It's going to take a lot of work, and that's a different bill for a different day. It really is. I mean, this is really kind of a solution looking for a problem, if you ask me. We're here to defend life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. This bill takes away, at least from my district, this takes away a lot of my constituents' ability to defend life and liberty. Because if you can't access your ultimate backup plan when you need it, you really are in a lot of trouble. What's really missing and what we're really trying to fix and what really has been taken away, especially during this pandemic, and it's just getting emphasized every day, and this bill continues to do that, is we're missing the concept of personal responsibility. For years and years, people have had guns in their house, in their life, and because we have personal responsibility, we kept those around us safe. You cannot legislate personal responsibility. I strongly oppose this bill.
Representative Larson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's an honor to serve with you.
It's an honor to serve with you, Representative Larson.
Thank you. Members, I've been looking for an opportunity to come down and speak to the bill for a while. Obviously, we've run through a lot of amendments. But I just want to echo a lot of what I've already heard today. I found, as I was sitting at my desk listening to arguments today, I was looking through some of the legislation that we'd passed over the last 2 years. And I frankly just found a really startling inconsistency here with the vein of the legislation that's been before this body the last 2 years. We've had bills that decriminalize the possession of hard drugs. We've had bills to eliminate cash bail in many forms. We've had bills to eliminate the ability of employers and colleges to inquire about criminal backgrounds. We've eliminated the death penalty. We're now taking a second bite at the apple about eliminating felony murder. We've disallowed, or we've created certain circumstances where sex offenders don't have to register. We've prohibited arrests for certain
Representative
felonies.
Larson, to the bill. We're not supposed to speak of other bills or laws.
I understand. But it's a larger point. It is to the bill. I appreciate it. We've also prohibited arrests on courthouse grounds. It has been a consistent theme of this body over the last 2 years, and indeed I have disagreed with much of that, to shy away from committing or creating new crimes. Even crimes where there's broad agreement that this is not something that we ought to be doing. And here we are creating an enormously new, broad crime for something that people are doing today all across the state. We will pass this law, and overnight they will become a criminal. And I just found that lack of consistency astounding, because we've heard this refrain over and over again. We shouldn't be creating new crimes. We've over-criminalized. And there just isn't any consistency, and I do not understand why we are targeting gun owners for an additional crime when if it were any other area, we would probably be down here arguing for less enforcement. Now, again, I represent Columbine High School. I've lost friends to gun violence. I've lost friends to suicide. And if the point of this bill is to limit suicide or accidental suicide by children, I have a 3.5-year-old. Why aren't we banning or passing safe storage mandates on chemicals such as Drano or Windex or other poisonous hazards? Why aren't we passing safe storage mandates on knives? Why aren't we passing mandates that you put those little goofy plastic things in your electrical outlets? These are all things that I've done very recently in my own home because I'm concerned about the safety of my daughter. And I guarantee you there are plenty of parents out there that do those things for their children. And I guarantee you that the majority of parents are safely storing their firearms if they're worried about their children having access to it. But what I don't understand is why are we singling out firearms? There are a myriad of potential accidental hazards. There are a myriad of things that teenagers and indeed young adults use to commit or attempt suicide. I appreciate the anecdote earlier that, a bottle of Tylenol is easier to treat in an emergency room, but hanging by a rope, like my cousin-in-law did to himself, don't come back from that. Slitting your wrists with a kitchen knife, like my friend who used to work in this body a few years ago did, you don't come back from that. But we're not going after knives and we're not going after ropes. We're just going after firearms. And it's really difficult for me not to see a cynical political ploy in the reason that we've targeted this. So, with that, members, if we want to get serious about preventing accidental deaths and suicides, let's come back with a comprehensive bill that addresses all the ways that kids accidentally kill themselves, or the way that teenagers try to utilize that. But let's not use that as a scapegoat if that's not really what we're after. So with that, I'd urge a no vote on this bill. And if you'd like to come back and have a conversation about mental health and suicide prevention, my door's open. I think the majority of the folks on my side of the aisle's door's open too. That's an issue we all care about, we can all get behind. But this bill is too narrow if that's the purpose. There's too much that we've left on the table, and it doesn't do what you say it's going to do. If that's what you really want to do, let's come back. Let's do something that actually addresses the issue and not just goes after Second Amendment rights of the vast majority of our constituents that are doing this legally.
Representative Carver.
Members, I wanted to make you aware of an approach that is going on in my community, first in its nation, that deals directly with the issue and the goals stated in this bill. And with that, I move L044 and ask that it be displayed.
Thank you, Representative Carver. L044 has been moved and is now displayed to the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I'll make this brief. This was a group that was the brainchild of Dr. Eric Johnson Wallace, and it was a local group that came together, a local Second Amendment group, professors from University of Colorado, School of Medicine, Colorado School of Public Health, law enforcement, gunsmiths, firearm retailers, gun ranges, and some law enforcement agencies locally, and I'm just going to read this, for individual facilities and organizations who have agreed to be listed as locations that will store personal guns away from homes for a variety of reasons. And this article that came out in the Gazette that kind of captured this said, families with a potentially suicidal child or adult, or that are experiencing a contentious divorce or other potentially dangerous situation, can take advantage of a first-in-the-nation program that provides for a temporary storage site of a gun outside the home. And so what this amendment does is it recognizes that there are a number of ways that we can approach the issue of guns in the home when we have a member of the household that is suicidal, when we have some of these dangerous situations with the breakup of a relationship or a marriage and there's a gun in the home. And so what this amendment would do is recognize and encourage this kind of local community activity and direct that the Department of Suicide Prevention can provide assistance and support to these local efforts. And with that, I ask for an aye vote.
Representative Mullica.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Can I ask for a brief recess to be able to chat with the amendment sponsor?
Yes, the committee will be in a brief recess. The committee will come back to order.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Representative Mullica.
Sorry, thank you, Mr. Chair. Really want to thank Representative Carver for this thoughtful amendment. Chatted over there, chatted with the co-sponsor. It's a good amendment. It's an amendment that we can support, and I would ask for a yes vote.
Representative Duran.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to say thank you, Representative Carver, for kind of thinking outside the box. And I think this is a great amendment and really appreciative for your efforts. So thank you.
Any further discussion on Amendment L044? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment L044. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. L044 is adopted. Any further discussion on House Bill 1106? Representative Rich.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Since we have moved to Section 7, firearms safety, safe storage, and the education campaign, I would like to move House Bill or Amendment L006 and ask that it be displayed.
Amendment L006 has been moved and is displayed. To the amendment, Representative Rich.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In the introduced version, the department is required to consult with the Division of Criminal Justice in developing and implementing the campaign. In addition to consulting with the division, the amendment requires consultation with national nonprofit organizations that conduct firearms safety, education, and training, members of the firearms industry, including manufacturers, dealers, and importers of firearms, and other experts in the firearms safety. I ask for an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion on Amendment L006? Representative Duran.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Sorry, it's been a long day. I vote no on the amendment. Thank you.
Any further discussion on the amendment? Representative Van Winkle.
Hey, Mr. Chair, I just want to ask for a yes vote on this because essentially what this amendment says is the experts should be at the table. And these are the experts that not only work in the industry and use these firearms every day and are actually manufacturers of them. They're the trainers of them. They're the people that actually create and manufacture the locking devices themselves that are under question here. So they should certainly have a seat at the table. And I'm sure everyone at the table would still have, gun safety is top of mind. And so I ask for a yes vote on this bill to allow the department to simply consult with criminal justice and public safety experts. Ask for a yes vote.
Any further discussion on Amendment L? Representative Holtorf.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, esteemed colleagues. I will tell you this amendment has a really strong consideration and allows for inclusion and participation. Now I know how we feel in this body about inclusion. The inclusion here are the many stakeholders that are a part of this debate. And I think this particular amendment, if you take a look at it, it's asking for, when we talk about the educational campaign, because I will tell you, if we want to make a difference, it's through education and understanding at every level, particularly at the youth level. And this amendment speaks to that. Particularly with respect to there's many national nonprofit organizations that are leaders in firearm safety. In fact, what is referenced here in this amendment, the firearms industry, manufacturers, dealers, experts in the firearms safety industry, wouldn't you want them at the table? I will tell you, Representative Rich, I do. I want them at the table as we develop an educational program. If you talk about the needle and has the needle moved, well, earlier today, a representative came up here and gave some statistical evidence to all of you. Now, I'm going to need a little help. Was it 4 million or 5 million firearms that have been sold in this country? Oh, I'm sorry. 423 million. Well, I will tell you, if guns kill people, there ought to be a lot more people that have passed because of the number of guns that are present, if you follow that argument.
Representative Holtorf, how does this pertain to the amendment?
Well, I will tell you, if we apply this amendment to the legislation that we're talking about, and it's a very good question, Mr. Chairman, if we apply this amendment, we will guarantee that the education process will be super elevated to a level that will even lower the propensity for human violence against other humans with a firearm. And these are the folks right here that know this best or know this better than most because they're in the industry. And nobody wants violence. These people here that are represented in this amendment, I'll start from the bottom and work my way up. Experts in firearm safety. Well, that is Mr. Dave Schutz, my good friend and neighbor who taught our hunter safety class, God rest his soul, who taught our hunter safety class for decades in our community to many, many youth that I watched grow up in Washington County, including the youth with my children, as we attended those classes. I'll continue up. You're asking about manufacturers, dealers, and importers. I will tell you, with the exception of the black market, and the illegal trade of firearms, which will never go away because criminals don't care about the law. They really don't care. Ask the cartel down south what they care about laws with respect to firearms. Even in Mexico, which has some of the toughest firearm laws in our continent, yet they have some of the greatest levels of violence as a near-failed state. But why wouldn't we want these people, the manufacturers and the dealers, at the table? Here's what I really like to see as I move on up, Mr. Chair, from bottom to top. The nonprofit organizations that conduct firearm safety education and training. Boy, do I know how we promote nonprofits for everything and anything under the sun in this country. For every agenda that anybody might think of or dream up, any injustice that may come up, any idealistic motive, or anything else that may be a consideration. We've got to have about 10 nonprofits. Well, even in the firearm safety industry, we have nonprofits. And they're impactful. And they make a difference. And that should not be denied. So they should be at the table, and this amendment allows for that. As we asked for this bill to go to the judiciary, this amendment here says, let our criminal justice and our public safety, which, I believe, involves, sheriff's departments and law enforcement and other departments, let them participate in this educational campaign. I will tell you, Representative Rich, you have been very thoughtful in the inclusion of the people that should be at this table. Because really, if you want to change behavior in rural Colorado, if you want to change behavior in frontier Colorado, this amendment and this approach will take you miles and miles farther than this bill and this approach. Because frontier and rural Colorado are going to push back. In fact, I had a good friend of mine, and I didn't want to talk about this, but I'm going to have to now.
As long as it pertains to the amendment, Representative Holtorf.
And it does, sir. It talks about education and educational campaigns. Because my good friend who I grew up with, and he only lives about 7 or 8 miles from me, for you city folk, that means he lives just across the street. He said, you know, we need to educate the Colorado in the urban corridor. How do we reach out to them? How do we make them understand? And I told him, I said, well, I do my best to communicate to my city cousins. This particular amendment brings forth people that can help educate, and not just educate the people that are handling the firearms, the people that are practicing their Second Amendment rights, but everybody else. Now, I'm going to talk to this amendment about education. And if I deviate, Mr. Chair, please help me with your leadership.
Oh, you know I will.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate you. I appreciate your leadership. Now, I had some salesmen come out to Buffalo Springs Ranch, and they wanted to sell some soap to wash trucks.
Representative Holtorf.
I know you're going to ask, what does this have to do with the amendment? Just give me a chance, please, Mr. Chair. And if I don't meet your expectations, I will ask you to please ask me to stop, and I will leave. But I want to make a point, and this is important because it's talking about education. And this amendment, and going back to everything that we've been talking about with other amendments. And this is kind of a funny story. Because these two folks came from New Orleans. You ever been to New Orleans? I have. It's a great town. Great town. But I'll tell you, in certain parts of New Orleans, they're scared of guns and gunfire. Yeah. And I'll tell you the story if you allow me. Well, I happen to... Yes, sir?
I think we all like New Orleans, but please, yes, Representative Bacon likes New Orleans. I like New Orleans. You do too. Let's cut to the chase, to the amendment.
Well, I know Representative Bacon is from Louisiana. And so I appreciate you. And I appreciate the fact that we're talking about education and firearm safety. But I tell you, I was in my pickup, and a coyote ran across the road. And I pulled out this firearm, bam, bam, bam. I probably racked off 5 or 6 rounds. And these two folks, they jumped underneath their vehicle, and they ran a scrambling, and I mean scared like little rabbits, getting chased by a big dog. And I said, what's the problem? Oh my God, what are you doing? I said, I'm trying to kill that coyote that's over trying to get into my cattle. It's springtime and it's calving season. And that can do harm to my poor baby calves. I said, I can't have that. So I said, what's your problem? Why are you boys laying under the pickup scared to death like you think you're going to die? And they said, well, where we're from, when the rounds start going off, people are going to die. Okay, back to education. I said, where I'm from, when you start squeezing triggers and shooting rounds in the country, something might die, but nobody's going to die. Now, I want to get back to education and the difference between urban and rural to make my point. That, in my memory and in my life, highlighted the difference between the understanding. Because if my friends would have been there, or any of my country folk were there, they would have just looked at the direction of the firearm, which way it was pointing, and would have immediately realized that there was no danger and no harm to anyone. In fact, they would have been cheering for a good shot to take out the predator that predates on our livestock. But no, people were ducking and diving and scared to death and, I don't know, doing other things that was very unusual to me. But getting back to this and this amendment, why would we not want to educate? And I try not to be funny with my stories. I'm really trying to make a point, but I appreciate the humor and a long night, and we've been here a long time, and I thank you for listening. And I tell you what, folks, I could tell you a lot better stories than this. I don't think we have the time, though, and I don't think the bill sponsors have the patience. But I will tell you that we should not reject education. Getting serious now, we should not reject an amendment that is promoting education and the inclusion of stakeholders that feel like their industry may be under attack, or citizens who feel that their Second Amendment rights may be under attack. This is what I call a good faith amendment. A good faith amendment that shows people reaching out. In all seriousness, people reaching out. So I'd ask the bill sponsors to carefully consider the intent of this, despite my stories, before we move on. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for your patience, and I'm glad I was allowed to offer a little levity in this very serious matter.
Appreciate that, Representative Duran.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just to add some clarity as to who has a seat at the table, in our bill, it does instruct CDPHE to consult with the Division of Criminal Justice, and the Department of Public Safety to develop and implement the education campaign. It also works with the Office of Suicide Prevention, FFA, and gun owners. I
Representative
ask for a no on this amendment.
Representative Sandridge.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I stand in support of this amendment. I wasn't going to come up here and discuss this amendment, but Representative Holtorf inspired me to come up and say a few words in favor of this amendment. I know that they consulted about the education piece, sponsors consulted about the education piece with some people. But did they consult with everybody on this list? And if you didn't, I want to know, what were you afraid of? Were you afraid that, are some people afraid that this group may provide the education that you not like? This group may say something pro Second Amendment. Is that wrong? This group may say something positive about firearms. Are we going to allow our people to hear that? I think there's different ways to educate. And I don't think scaring people about weapons is the best way to educate. And this group will offer a diverse way of education and teaching. People learn in different ways. Our kids learn in different ways. We figure out that way in schools. Adults learn in different ways, and this group would offer a diverse way of teaching. So I agree with this amendment. Education is key. And I go back to what I said on the bill. More education, less throwing people in jail, less charging them. Let's get a diverse, broad spectrum of education. And this amendment will give that. Not one organization has all the answers. Not one organization's opinion is automatically right. There's different opinions. And all those opinions need to be included. Therefore, we need to have a group of organizations structuring this education piece. Let's not leave people out. Let's not leave different opinions out. Let's be inclusive. Let's make this education piece more equitable. Let's include all thoughts. Let's include people who have opinions about safety, but let's also include people who have a healthy respect for the Second Amendment. And that's what these groups offer. So I ask you, what is bad with having more people at the table to structure this education piece? What is wrong with having different people, different opinions? If it was up to me, this amendment would have more groups, more opinions. Let's have rural people, urban, discuss their situation and how they want to be educated on firearms. Different people have different experiences. They live different things. They've hit different speed bumps in their life. And we need to mold our education piece around their experiences and their specific needs. Maybe somebody in the rural area will understand a certain way where a person in an urban area may understand in a different way. Maybe we need people in urban areas who have lived what they have struggled with, what they have lived with, to help. Urban people, maybe we need urban people teaching that aspect because they've experienced different experiences. We need to respect people's experiences and structure this education piece to fit them, fit their plight, fit what they've gone through. So let's not just take away these groups, let's add to these groups. Let's pass this amendment, and let's have another amendment with more groups. This is an inclusive amendment. And a yes for this amendment is a yes for education. It's a yes for inclusiveness. I stress hard. It's a yes vote on this. Let's come together, make it happen. Thank you.
Any further discussion on this amendment? Seeing none, Representative Pico.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I rise in support of this amendment. It's very basically identifies going for the people who have been doing the training and education on firearm safety for a very, very long time. The National Rifle Association, just one of many organizations, one of the oldest civil rights organizations in this country, has been teaching firearm safety for 150 years. Why wouldn't you ask the experts to come in there and help develop these programs? They have been teaching these programs, are teaching these programs. Let's include them. Thank you.
Representative Rich.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I do appreciate all the comments on this amendment. I'm going to ask one more time for an aye vote on this amendment. What would it hurt, really? What would it hurt to have all of the experts at the table? It could put a lot of different areas of Colorado's minds at ease if we had all of the experts at the table, not just a selected few that the sponsors have come up with. And I don't know what their fear is about having all of the experts at the table. I encourage you to think about that and vote yes on this amendment.
Is there any further discussion on Amendment L006? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment L006. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. No. The noes have it. That amendment is lost. Any further discussion on House Bill 1106? Representative Soper.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and it's an honor to serve with you.
It's an honor to serve with you, Representative.
So, members, we've had a very robust debate today. It's been a very good debate. But I actually haven't spoken directly on the bill. This is my first time to do so. I've spoken on amendments, but never directly on the bill itself. As I was reading the bill last weekend, a word came to mind, and actually a poem came to mind, Jabberwocky. And it was almost like beware of the Jabberwocky. And for those of you who wonder where this term comes from, it comes from Lewis Carroll, and it's referenced in Alice in Wonderland. And it's a poem that sounds very eloquent, well put together. And I realize that's this bill. It sounds very noble. It sounds very well put together. And it sounds like something we all ought to be able to get behind. But like Jabberwocky, when you step back and you realize that whether you're looking at the poem directly on or whether you put it to a mirror and see the reflection of it, it still does not make sense. That's what we have here. It's almost poetic. Policies appear to be golden, but they're really chimeras. And a chimera, for those members, thinking back to your school days, it's a thing longed for or hoped for, but is still illusionary. And that's what House Bill 1106 is. It's an illusion of achieving a form of public policy. We've exploited today the fact that this bill definitely violates the holding in District of Columbia against Heller, which was held in 2007. And I just want to read the direct quote that comes from the case that's spot on here. The requirement that any lawful firearm in the home be disassembled or bound by a trigger lock makes it impossible for citizens to use arms for the core lawful purpose of self-defense and hence unconstitutional. That's what the late Justice Anton Scalia wrote in the opinion for the court. We have the Second Amendment that says the right to bear arms shall not be infringed. But here in Colorado, we also have Article 2, Section 13 of the Colorado Constitution, which reads, "The right of no person to keep and bear arms in defense of his home, person, or property, or in aid of the civil power when thereto legally summoned shall be called into question." This bill goes contrary to those key provisions in both the state and federal constitution. As a matter of fact, both of those provisions are in the Bill of Rights. And in the 14th Amendment, the Bill of Rights came and was applied to the states. So as a state government, we cannot infringe citizens' constitutional rights under the federal constitution. But there's more to it as well that certainly causes someone who is a constitutional scholar to question the merits of this bill. The Fourth Amendment is one of those areas. So we talked earlier about some of the elements of the Fourth Amendment that can occur. But what is required by the Fourth Amendment? Who has a Fourth Amendment right? Well, believe it or not, everyone in this room has a Fourth Amendment right. You have the right of the people to be secure in their persons, houses, papers, and effects against unreasonable searches and seizures shall not be violated. And no warrant shall be issued but on probable cause. PC or probable cause are the key words there. One thing that we talked about earlier with this bill is the enforceability. Because what good is it to pass a law that is completely unenforceable? It's not good at all. And I guarantee you that in rural western Colorado, the enforceability will definitely be lacking. You'll have both county sheriffs and police who will not enforce this, but you'll also have DAs that won't enforce this as well. So let's play out the same scenario that we have discussed elements of, and that's, when is law enforcement going to have the opportunity to enforce this? Well, that could be that law enforcement is actually executing a valid warrant to come into a home to search for something other than firearms. So they're looking for drugs, stolen items. They're perhaps doing a welfare check. And under the case law, there's what's called the plain view doctrine that has emerged from the Fourth Amendment. And what that means is when law enforcement is going through the home and they're searching for that particular object, they see in plain view, let's say, a shotgun. It's open and there's no trigger lock. Under this particular bill, if within the home there's a juvenile or a former felon, then law enforcement in the executing of the underlying warrant could go ahead and charge the owner of that firearm with violating this new section in statute that would be created here. They don't even have to charge the reason for why they're in the home. That's completely wrong. You know, as I was going through this bill, I started making a flow chart to help me determine, how is this actually going to work in practice? I mean, you potentially have a defendant, but then the firearms are stored safely under the bill or they're stored unsafely. You have to ask yourself, are kids or former felons around? And if not, then you fall under the exception to this bill. But if there are, then there's another exception that's built into the bill, which says the gun is either on your person or in close proximity to the person, meaning the defendant here, because we're assuming that a prosecution is going to take place. The fact that there's two huge exceptions here says that the drafters know they have constitutional issues with this particular bill, which means that it's incredibly narrowly tailored. And then on top of that, even if you were in close proximity or a gun on you, you still have the affirmative defense, even if they weren't in close proximity of the gun on you, you still have affirmative defenses that are built into this bill. such as self-defense, the defense of others, and the defense of livestock. If none of this applies, it's a Class 2 misdemeanor, which means up to 364 days in the county jail, not the Department of Corrections, meaning it's local government, the counties who would have to pay for the incarceration, not us as the state of Colorado, and up to a $1,000 fine. A $1,000 fine and 364 days in the county jail for not having a trigger lock on your gun or it's stored in a safe. And here's a further element that is wrong with this particular bill. This bill only applies to adults. In Colorado, it's legal for a juvenile, someone under the age of 18, to own a rifle or a shotgun. So if you have a 16-year-old who owns a rifle or a shotgun, they actually don't fall under this bill. They could have that unsafely stored. But yet, in the same household, the parent of that particular child would be required to have a trigger lock or it in the safe, or to fall under the close proximity exception. We also don't even know what close proximity means. As Representative Carver pointed out, if it's on top of her refrigerator where she might not be able to reach it, but her son would be able to, it's not close proximity for her, but it would be for him. So there's certainly different elements here that cause us to question this entire bill. It's because of all these issues that I will be a no vote overall on the bill. But there are certain things still left that we need to be able to bring out into the open. That's why, Mr. Chair, I move Amendment L054 and ask that it be properly displayed.
Amendment L054 has been moved and is displayed to the amendment. Representative Soper.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So what this amendment does is exactly what I was talking about a few minutes ago that I really feared could happen. Law enforcement gets a warrant, say, for drugs or some stolen goods or some other purpose that's not related to firearms. They come into the person's home, they don't find what they're looking for. This amendment says that law enforcement would not be able to charge this particular offense under House Bill 1106 unless they charged the underlying offense for what it was that the warrant was issued for. This is a bill that, A, protects the innocents. It protects Coloradans who believe they had a legitimate expectation of privacy. And it certainly holds our law enforcement accountable to not use this particular bill as a weapon to go after certain Coloradans. And I would ask for a yes vote. Thank you.
Is there any further discussion on Amendment L054? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of amendment. Representative Weissman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And, Rep. Soper, I think I see what you're getting at. I'll reserve judgment whether I agree with it. But when we get to the bottom of the comma splices here, I think what you're saying is a citation won't issue here unless it's a firearms-related offense. But what if we've had a call for domestic violence? What if we've had a call for assault? What if we've had a call for worse? So I don't know if you're intending to be as limited as this amendment is actually saying, or if there might be some kind of mistake here. But either way, I think that I need to urge a no vote here because I think it's actually too much in the other direction of a kind of restriction on the enforcement of activities that we do want enforced.
Representative Soper.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Representative Weissman, for your comments. I do want to address those comments. So the examples you cited, like domestic violence, for example, that's responding to a call. That would not be a search, so that's one thing. Second of all, look to the lines 7 through 9 in the amendment. So what we're talking about here is that law enforcement would need to charge or arrest the person for the offense related to the purpose of the search. So if the purpose of the search was, say, related to domestic violence, let's say, or drugs, or stolen goods, then you could go ahead and charge under this. If the search was related to firearms, because I wanted to be very respectful of that, then you could go ahead and charge for this. So even if you didn't find that the firearms were, let's say, an unlawful firearm, like a firearm that you would not be allowed to possess, but it did not have a trigger lock and it was not safely stored, law enforcement could still go ahead and charge under this, because I did want to be very respectful of law enforcement and what they could do.
Any further discussion on Amendment L054? Representative Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I apologize because I actually had a question for the amendment sponsor, but I guess perhaps the bill sponsors may know. I don't know. But if I read this amendment correctly, is the intent of this to essentially protect communities that have been disproportionately affected by certain policing activities? Sorry, I had a question for the amendment sponsor. Is this bill intended to protect certain communities that have been disproportionately affected by certain policing activities?
Representative Soper.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, it definitely could be, because as we all know, the Fourth Amendment has certainly been used by law enforcement. It's been abused by law enforcement in the past. This amendment is intended to hold law enforcement accountable and not allow law enforcement to use this new law, assuming it becomes law, to go after certain groups. And if they can't go after certain groups, then they at least have this fallback misdemeanor to rely on.
Any further discussion on the amendment? Representative Holtorf.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Esteemed colleagues, with this particular amendment, I would think that we would want, as I've heard in other bills, in other debates, we would want to make sure that law enforcement was not trying to be opportunistic. If they're responding to one thing, are they looking around for trouble in other areas that may not relate to what they were called to do? I would think my colleagues, many of my colleagues would appreciate this type of legislation. You know, in light of all of the police reform that we've talked about, in light of all the discussions we have had since last year, why would we not consider this? Why would we overlook an amendment like this brought forth by one of our judicial scholars, a thoughtful amendment that says if you're coming because of a domestic dispute, you can't just look around the house and say, oh, well, looky there, and then go address this other thing that may be a Class 2 misdemeanor. That's abuse of police power. Would this happen if this legislation was approved? If House Bill 211106 became law and the governor signed it, would this happen? Could this happen? For those of you that want to be champions of police reform, where are you? Crickets. Where are you? Crickets. This right here, ladies and gentlemen, speaks to that. So where are you? If you want to talk about that, where are you in this conversation? I don't know. But I will tell you, this is well thought out. It's a thoughtful amendment by one of our best and brightest in this caucus. They should not be able to, as one of our colleagues that was in law enforcement stated, which does happen, which is abuse of power of law enforcement, when they try to pull the chump charge. Now, I'd never heard of the chump charge before. I've heard of a chump, but not a chump charge. So, but I will tell you, this happens, and this is nothing new. I remember stories and examples and seeing things. For example, a person is arrested, and all of a sudden something has slipped in their pocket. It's not theirs, but it happens to be an illicit drug. Well, if that law enforcement officer came to issue a traffic ticket, and then all of a sudden dug in your pocket and said, "Oh, look what I found," when that particular person probably didn't even have that 2 or 3 minutes before that contraband was put in their pocket. And then all kinds of problems come. And I know this has afflicted many communities, including our minority communities. So I ask, where are we? Where are you with respect to this amendment that clearly states that if law enforcement is going to come into your home for one reason, they got to focus on that one reason and not try to come after your firearms or charge you with a Class 2 misdemeanor because you have overlooked or have not complied with this particular statute for whatever reason. You know, I don't understand that. I don't understand, on one hand, how we can talk about decriminalizing excessive police force, irresponsible police actions, abuses to our citizenry of law enforcement, and how we have to have police reform across this country and in this state. Police reform, police reform, police reform.
Representative Holtorf, to the amendment, please. Thank you, sir.
And to the amendment. This amendment focuses on making law enforcement focus on the issues at hand and not trying to deviate or take advantage of a different situation that would be caused by this statute. Early on in this debate, we talked about the unintended consequences of House Bill 1106 and how as soon as this thing, if it were, and I will tell you I hope it is not, and it will not be, come law, then many people, almost instantaneously, particularly if you have a safety clause. Do you have a safety clause in that bill? Yes, they do. Safety clause. Become criminals. Like that. Just like that. Sign that thing and boom, you're all criminals. Now what you've done is you've criminalized probably 90% of my district or more. They will not thank you. They will not appreciate you. Not in the least. So you wonder, I know you wonder why it's 9 o'clock and I'll be here till midnight. I don't care. 2 o'clock in the morning, 4 o'clock, I don't care, ladies and gentlemen. If we have to see the sun come up, I don't care. Because my people, the people I represent, have serious objections to the bill. But what I don't understand with respect to this amendment, if we're so concerned about law enforcement, why don't we reach out and consider this amendment? Because it makes law enforcement be responsible for what they were called to do and not take an opportunity, as Representative Sandridge pointed out earlier today, I think about 11:12, 11:13 might have been, if my memory serves me right. It's pretty close to 11:15. That police officers are known for chump charges. And this may, without this amendment, this may open up that door. And I don't think that's the intention. I don't think that's the intent. I really don't. Now, I'm not in law enforcement. I've got a brother that's in law enforcement, and I know how difficult that job can be. And I note that there's discretion with respect to the promulgation of laws when law enforcement is there. There are times when a law enforcement officer can say, you know, I see this situation, I know there's a problem here, and I want this resolved in a manner that's amiable and it's not going to send somebody to the hoosecow. I don't have to cuff anybody, drag them to the jail, and then we got to spend another 2 hours filling out paperwork. And then we have to go to court. Can we find a solution? And oftentimes, those solutions are found by good law enforcement officers long before you have to get out the cuffs. This amendment, ladies and gentlemen, gives law enforcement specific guidance with respect to this statute. And I think it's warranted and is very important as we move forward. I don't understand. I just don't understand how we can be so concerned, not even 8 months ago, about the criticality of holding law enforcement responsible and making sure that they have a reform movement that makes them focus on the issues, not do things to harm the citizenry, and creates conditions that holds them accountable. Yet tonight, we'll sit here with this amendment and we won't consider it. Now, I hope my good colleague over here is negotiating for support of this amendment, and I'd like to see if he's having any luck. It looks like that might be a no. But I want the bill sponsors to look closely at this amendment. Look very closely at this, because I too, and most good law enforcement officers, they like to have what we call in this building guardrails. They like to have things very clearly outlined to them, so it takes away a lot of the subjectivity and makes their jobs easier in an already difficult profession, in a difficult environment. So I would ask all of you to look closely at this amendment. I don't think you're looking at it, just looking around the chamber. Look what this amendment says. Under police reform, this amendment walks in that direction. It meets the intent of police reform, and it makes sure that law enforcement officers don't apply the law in an unnecessary or uneven way. So with that, Mr. Chairman, with that, colleagues, I am strong support of this amendment, Amendment 54 to House Bill 1106, and I urge an aye vote.
Thank you, Representative Hortorf. Any other comments on Amendment L054? Yes, Representative Will.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's an honor to serve with you.
Honored to serve with you, Representative.
And I have a question on this amendment for the amendment sponsor, but he's talking about that this safe storage thing and an unsecured firearm. If you're already in the house on a search warrant and in the plain view you see that violation, this amendment says you can't charge on that. My question to him is that if you're in the curtilage of the property, you see through the window there's you know there's children in the home, normally children in the home. You see a firearm laying on the couch, it's unsecured, no trigger guard or anything like that, or possibly from the back fence of the alley, you see guns propped up against the back doors. Then in that case, can those firearms be used as probable cause for a search warrant for that property?
Representative Soper.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair. And thank you, Representative Will, for your question. Yes, under the open fields doctrine, a law enforcement officer who saw from the open fields or the curtilage a firearm, and they observed juveniles in or around the premises. That firearm did not have a trigger lock. You wouldn't be able to see through steel, so we are presuming it's not in a safe. That would give law enforcement probable cause to go ahead and search and arrest under this bill, the way it's written. And my amendment does not affect that at all, because that would be the underlying probable cause for going on to the premises or into the home. So my amendment would not impact that at all. So law enforcement would still be able to use the open fields doctrine and the curtilage to be able to enforce the law or your bill. You can pay me later. I'm doing your job.
Thank you. Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment L54. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. No. The noes have it. Amendment L054 is lost. We are back to the bill. Representative Sandridge. Or Representative Soper.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Need to make sure I have the right stack here. I move Amendment L045 and ask that it be properly displayed.
The amendment has been properly moved and now displayed to Amendment L045. Representative Soper.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So members, if you turn to page 4 in your bill, and you go down to what are the elements of being guilty of the new crime that's being created under 1106. And I'll go ahead and read it for you. A person commits unlawful storage of a firearm when the person fails to responsibly and securely store a firearm as described in subsection 1 of this section. Upon any premises that the person owns or controls, and the person knows or reasonably should know that, 1, a juvenile can gain access to the firearm without the permission of the juvenile's parents, or a resident of the premises is ineligible to possess a firearm. This amendment pertains to 1, whether the juvenile can gain access to the firearm without the permission of the juvenile's parent or guardian. What this amendment does is it grants permission to the juvenile at any time to have access to the firearm. So for example, if I trust my kids, if I trust my son or daughter, particularly when you're out in the country, out on the farm or on the ranch, and you trust your kids, you should be able to give them blanket permission to be able to access your firearms without being guilty of the safe storage criminal offense that's being created here. And I would ask for a yes vote.
Thank you. Further discussion on Amendment L045. Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment L045. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. No. Amendment L045 is lost. We are back to the bill. Representative Soper.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, seeing as how that was not accepted, perhaps maybe it was too broad to be given at any time, so I move Amendment L046 and ask that it be displayed.
The amendment has been properly moved and now displayed to Amendment L046. Representative Soper.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So what this amendment does is it actually puts parameters on the granting of permission to a particular time and for a length of time. And I took the liberty of presuming that the previous amendment might be a tiny bit too broad for the sponsors. So I wanted to be able to have an amendment that's a little bit more narrowly tailored to the fact that a parent or a legal guardian might want to grant permission, but it's for limited duration. And so that's what this amendment does, is it asks for the limited duration to be able to legally access the firearm by the juvenile. And I would ask for a yes vote.
Thank you. Further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment L046. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. No. Amendment L046 is lost. Back to the bill. Representative Soper.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I wish we could have talked about these amendments a little bit more, but we all got to vote on them, so I guess that's sufficient. There's still a lot of issues with the bill, and I know we've talked about these issues over and over again. As a matter of fact, looking at the clock, we're somewhere around 11 hours, 10 and a half hours of a debate on this particular bill. I see a lot of smiling faces. Everyone's energized and perky because this is definitely one of those issues that resonates with Coloradans, and especially the part of Colorado that I'm from. I represent rural Colorado. I represent western Delta County and all of Mesa County except the city of Grand Junction. And their firearms are a way of life. As I told you in high school, I had lots of friends that had their shotguns in their trucks when they came to school because they had been out bird hunting before class started. And you know what? Nothing bad happened at school or previous to school or at any time. Defending cattle, for example, especially by kids who are under the age of 18, is just something you do out west. It's part of the daily lifestyle. One thing that this bill has in it that certainly drives me nuts, to tell you the truth, is that a juvenile, so that's someone under the age of 18, can legally have a rifle or a shotgun in Colorado, and yet the obligations of this bill does not apply to them. So they have no obligation for having a trigger lock or it's stored in a vault. The obligations under 1106 only apply from the perspective of the adult who has a juvenile in their household or a former felon who happens to be in the household or have legal access to the premises. So if you think about it, there's actually a greater standard for the parent owner rather than the juvenile owner of a rifle or a shotgun. That's why, Mr. Chair, I move Amendment L036 and ask that it be displayed.
The amendment has been properly moved and now displayed. To Amendment L036, Representative Soper.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So there are some, good elements of this bill. Not a lot, but a few of them. So I'm going to run through what the amendment does for everyone. So first of all, I think the legislative declaration is actually a positive statement. I think that everyone in this chamber definitely wants to reduce school shootings, reduce teen suicides, reduce other domestic violences. I think that sounds nice and positive. The other element is currently with pistols, we already have a requirement for some sort of a trigger lock type mechanism upon legal transfer. So adding that to shotguns and rifles, while it does seem invasive on the gun dealer, it's probably not the worst thing in the world, but everything else is certainly elements that truly violate, like I said, the Second Amendment, the Fourth Amendment, the 14th Amendment, but also the educational campaign in Section 7. And I'm truly disappointed that there was no money put forward for this campaign because, quite frankly, this is probably the one area of the bill that could have some merit as well. I am, a little bit disheartened because as someone who has gone through both concealed carry classes and hunters safety courses, that's what we really need in Colorado. We need hunters education to be taught. We need respect for the firearm to be taught. And if we truly want a safer Colorado, and we want our kids to respect the firearm, it's through hunters safety education. And that's what this amendment does, is it takes out the bad parts of the bill. It keeps the parts of the bill that are palatable and reduces it to that. On the educational component, I'd just like to say, talk about my second time to go through hunter's safety course. I'd gone through when I was fairly young. The second time I went through, I was a candidate running for this body here in the state legislature. And I kind of wanted to go through again because, A, I didn't know if the course had changed. I sort of wanted to know what was being taught. But I also knew that these
Representative Soper, hold on just a second. Members, I know it's getting late, but please take your conversations off to the side. So
Thank you,
hear.
Mr. Chair. I appreciate it.
Sir, please continue.
Thank you. So these types of courses was something I was really curious about, knowing we'd be having these types of debates here in the legislature. One thing that really shocked me was the age of the kids taking that course. They were all very, very young. And I guarantee you, I could hand any one of them a pistol, a shotgun, or a rifle, and they would not shoot themselves or anyone else. I was very impressed with what I saw. This class, I think, had like 40 kids taking it. And this is what we do in rural Colorado. We learn respect for the firearm. We teach how the firearm works, and we recognize it as a tool, not necessarily as a weapon of destruction. And through that, individuals behave differently out west or on the Eastern Plains. And if there is one element of the bill that I certainly would stress, it would be that the educational element really focus on hunter safety education. And quite frankly, it's not just hunter safety education, it really is safety education. And I know Representative Will taught a number of those courses, and perhaps he'd be able to elaborate a little bit on the content. But what this amendment does is it keeps the legislative declaration, the transfer safety mechanism element, and then the educational element. I believe those are the core pieces of the bill that both sides probably could agree on, and that's what this amendment is seeking to do, to find that compromise of agreement, and I would ask for a yes vote. Thank you.
Thank you. Further discussion? Yes, Representative Will to Amendment L036.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I stand in strong support here with this amendment. And as Rep. Soper said, the education is key. That's where it's all at, in teaching these kids firearm safety. And, he mentioned about the young age of them. Typically around, some kids can do it at 9, but typically about 11 years of age is a perfect time to catch them. And they pay attention and they learn it. And I totally agree with what Rep. Soper said about you can hand them a rifle, a pistol, a shotgun, whatever. They'll watch the muzzle. They'll keep it pointed in a safe direction at all times. Their finger will be out of the trigger guard. They learn that stuff, and those kids at that age really soak it in. And they're like a sponge when you're teaching that. And so I couldn't agree more about the educational component of this bill. And so I'm in strong support of this amendment. Thank you.
Seeing no further discussion, yes, Representative Baisley.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to speak in favor of this amendment as well. One thing that really struck me that would be the final pieces stricken from here on page 9, strike lines 1 through 6. That's the financing part, because it ends, the entire bill ends with, in fiscal years 2021, of course, the one that we're in, and then for the ensuing 2 years, the General Assembly shall not appropriate money from the general fund for the purpose of this section. Now, I'm all for not appropriating new monies, that's for sure, but there's quite a bit of requirements that precede that statement, in education especially, and when I'm looking at what do I inform the firearms dealers in my district, then I'm looking at the bill and thinking, what do I tell them if this bill passes? And there's quite a bit to warn them about information they've got to post, and if they don't post the right information at all of their locations, they could get up to a $500 fine for that, and they've got to be smart on requiring locking mechanisms every time they sell a firearm. They've got to be smart to be able to inform all of their customers, and there's no money allocated to the department to help inform and develop all that signage and so on, because there's signage that's got to be developed, that's part of the requirement for here. So, at any rate, I think this is would be a good move, and I would very much appreciate and endorse this amendment. Ask you to vote yes.
Thank you, Representative Basley. Further discussion? Yes, Representative Holtorf to Amendment L036.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Esteemed colleagues, this particular amendment is quite comprehensive if you looked. It strips out a lot of the original bill language and leaves the element of education intact. I will tell you, as a champion of my constituents in rural Colorado, there are very few that would not support this amendment, as they feel their rights continue to be attacked. Now, when you talk of education, that really is the best approach. And I mentioned this earlier, that if you want to change behavior, and I'd like to emphasize this again tonight, if you want to change behavior in rural Colorado, the best way to do it is through education. And probably in urban Colorado as well. Education. So I am in very strong support of doing anything we can do to support in any piece of legislation, but specifically in this piece of legislation, those amendments that speak to improving education, in particular in the respect and the use of firearms. And nobody is speaking against anyone who talks about safety of firearms, safe handling of firearms. I will tell you, when Representative Soper went to that class, that hunter safety class, 90% of the curriculum is focused on safety in respect to firearms. This amendment drills right down on the safety element that we believe needs to be heightened, needs to be elevated, and needs to be addressed. That's across the entire state of Colorado. Now, the one thing that I think I despise the most I think they call it the carrot and the stick. The carrot and the stick. So what approach does this bill promote? Is this the carrot or is it the stick? Well, I think we can see what that is. I think very clearly here in the body of this bill, right away, it outlines that if you don't do all these things, then you become, sure, you get charged with a Class 2 misdemeanor. Now, I'm not sure if you do get that charge and you do go to court, if that charge will carry. I suppose that in people dealing with law enforcement, that charge may be reduced, may be plea bargained down, may even be thrown out. With all the very and more important things that your judicial department has to deal with. But here we are with this bill. With this amendment, you take away that increased level of judicial responsibility that is put on the burden of our judicial system. I will tell you that if the judicial system wasn't burdened enough already, with I believe was 1,100, backlog of over 1,100, it was 11,000 cases, I can't remember. But thousands of cases that they're backlogged. 14,000, thank you. I heard you in the back there, brother. 14,000 cases that this legislation in no way, if passed and signed by the governor, is going to help. So, here's the stick. And for my people in House District 64, I guess urban legislators are going to give you the stick. That's what you're going to get. That's the delivery with this kind of legislation. Where is the carrot? Now, we have come up here, and this particular amendment focuses on education. And we want to encourage education. We want to encourage the carrot. There are some elements of this bill that do say, hey, we want a lot of things provided. But I don't know how many of these things focus on the carrot approach. I just don't see it.
Representative Hortorf, this amendment takes out most of the bill, so speak to the amendment, please. Thank you.
Well, I think that if you do strip away most of the bill, then what is left is the best part of the bill, Mr. Chair. And with that, I will yield.
Thank you, sir. Representative Sandridge to Amendment L036.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I stand in support of this amendment. It does strip out most of the bad and leave some of the good. The two good parts is safe transfer and education. I stand up here in support of education. We need to, I think anytime you have, we're worried about gun safety, we need to educate our people much better, and that's what this amendment does. It gives access to certain education and teaches proper ways to store firearms, proper ways to use firearms, and it really helps in the evolution of a safe gun person. So I stand in support of that. Oh, and also a certain aspect of the transfer. We all stand in support of safe transfers. having certain locking mechanisms associated with transfers of firearms. That's something that we all can come together on, and I'm sure it can be bipartisan. But those two aspects I think, are of the best parts of this bill. I think this amendment eliminates and fine-tunes the bill, and I think this is something that we all can get come together on. So we all like get proper education. We all like safe transfer. It's something that's really needed in this part of the bill, and I think we should stand together and give this an aye vote on this. So thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment L036. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. No. The noes have it. Amendment L036 is lost. We are back to the bill. Any further discussion on the bill? Yes, Representative Will.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I talked a lot about education. We've been talking about it most of the day, and firearm safety. You know, this body, back in 1970, the legislature took action and passed a hunter education course requirement, and that was in 1970. The effect of that, in the first 10 years of implementation, fatal hunting accidents cut in half, and by the 90s, they were just down to like one fatality a year. I spoke to that earlier today. And since hunter education became mandatory in 1970, over 900,000 students have passed hunter education in Colorado. So, I mean, the educational component of firearm safety just can't be stressed enough. And so I move Amendment L048 to House Bill 1106 and ask that it be properly displayed. I know the bill sponsors are going to like this amendment.
Well, let's wait and see about that. The amendment has been properly moved and properly displayed to Amendment L048. Representative Will.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So it's concerning firearm safety course, and what this amendment does is each school district, charter school, Board of Cooperative Services that enrolls students in the 7th grade shall require all 7th grade students to successfully complete a firearm safety course offered by the local education provider. A local education provider may enter into an agreement with other individuals or entities that offer those same type of safety courses. So back when I first started my career in Rifle, Colorado, the principal there, name was Bubbles Starbuck, Laverne Starbuck, it was mandatory. Every kid in the school took firearm safety, every one of them. And I can tell you, there's Representative Catlin sitting there shaking his head. I think he was part of those kids it was mandatory to do that. It was also mandatory when I was a kid. Of course, we grew up rural and it was mandatory. That's been spoken about a lot today. But you just don't have those issues. And what this bill is trying to address, when you have those kids and you teach them that hunter education, you don't have the issues that this bill is trying to address. And I can't stress that enough, or strongly enough, that the educational component of this is where we need to be going, and with our youth. And so I think it's, if I was king for a day, firearm safety would be mandatory for every child and kid in Colorado. So that's what this amendment addresses. Thank you.
Representative Mullica.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And Representative Will, I don't care what Representative Catlin says about you, I love you. So, and I appreciate you bringing this amendment, Representative Will. I myself took hunter safety. I was an adult when I took it. I wasn't a kid, but took hunter safety, and I recognize what a good program that is. We talked offline a little bit and talked about that this is an option in some school districts if they choose to do it. I think it's the mandate piece that we struggle with, mandating school districts to
to do that. I respect where you're coming from. I think that it's a good place. I just don't think it fits right here, and I would respectfully ask for a no vote.
Thank you. Further discussion? Yes, Representative Ransom. And I see you, Representative Stover.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And while we're talking about mandatory things that are in this bill, there's a lot of mandatory requirements throughout the bill that go right down into people's homes. So I think mandatory education is actually a great idea. When I was looking at the bill from the beginning, when it was first introduced, the goal, and this is taken from the actual legislative declaration, the goal of protecting children and communities from interpersonal violence, unintentional shootings, and self-harm. And having this education component that we see in L048 feeds right into that and would actually be an integral part of making this bill work. Having hunter safety, having firearm safety. Any of you that grew up in the country, which I admit I did, I remember kids coming to school in their pickup trucks and they would have rifles, and nobody thought a thing of it. I was not afraid of them because we saw it. We were used to them growing up. And the firearm is just a tool. Folks, having this education is so important. We teach kids how to use tools in when they're taking shop in school, or when a dad teaches his son or daughter how to use a power saw or a power drill, which, by the way, those can be very dangerous tools as well. When we talk about the self-harm piece in the legislative declaration, that one of the goals is to get away from that and teach kids how to stay away from that. I've known and had relatives and friends and my kids' friends, some neighbors. I've seen and been around a lot of suicide in my life, and there have been so many ways that that can happen. Cars being one of them. It's easy to jump in a car and drive it off a cliff or whatever. I'm not trying to give ideas here. I'm just talking about the tools that this bill is addressing, and the fact that this amendment would literally work to teach kids about this one tool that we're talking about here in this bill. So while I still have a lot of problems with all the mandates throughout the entire bill, having a piece of mandatory education would be a plus. It would be something it would be one positive thing that we could find coming out of this piece of legislation if adopted. So I would really encourage a yes vote on this amendment. Teaching children, teaching teenagers, teaching kids about hunter safety and firearm safety is something that will take away the fear, but get them into a good place for the rest of their life where they can understand and face that tool without fear and without being afraid of being around that tool. So again, I urge an aye vote on the amendment and a no vote on the bill.
Thank you, Representative Ransom. Representative Hanks.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I rise in support of this amendment as well, with a couple of thoughts on it. I guess that's all I'm going to get for elevation here. Seventh grade is a good time to start learning firearm safety. You can learn it at home, of course, earlier than that. I still have my Idaho Fish and Game NRA safety course from 6th grade. My brother was the president of the Rifle and Pistol Club when my dad's timber career took us out into Northern California. He was 7th grade, carried his rifle to school every morning, and gee, we didn't have the problems we seem to have today. So I would support something like this. In addition, it has good benefits for youth that might look at military careers in a different way if they have a little exposure early on and there is not that intimidation factor of being the last guy to know how to run handguns and long guns. So I think this is a kind of a brilliant move here. It educates at an early age. It motivates possibly towards a military career. And I urge a yes vote on this as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Hanks. Representative Hotorf to Amendment L048.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I also rise in support of this amendment. I have seen many good amendments come forth. Amendments focusing on many different things that address the problems and the problematic nature of this bill. This particular amendment truly focuses on the need for all of us to learn about firearms and firearm safety. Both my urban cousins and what we already do in rural Colorado. But I will tell you, there is a great misunderstanding. There is a great misunderstanding about firearms and firearm use and firearm abuse. And that misunderstanding is solved through education. Now, many of you, and I've seen it in my life, and I've seen it in circles around me, are fearful. You're fearful of a firearm. You're fearful of a law enforcement officer with a firearm. Now, I will tell you, maybe that's an educational issue, maybe it's not. But the education component needs to be promoted. You may be fearful of other people with firearms. And I know there is a problem with the violence by humanity at the hands of humans with the use of a firearm. That's the real issue. But this amendment talks to education. And education is the solution, a big component and part of the solution if you want to change attitudes, if you want to change behavior, if you want to make changes in Colorado with this type of legislation. I will tell you, and I'm 100% sure the teachers' union hasn't blessed this. 100% sure. So I know that those of you that are beholden to the teachers' union, beholden to that special interest, Lord help you if you vote for this amendment. Lord help you. Not going to be good. But when it comes to education, that's where I get excited on so many things. I get excited that people, particularly young people at a very important age, right there, 7th grade it says, I believe. Yes, 7th grade. Get to learn about firearms, what they are, what they can do, how they should be respected, how they should be handled, how you make them safe. So you don't have outcomes that are less than favorable. Now, you've heard many stories about people in the country with firearms. And all these horrible things haven't happened. You've heard stories from some legislators that try to promote statistics about how all these horrible things can happen or have happened. Well, I will tell you in my experience and the experience of many of my colleagues from rural Colorado, those experiences are not true. If people want to kill themselves, there's a lot of ways to do it. In fact, I think drug overdose is probably more prevalent.
Representative Hortorf,
Yes, sir.
get that horse back on track until the amendment, sir.
Thank you. Thank you, sir, for your leadership. I'll tighten my cinch and try to ride a straight trail, sir.
Thank you.
But I do want to encourage your thoughtful consideration of this amendment as we move forward. Thank you for your time and attention.
Thank you, Representative Hortorf. Representative Soper to Amendment L048.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I rise in support of this amendment. I believe education is key to helping reduce unintended consequences. This actually reminded me of some research I did in college, actually my senior year, where we looked at individuals who had a hunter's safety card and some of the largest mass murders in the United States. And I remember we actually found a correlation at that point in time that we could not find certain evidence that showed that some of the worst perpetrators had ever taken a hunter's safety course in the United States. So education is definitely key. There was a quote by one of my colleagues from Douglas County a minute ago to the amendment who said that saws injure a lot of youth. I was kind of curious, so I looked it up. So about 31, according to the Journal of Trauma, 31,000 juveniles under the age of 18 lose a finger or thumb every year due to cutting it off with a saw. I mean, obviously, these are horrific. But we certainly don't really have the same level of education, and I can tell you saws are incredibly dangerous. I mean, I've been doing a lot of yard work with a chainsaw, and let me tell you what, I would much rather handle a firearm than a chainsaw because there's always the fear that as you cut through, something bad could happen and you hit a knot or a rock or something else. Education is incredibly important, and having sat through one of these courses that Parks and Wildlife does, I can tell you that they teach an A-plus course. Parks and Wildlife here in Colorado does an amazing, amazing job, and we definitely all ought to give them tremendous accolades. It's game wardens, it's law enforcement officers, it's guys who are coming together to teach our youth respect for the firearm and how to be incredibly safe out there with it. We've seen a ton of success. I can't remember, Representative Will, if you cited the immense successfulness of the program. I can't remember the statistic right off the top of my head, so I am hoping that you might be able to help me. But I can remember it was cited how many people had actually had their lives saved since we instituted hunter safety education courses. And I remember it was an astonishingly large number that once we had that here in Colorado, a lot had changed. And it was for everyone born after 1949. So Representative Catlin, if you took the course, I think we know your age a little bit closer. So that's why I'm in support of this amendment. I believe in education. I believe that what Parks and Wildlife has been able to do with hunter safety courses here in Colorado has just been remarkable. And this entire chamber should be behind this amendment too. I'd urge a yes vote. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Soper. Minority Leader McKean.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. Folks, I feel like Representative Will owes me an apology. And to be very honest, I think this needs to happen now. I don't appreciate when somebody steals a bill. Representative Will? So I offered this bill to the Education Committee 2 years ago, and they turned me down flat. I thought, we could bring Hunter Ed back to 7th grade, and I thought it would make good sense. And it wasn't actually about guns and gun safety. It was actually about how to connect kids with an environment that is just a few miles that way that they may not know. To connect kids with the idea that a part of this is that we live in a world that we're actually actively a part of, that we manage our wildlife species in this state. So I'm going to forgive you for this amendment stealing my bill from a couple of years ago, because actually this is a really good idea. This is one of the great ways that we get our kids engaged back in a world outside of just the four walls and a TV screen and their Xbox or Fortnite or whatever else it is. This is a way to open up a whole world to a whole generation of kids. I really would urge an aye vote.
Thank you. Seeing no further discussion on Amendment L048, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment L048. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. No. The noes have it. L048 is lost. We're back to the bill. Representative Hotorf.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, ladies and gentlemen, we've spent a lot of time talking about this bill. I have 10 other amendments, but unfortunately it appears that maybe I will not be able to offer those this evening. So I picked the one that is going to cut to the chase here because I want to get to the point. If we want to take care of our youth and give them the safety, then this particular amendment will take care of every issue on this bill. Every issue will be taken care of, and the youth will be protected. So at this time, I would like to move L043 to House Bill 1106 and have it displayed.
The amendment has been properly moved and is displayed to Amendment L043. Representative Hotorf.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Now, many amendments have been brought forth. Many of them have altered or tried to delete text from this bill. With my amendment, I don't do that. The only thing I say on page 5 that all this applies when juveniles are present in the premises. And with this amendment, my mother does not become a criminal unless the grandkids come over. And at that point in time, we will take the appropriate measures, as we do, to take care of our own. Because that's what we do. We take care of our own. So I offer this amendment. I'd like the bill sponsors to consider it. It's probably the least intrusive amendment that you've seen tonight, bill sponsors, and it cuts to the chase. You can have all the House Bill 1106 you want when the kids are present and no one else is impacted when they're not. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Yes, Representative Duran.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is already addressed in the bill, so I ask for a no on this amendment. Thank you.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment L043. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. No. Amendment L043 is lost. We are back to the bill. Seeing no further discussion on House Bill 1106, all those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. House Bill 1106 is adopted. Majority Leader Escar, or Majority Leader Escar.
I can just rise and report. I don't later. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move the committee rise and report.
Okay, on request of the majority leader, the committee will rise and report. Thank you for your work.
See you later.
The House will come back to order. Majority Leader Escar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just have a quick announcement. The Finance Committee and the State Affairs Committee will not be meeting today.
Thank you. With that, okay, Mr. Gregorio, please read the report of the Committee of the Whole.
Mr. Speaker, Committee of the Whole begs leave to report it is under consideration the following attached bills being second reading thereof and makes the following recommendations there on House Bill 1015 as amended, House Bill 1106 as amended, House Bill 1107 as amended, House Bill 1137 as amended, House Bill 1161 as amended, passed on second reading and ordered, engrossed, and placed on the calendar for third reading and final passage.
All right, Representative, you both stood. We'll go to Roberts because you started. Representative Roberts. You have heard that. Thank you, Representative Roberts. There are amendments at the desk. Mr. Gregorio, please read the Holtorf amendment. This is to 1161. The rest are going to be on 1106. Representative Holtorf, this is your amendment to 1161.
Representative Holtorf moved to amend the report of the Committee of the Whole to reverse the action taken by the committee, not adopting the following Holtorf Amendment L002 to House Bill 21-1161 to show that said amendment passed, and House Bill 21-1161 is amended passed.
Well, that was nice. They displayed it for you. Representative Holtorf.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move we adopt the Holtorf Amendment to the Committee of the Whole as presented.
Great. It's been properly moved. Is there further discussion? Representative Sirota.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. While I appreciate the sentiment of my colleague, I ask for your no vote.
Is there any further discussion on the Holtorf Amendment to House Bill 1161? Seeing none, Mr. Gregorio, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Those participating remotely, Representative McLaughlin, how do you vote?
No.
Representative McLaughlin votes no. Representative Jackson, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Jackson votes no. Representative Gray, how do you vote? Representative Gray is excused. All right. Please close the machine. With 16 aye votes, 47 no votes, and 2 excused, the Holtorf Amendment to House Bill 1161 is lost. All right, and Representative Holtorf, since we started with you, you have one for House Bill. Okay. You have 2 for 1106, and so why don't we move on those? So come on down. Mr. Gregorio, please read the Holtorf Amendment to the Committee of the Whole.
Representative Holtorf moved to amend the report of the Committee of the Whole to reverse the action taken by the committee, not adopting the following Holtorf Amendment L043 to House Bill 21-1106 to show that said amendment passed, and House Bill 21-1106 is amended passed.
Thank you, Mr. Gregorio. Representative Holtorf.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just need to know, okay, there we go. So, I move the Holtorf Amendment to the Committee of the Whole.
It's been properly moved.
As outlined in L043.
Great, it's been properly moved. Any further discussion on the Holtorf Amendment to House Bill 1106? Seeing none. The question before us is the adoption of the Holtorf Amendment to the Committee of the Whole. Mr. Gregorio, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Those participating remotely, Representative McLaughlin, how do you vote?
No.
Representative McLaughlin votes no. Representative Jackson, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Jackson votes no. Representative Gray, how do you vote?
I vote no.
Representative Gray votes no.
All right, Representative Geithner, Soper, Van Winkle, Will, Ransom, Sandridge, Woog. Please close the machine. With 23 aye votes, 41 no votes, and 1 excuse, the second Holtorf amendment to the Committee of the Whole is lost. Mr. Gregorio, please read the third Holtorf amendment to the Committee of the Whole.
Representative Holtorf moved to amend the report of the Committee of the Whole to reverse the action taken by the committee, not adopting the following Holtorf amendment, L029 to House Bill 21-1106, to show that said amendment passed and that House Bill 21-1106 as amended passed.
Representative Holtorf.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move the Holtorf Amendment to the Committee of the Whole as posted.
That has been properly moved. Is there any further discussion? See no further discussion. Mr. Gregorio, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Those participating remotely, Representative McLaughlin, how do you vote?
No.
Representative McLaughlin votes no. Representative Jackson, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Jackson votes no. Representative Gray, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Gray votes no. Representative Catlin, Geithner, Harrod, Luck, Molka, Neville, Snyder, and Williams. Please close the machine. With 25 aye votes, 39 no votes, and 1 excuse, the third Holtorf amendment to the Committee of the Whole is lost. Mr. Gregorio, we're going to go to Representative Carver's next. Please read the Carver amendment to the Committee of the Whole.
Representative Carver moved to amend the report of the Committee of the Whole to reverse the action taken by the committee, not adopting the following Carver amendment, L033 to House Bill 21-1106, to show that said amendment passed and that House Bill 21-1106 as amended passed.
Representative Carver.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move the Carver Amendment to the Committee of the Whole and ask for an aye vote.
Thank you, Representative Carver. Is there further discussion on the Carver amendment to the report of the Committee of the Whole? See none. Mr. Gregorio, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. All right. Those participating remotely, Representative McLaughlin, how do you vote?
No.
Representative McLaughlin votes no. Representative Jackson, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Jackson votes no. Representative Gray, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Gray votes no. Representative Hooten, Kip, Alec. Oops. Please close the machine. With 24 aye votes, 40 no votes, and 1 excused, the Carver amendment to the Committee of the Whole is lost. We'll move on. Representative Geithner, we'll go to you next. Mr. Gregorio, please read the Geithner amendment to the Committee of the Whole.
Representative Geithner moved to amend the report of the Committee of the Whole to reverse the action taken by the committee and not adopting the following Geithner amendment, L053 to House Bill 21-1106, to show that said amendment passed and that House Bill 21-1106 as amended passed.
Mr. Assistant Minority Leader Geithner.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And members, I move the Geithner amendment to the Committee of the Whole and ask for a yes vote.
It has been properly moved. Is there further discussion? Seeing none, Mr. Gregorio, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative McLaughlin, how do you vote?
No.
Representative McLaughlin votes no. Representative Jackson, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Jackson votes no. Representative Gray, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Gray votes no. Representative Tipper, please close the machine. With 26 aye votes, 38 no votes, and 1 excuse, the Geithner amendment to the Committee of the Whole is lost. Representative Rich. Mr. Gregorio, please read the Rich amendment to the Committee of the Whole.
Representative Rich moved to amend the report of the Committee of the Whole to reverse the action taken by the committee, not adopting the following Rich amendment, L006 to House Bill 21-1106, to show that said amendment passed and House Bill 21-1106 as amended passed.
Representative Rich.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move the Rich amendment and ask for an aye vote.
Has been properly moved and displayed. Is there any further discussion on the Rich amendment to the Committee of the Whole? Seeing none, Mr. Gregorio, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Those participating remotely, Representative McLaughlin, how do you vote?
No.
Representative McLaughlin votes no. Representative Jackson, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Jackson votes no. Representative Gray, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Gray votes no. Representative, Mr. Minority Leader. Please close the machine. With 25 aye votes, 39 no votes, and 1 excused, the Rich amendment to the Committee of the Whole is lost. Representative Hanks, come on down. Mr. Gregorio, please read the Hanks amendment to the Committee of the Whole.
Representative Hanks moved to amend the report of the Committee of the Whole to reverse the action taken by the committee in not adopting the following Hanks and Will Amendment L052 to House Bill 21-1106 to show that said amendment passed and that House Bill 21-1106 as amended passed.
Representative Hanks.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move the Hanks-Will amendment to the Committee of the Whole.
That has been properly moved and displayed. Is there further discussion on the Hanks amendment to the Committee of the Whole? Seeing none, Mr. Gregorio, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Those participating remotely, Representative McLaughlin, how do you vote?
No.
Representative McLaughlin votes no. Representative Jackson, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Jackson votes no. Representative Gray, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Gray votes no. Representative Hooton, please close the machine. 24 aye votes, 40 no votes, and 1 excuse. The Hanks amendment to the Committee of the Whole is lost. Representative Will, come on down. Mr. Gregorio, please read the Representative Will amendment to the Committee of the Whole.
Representative Will moved to amend the report of the Committee of the Whole to reverse the action taken by the committee in not adopting the following Will Amendment L032 to House Bill 21-1106 to show that said amendment passed and that House Bill 21-1106 as amended passed.
Okay, and there are 2, so we'll go to the first Will amendment. Representative Will.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I move the Will Amendment to the Committee of the Whole and ask for an aye vote.
That has been properly moved and displayed. Is there further discussion? Seeing none. Mr. Gregorio, please open the machine and members please proceed to vote on the first Will Amendment to the Committee of the Whole. Those participating remotely, Representative McLaughlin, how do you vote?
No.
Representative McLaughlin votes no. Representative Jackson, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Jackson votes no. Representative Gray, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Gray votes no. Please close the machine. With 26 aye votes, 38 no votes, and 1 excuse, the first Will Amendment to the Committee of the Whole is lost. Mr. Gregorio, please read the second Will Amendment to the Committee of the Whole.
Representative Will moved to amend the report of the Committee of the Whole to reverse the action taken by the committee in not adopting the following Will Amendment L048 to House Bill 21-1106 to show that said amendment passed and that House Bill 21-1106 as amended passed.
Representative Will.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I feel really good about this one. I move the Will Amendment to the Committee of the Whole and ask for an aye vote.
That has been properly moved and displayed. Is there any further discussion on the second Will Amendment to the Committee of the Whole? Seeing none, Mr. Gregorio, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Those participating remotely, Representative McLaughlin, how do you vote?
No.
Representative McLaughlin votes no. Representative Jackson, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Jackson votes no. Representative Gray, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Gray votes no. Representative Cutter and Tipper. Please close the machine. With 25 aye votes, 39 no votes, and 1 excuse, the second Will Amendment to the Committee of the Whole is lost. We'll go to Representative Pelton next. There's 2. Take your time, Representative Pelton. Mr. Gregorio, please read the first Pelton Amendment to the Committee of the Whole.
Representative Pelton moved to amend the report of the Committee of the Whole to reverse the action taken by the committee in not adopting the following Pelton Amendment L055 to House Bill 21-1106 to show that said amendment passed and House Bill 21-1106 as amended passed.
Representative Pelton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I move the Pelton Amendment to the Committee of the Whole and ask for an aye vote.
That has been properly displayed and moved. Is there further discussion on the first Pelton Amendment to the Committee of the Whole? Seeing none, Mr. Gregorio, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Those participating remotely, Representative McLaughlin, how do you vote?
No.
Representative McLaughlin votes no. Representative Jackson, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Jackson votes no. Representative Gray, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Gray votes no. Representative Tipper. You're borderline on a fine, Representative Tipper. Please close the machine. With 25 aye votes, 39 no votes, and 1 excused, the first Pelton Amendment to the Committee of the Whole is lost. Mr. Gregorio, please read the second Pelton Amendment to the Committee of the Whole.
Representative Pelton moved to amend the report of the Committee of the Whole to reverse the action taken by the committee in not adopting the following Pelton Amendment L040 to House Bill 21-1106 to show that said amendment passed and then House Bill 21-1106 as amended passed.
Representative Pelton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and here you guys go. Last chance, vote green. Oh, I move the Pelton Amendment to the Committee of the Whole.
It was properly moved, and we should display it. So I move the second Pelton Amendment and ask for it to be displayed. Okay, it's been properly displayed. Is there further discussion on the second Pelton Amendment to the Committee of the Whole? Seeing none, Mr. Gregorio, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Those participating remotely, Representative McLaughlin, how do you vote?
No.
Representative McLaughlin votes no. Representative Jackson, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Jackson votes no. Representative Gray, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Gray votes no. Representative Duran. Representative Duran. Please close the machine. With 24 aye votes, 40 no votes, and 1 excused, the second Pelton Amendment to the Committee of the Whole is lost. We'll go to Representative Williams. Williams, come on down. Mr. Gregorio, please read the first Williams Amendment to the Committee of the Whole.
Representative Williams moved to amend the report of the Committee of the Whole to reverse the action taken by the committee in not adopting the following Williams Amendment L003 to House Bill 21-1106 to show that said amendment passed and that House Bill 21-1106 as amended passed.
Representative Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move the first Williams Amendment and ask that it be, to vote yes.
Great. Thank you. That has been properly moved and displayed. Is there any further discussion on the first Williams Amendment to the Committee of the Whole? Seeing none, Mr. Gregorio, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative McLaughlin, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative McLaughlin votes yes. Representative Jackson, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Jackson votes no. Representative Gray, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Gray votes no. Please close the machine. With 32 aye votes, 32 no votes, and 1 excused, the first Williams Amendment is lost. Representative Williams.
Thank you,
I'm sorry, Mr. Williams. Representative Williams, we have to have it read first. Mr. Gregorio, please read the second Williams Amendment to the Committee of the Whole.
Representative Williams moved to amend the report of the Committee of the Whole to reverse the action taken by the committee in not adopting the following Williams Amendment L024 to House Bill 21-1106 to show that said amendment passed and that House Bill 21-1106 as amended passed.
Thank you, Mr. Gregorio. Representative Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move the second Williams Amendment to the Committee of the Whole and ask for a yes vote.
That has been properly moved and displayed. Is there any further discussion to the second Williams Amendment to the Committee of the Whole? Seeing none, Mr. Gregorio, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative McLaughlin, how do you vote?
No.
Representative McLaughlin votes no. Representative Jackson, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Jackson votes no. Representative Gray, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Gray votes no. Please close the machine. With 24 aye votes, 40 no votes, and 1 excuse, the second Williams Amendment to the Committee of the Whole is lost. Representative Neville, come on down. Mr. Gregorio, please read the first Neville Amendment to the Committee of the Whole.
Representative Neville moved to amend the report of the Committee of the Whole to reverse the action taken by the committee not adopting the following Neville Amendment, L025, to House Bill 21-1106, to show that said amendment passed and that House Bill 21-1106 as amended passed.
Representative Neville.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move the first Neville Amendment to the Committee of the Whole and ask for a yes vote.
That has been properly moved and displayed. Is there any further discussion to the first Neville Amendment to the Committee of the Whole? Seeing none, Mr. Gregorio, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative McLaughlin, how do you vote?
No.
Representative McLaughlin votes no. Representative Jackson, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Jackson votes no. Representative Gray, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Gray votes no. And Representative Williams. Please close the machine. With 26 aye votes, 38 no votes, and 1 excuse, the first Neville Amendment to the Committee of the Whole is lost. Mr. Gregorio, please read the title of the second Neville Amendment to the Committee of the Whole.
Representative Neville moved to amend the report of the Committee of the Whole to reverse the action taken by the committee not adopting the following Neville Amendment, L028, to House Bill 21-1106, to show that said amendment passed and that House Bill 21-1106 as amended passed.
Representative Neville.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move the second Neville Amendment to the Committee of the Whole and ask for a yes vote.
Thank you. That has been properly moved and displayed. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, Mr. Gregorio, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. And if you guys don't mind, we are in the Committee of the Whole on amendments, and I'm having a little trouble hearing up here, so if you don't mind keeping it down. Representative McLaughlin, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative McLaughlin votes yes. Representative Jackson, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Jackson votes no. Representative Gray, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Gray votes no. Please close the machine. With 29 aye votes, 35 no votes, and 1 excuse, the second Neville Amendment to the Committee of the Whole is lost. All right, Representative Soper, these are our last 4. Come on down. Mr. Gregorio, please read the title to the first Soper Amendment to the Committee of the Whole.
Representative Soper moved to amend the report of the Committee of the Whole to reverse the action taken by the committee not adopting the following Soper Amendment, L054, to House Bill 21-1106, to show that said amendment passed and that House Bill 21-1106 as amended passed.
Representative Soper.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move the first Soper Amendment to the Committee of the Whole and ask that it be properly displayed.
It has been properly displayed. Is there any further discussion? It's been properly moved and displayed, sorry. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none. Mr. Gregorio, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative McLaughlin, how do you vote?
No.
Representative McLaughlin votes no. Representative Jackson, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Jackson votes no. Representative Gray, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Gray votes no. Representative Harrod and Representative Young. Please close the machine. With 25 aye votes, 39 no votes, and 1 excuse, the first Soper Amendment to the Committee of the Whole is lost. Mr. Gregorio, please read the title to the second Soper Amendment to the Committee of the Whole.
Representative Soper moved to amend the report of the Committee of the Whole to reverse the action taken by the committee not adopting the following Soper Amendment, L045, to House Bill 21-1106, to show that said amendment passed and that House Bill 21-1106 as amended passed.
Representative Soper.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move the second Soper Amendment to the Committee of the Whole and ask that it be displayed.
That has been properly moved and displayed. Is there any further discussion on the second Soper Amendment to the Committee of the Whole? Representative Soper.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would ask for a yes vote. Thank you.
Great. Seeing no further discussion, Mr. Gregorio, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative McLaughlin, how do you vote?
No.
Representative McLaughlin votes no. Representative Jackson, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Jackson votes no. Representative Gray, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Gray votes no. Please close the machine. With 24 aye votes, 40 no votes, and 1 excuse, the second Soper Amendment to the Committee of the Whole is lost. Mr. Gregorio, please read the title to the third Soper amendment to the Committee of the Whole.
Representative Soper moved to amend the report of the Committee of the Whole to reverse the action taken by the committee, not adopting the following Soper Amendment, L046, to House Bill 21-1106, to show that said amendment passed and that House Bill 21-1106 as amended passed.
Representative Soper.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And by the way, happy birthday. Since we're still here and it's still your birthday.
No place I'd rather be.
Yeah, that's true. I move the third Soper Amendment to the Committee of the Whole. And
That's been properly moved and displayed. Representative Soper.
thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask for a yes vote.
Any further discussion on the third Soper amendment to the Committee of the Whole? Seeing none, Mr. Gregorio, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative McLaughlin, how do you vote?
No.
Representative McLaughlin votes no. Representative Jackson, how do you vote? Representative Jackson votes no. Representative Gray, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Gray votes no. Please close the machine. With 24 aye votes, 40 no votes, and 1 excused, the third Soper amendment to the Committee of the Whole is lost. Mr. Gregorio, please read the title to the fourth Soper amendment to the Committee of the Whole.
Representative Soper moved to amend the report of the Committee of the Whole to reverse the action taken by the committee, not adopting the following Soper Amendment, L036, to House Bill 21-1106, to show that said amendment passed and that House Bill 21-1106 as amended passed.
Representative Soper.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move the fourth Soper Amendment to the Committee of the Whole and ask that it be properly displayed.
That has been properly moved and displayed. Representative Soper.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Now, just to tell you a little bit about this, this was the amendment that basically cut out all the bad things with the bill and left what we liked with the bill. So I would ask for a yes vote. Thank you.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, Mr. Gregorio, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative McLaughlin, how do you vote?
No.
Representative McLaughlin votes no. Representative Jackson, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Jackson votes no. Representative Gray, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Gray votes no. Representative Rich. Please close the machine. With 25 aye votes, 39 no votes, and 1 excuse, the fourth Soper amendment to the Committee of the Whole is lost. There are no further amendments at the desk. The question before us is the adoption of the report of the Committee of the Whole. Mr. Gregorio, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. All right. Representative McLaughlin, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative McLaughlin votes yes. Representative Jackson, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Jackson votes yes. Representative Gray, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Gray votes yes. Please close the machine. With 40 aye votes, 24 no votes, and 1 excuse, the report of the Committee of the Whole is adopted. Majority Leader Escar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move the balance of the calendar be heard now. Just kidding. Mr. Speaker, I move the balance of the calendar be laid over to the second reading calendar for tomorrow, Tuesday, March 9th.
Seeing no objection, the balance of the calendar will be laid over until tomorrow. Well, I think we're at announcements and introductions. Madam Majority Leader Escar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, please clear off your filing desks. Let our folks, our nonpartisan staff, go home for the night. If you have especially bill folders, make sure everything on your file cabinet is moved onto your actual desk so they don't have to come in and do that work. Thank you.
Representative Kennedy.
Thank you, Mr. Speakers. Members of State Civic, Military, and Veterans Affairs, we will not be meeting tonight, and we will reschedule those bills for another time.
Representative Pelton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I announced it earlier, but if you have forgotten, tomorrow morning, 7:15, Capitol Commission in the basement. Come have coffee and something to eat and fill your soul.
Thank you, Representative Pelton. Representative.
I'll do it again.
Any further announcements or introductions? Representative Byrd.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Finance Committee, I think you know this already, but there will be no Finance Committee tonight. It is canceled, and we'll see you on Thursday.
Thank you, Representative Byrd. Representative Valdez.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And members, if you don't want your potato, please take it home with you. If you don't want it, please let me know and I'll take it with me. Thank you.
Don't let your potatoes go to waste. Any further announcements or introductions? Seen none. Majority Leader Escar. Majority Leader Escar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that the House stand in adjournment until tomorrow, Tuesday, March 9th at 9 a.m.
See no objection. The House will stand in adjournment until tomorrow at 9 a.m. on Tuesday, March 9th.